Welcome to my CISSP Exam Cram series. This is the complete course. We'll call it the 2022 update. We're covering all 8 domains of the CISSP exam, as well as my recommended exam preparation strategy, incorporating multiple learning techniques to help you prepare more quickly and effectively. And as a cybersecurity strategist for organizations around the world and a chief information security officer for a regional bank, and an educator, I can promise you I use the knowledge I gained in the CISSP exam every day. More importantly for you, last year alone I helped thousands achieve cybersecurity certifications, including the CISSP, all without expensive boot camps. And that is quite simply my goal, to help you get further, faster in your exam prep. So we'll be focusing on the key points of every topic. We won't spend time speaking unnecessarily about any topic. We're going to focus on the key characteristics of each concept that will help you identify right and wrong answers quickly on exam day. This content utilizes several proven learning methods that have worked for many candidates before you, myself included, to accelerate your progress. And I will share the techniques that you can apply in your study on your own. Now, I want to speak for a moment about my pace. I intentionally speak at about 115 to 125 words a minute. If English is not your first language, this may be just right for you. If you do speak English as a first language, you might find that increasing the speed to 1.25 may be better for you. Whatever works for you, I just wanted to make you aware of that small detail. And by design, I'm not focusing on every single topic that appears in the official study guide. I'm focusing on high probability exam topics, high difficulty concepts, frequent sources of questions from my exam candidates, and areas that require process memorization. At the end of the day, I want to direct your focus to the high probability, high difficulty areas, so you're optimizing your prep. You're making the best use of your exam study time. And this strategy has proven to work out well for exam candidates thus far, and in this update I'm simply turning the knobs a bit, tuning this strategy further to make it a little bit better still. But in terms of what we're covering in this video, we're going to talk about my recommended exam prep strategy, so the techniques that I suggest you use, that many candidates before you have used, that I myself have used to prepare for the CISSP exam more quickly and effectively. We'll touch on domains 1 through 8, so every domain of the exam. And I will also offer a few separate, shorter videos to drill down on what students report to be the most challenging areas, and I will call those out at the appropriate points in this video, anywhere I can. There's a table of contents in the video description, so at any point if you should want to skip ahead to a specific topic, a specific domain, feel free to do that. And as with all of my videos, you'll find a PDF copy of this presentation available in the video description. You can click and download, no sign-in required. And a link to additional resources, FAQs, exam updates, and errata, if there is any, will be in the description beneath the video. And you can't be the first to benefit from this material, but you may be the next. And I wanted to just share what a few other learners have said amongst the many testimonials we've seen throughout the last year. And while no course is perfect, I wanted to give you a comprehensive study resource and system without the hefty price tag. And if we look at the 8 domains of the exam between the 2018 and the 2021 releases, you'll see that the same 8 domains are present in 2021 as were there in 2018, and the weighting of these domains has changed very little, as you can see here. If I were to describe the updates in the 2021 release of the CISSP, I would say the updates are incremental. The new syllabus is not that much different from the earlier versions. You'll find there's no change in experience requirements or the number of domains. The content in subdomains, of course, has been expanded to keep up with the changing times. That's no surprise. There's almost no change in domain weights, as you saw. If you happen to live in a country where you don't get the new computer adaptive testing or CAT exam, you'll find that the linear exam, which is 250 questions and 6 hours long, has not changed. and there's no change in the CAT exam details, which I'll touch on in just a moment. And a few new topics have been introduced in some of the domains to keep up with the changing times. I will cover those topics in line as we cover domains 1 through 8 in this course. I want to fill you in on the details of the CAT exam format. CAT stands for Computerized Adaptive Testing, and as of right now, March 2022, the exam is 3 hours long with 100 to 150 questions. The number of questions depends on your performance. The exam adapts based on your answer, and it aims for a 50-50 probability that you will get the answer to the next question incorrect. So it's going to dial the difficulty up and down based on your performance, and the answers are final. There's no going back, which is why many, myself included, think this makes the CAT exam more difficult. You need a 70% to pass the exam. Some of the questions are not scored. They're pre-test, unscored questions used for research, for future exam changes. Nothing you can do about it. Don't worry about it. Only pass or fail are recorded. And if you fail even one domain, you fail the exam. So it pays to make sure that your knowledge is above the passing bar for every single domain in the CISSP body of knowledge as you prepare for the exam. I also wanted to tell you about a recently announced change to the CAT exam that's coming in June. So the current exam includes 25 pre-test, meaning unscored questions. 25 more items will be added to that pool, bringing the total to 50 pre-test items. So the exam will then be 4 hours and 125 to 175 questions, but no other changes to the syllabus or content, which means no real change in how you prepare for the exam as you are right now. And now I want to take you through my recommended strategy for preparing for the exam. If you've seen this before, feel free to go to the video description and fast forward to domain 1. But if not, we'll start with the materials. So I recommend the official exam study guide, the 9th edition, in its electronic form. You'll have access to 1,000 practice questions online, as well as a little over 1,000 flashcards now, and the electronic version is easily searchable. That's why I recommend you get the ebook. You can buy it at Amazon.com. It's a touch over $40 US at the current time, but do make sure you get the 9th edition, which is the update for the 2021 release of the CISSP exam. So let's start with the million-dollar question that we see frequently when we're preparing for the CISSP, and that is how to think like a manager. And I'm going to give you here the short version. Think like a manager in 5 minutes or less. So it starts with due diligence versus due care, and it's really about knowing our role. So due diligence is practicing the activities that maintain the due care effort. That's the book definition. Not very helpful, is it? Now, the due care definition is doing what a reasonable person would do in a given situation. It's sometimes called the prudent man rule. But what you see here right away is that these two concepts work together, that due diligence supports due care, and these together will reduce senior management's culpability, their liability when a loss occurs, both their liability for their own organization and those in either direction of their supply chain. I want to explain these two concepts to you a bit differently in a way I think will resonate with you. So due diligence and due care can really be looked at in the context of a decision. That line in the middle is our decision. So on the left, we have due diligence. This is the research, the planning, and the evaluation that frequently happens before the decision. Not always, but largely before the decision. And due care includes implementation of security controls, operation and upkeep of those controls, and reasonable measures to secure our organization and its resources. That's the doing after the decision. So due diligence increases understanding and reduces our risk in a given situation, and due care ensures that we take those reasonable measures as outlined in that prudent man rule. So I mentioned that due diligence happens largely, but not always, before due care. So that evaluation process is a recurring process. We need to make sure that our reasonable measures that we put in place continue to be effective over time. So we're going to come back and reevaluate on a recurring basis through internal and sometimes external audits. Another way to look at due diligence and due care that may help you remember these and keep them separate and clear in your mind for the exam is that due diligence is about thinking before you act, and due care tells us that actions speak louder than words. Another way we see this labeled is due diligence is due detect, the DD, and due care is due correct. So one of these is about the research and evaluation, and the other about taking appropriate action. So separating these into the before and after in your mind may be more helpful. So let's look at examples of due diligence. We have knowledge and research of laws and regulations, industry standards, and best practices. And on the due care side, we have delivery or execution, including reporting security incidents, security awareness training, and disabling access of users separating from the company in a timely way. And thinking like a manager is all about knowing your priorities. So if we look at our security planning horizons from operational to strategic, so operational being short-term and strategic being longer-term, as a Chief Information Security Officer, you really deal with risks that are escalated to the top, and you send down the objectives as you see them in terms of their importance. So your focus should really be right up here at the top of the pyramid, at the strategic level. You're thinking about human safety, business continuity, protecting profit, reducing liability and risk, and you are passing objectives down to the tactical and operational teams, which they will implement in the form of policy and planning, and then actually implementing those recommendations and operating the environment on a day-to-day basis. And one more perspective that may prove helpful is assume that you are in that organization to advise, not to touch. So during the exam, think of yourself as an outside security consultant advising an organization. You're there to advise on strategy, priorities, and safety. You're not doing. You're not laying hands on the keyboard. This may help bring focus to process, your role, to due diligence, and due care. Now, if you are interested in the long version of Thinking Like a Manager, check out my CISSP Mindset video. It's right at half an hour. It is the full story. It does also include me walking through a couple of practice questions to show you how you can use this logic to reason your way to the best answer on exam day. Now let's take a look at some of those learning techniques I promised at the beginning of this video. And the fact of the matter is, there is no award for longest study time. Whether you prepare for this exam in 2 weeks or 2 months or a year and a half, a pass is a pass. And so if we can prepare effectively, actually learning this content for the long term without spending a year and a half doing so, we should absolutely do that. And the number one reason that I am not a fan of those 5-day boot camps where you spend $2,000 or $3,000 and then go take your exam on day 6 is due to the length of time it takes to memorize anything, to truly learn anything. I can commit facts to short-term memory, quickly by repeating my learning, spacing my repetition out over a period of hours. In fact, with my 5th repetition only including a 48-hour gap, within a week I can commit facts to memory very quickly. Now, to commit something to memory for the long term, to really onboard that for the duration of your career, typically takes more time. And how much time it actually takes depends on your level of exposure and experience to these concepts. But you can see if you're starting from scratch, to truly memorize anything for a long time can take repetition over a period of days, weeks, and even months. And there's a lot of power in repetition, and I'll show you some techniques that we can use to repeat our learning in different forms, whether we're working on those short-term intervals or the long-term intervals. We call this spaced repetition, and the fact of the matter is, between your sessions, what you'll find from your first study session to your second to your third is that with each successive repetition, you are remembering for longer and you are forgetting less information. What you'll find is that your forgetting curve, we call it, becomes shallower with each repetition using this spaced repetition technique. And it's not purely about memorization. We do need to identify our weakest areas and focus our repetition on the topics where we need work. And we'll talk about how to do that in just a moment. But at the end of the day, our focus is to understand these concepts, not just memorize them. Studies have long shown that understanding a subject before you memorize greatly improves your retention because you're not just memorizing words. And the exam will assume that you understand when and where concepts fit. You need to be able to apply these concepts in the right scenarios. So one learning technique that makes memorization easier is what we call a mnemonic device or a memory device. And a common memory device is an acronym, and I'll show you an example in a moment. But our mnemonic devices are best when they are simple, they are relevant to the topic, and visual where we can make them visual. So let's look at a couple of examples here. So we'll start with a first letter mnemonic. And a good example of a first letter mnemonic is the OSI model. So back in the 90s, I remember memorizing the OSI model using a first letter mnemonic. Please do not throw sausage pizza away. That was layers 1 through 7. And then in the reverse, all people seem to need data processing. So one could argue that we could make this more relevant by changing the words in our mnemonic. Let's try, please do not toss security processes aside. Whatever works for you, but we could argue that's more relevant. Another mnemonic here comes with the incident management framework. So our acronym here is DRMRRRL. Drum roll, if we pronounce it. The letters don't spell it out quite right, but you see I can add a visual element here as well to make it easier still for me to remember that framework, that process. Another technique that's useful when we're dealing with large amounts of information is chunking. It's the process of breaking information into smaller pieces or chunks that make sense. So let's take cryptography as an example. We have asymmetric cryptography, we have symmetric cryptography, hashes, block ciphers. So we could break cryptography into these chunks, for example, and then I can break those categories into smaller chunks yet. Let's take hashes, for example. I'll break this into chunks based on a unique property I find within these. So let's take hash algorithms. I'll take the message digest family, and I see here that for MD 2, 4, and 5, they each have a hash value length of 128. I see that by and large, they're not still in use. With MD5, there are some exceptions to that. It's still used with file hashes, but in the cryptographic context, not so much. Let's take the SHA family. This is secure hash algorithm. What I notice here right away is that the hash value length matches the name. I can see here that most of these are still in use. Certainly all of the SHA-2 family is still in use, but SHA-1 is not. That's a chunk. I notice here that the hash value length matches the name of the algorithm. That's useful. And rounding out our exam prep strategy, I want to talk you through what I call the 80-20 strategy for identifying your 20% weakest areas so you can spend 80% of your time there. So it starts with the practice exams. Now, whether you get the practice exams from the official study guide or elsewhere doesn't matter so much. I'm going to show you how to use the exams in the official study guide to drill down to your weakest areas on a per domain basis. And that's really the important question here, is how can I best use these practice quizzes to assess my exam readiness? Because the fact of the matter is, if you get to exam day and you ask yourself, am I ready? If you don't know the answer to that question, then the answer is no. And the way I suggest you do this is by looking at how the book is organized per domain. So chapters 1 to 4 in the book, for example, map to domain 1, security and risk management. Chapter 5 maps to asset security. Chapters 13 and 14 map to domain 5, identity and access management. So if we use the quizzes at the end of these chapters, we can focus our learning to find our weak areas in that domain. And one of the more common questions I receive is, how do I get access to those online resources that are promised in the book. So if I just go to the electronic copy of the book, I'm going to search for test bank, one word, and that will bring me to the section here that describes the interactive online learning environment and test bank. And you're instructed to go register at wiley.com. You'll be prompted with a challenge you can only answer if you've purchased the latest copy of that book. And once you sign in to the website, you'll be presented with a page similar to this. I'll find the CISSP, I'll log in there, and ultimately I come to a page that looks just like this. It's efficientlearning.com, and when I log in here, I've gone through the process of registering. I'll see the products that are available to me, and I can go to the test bank. So what you need to know here is that with these 1,000 questions, they are divided into practice exams in the quiz builder, but we can customize entirely. So what I'll do is uncheck question topic. So I've unchecked all questions, and if I go into those chapters, I can select specific chapters to create a custom quiz. So for example, chapters 1 through 4 I mentioned were domain 1. I will select just those 4 chapters. I'll scroll to the bottom, and here I can tell the wizard the number of questions I'd like. So I want all 80 questions. And now I can take a quiz that is only focused on domain 1, which is covered in chapters 1 through 4. And on that same screen where I selected the test bank, the practice quizzes, you'll also see an option to select the flashcards. But I commonly find candidates get into the test bank here and they can't quite figure out, how do I take a quiz that shows me my weaknesses in a particular domain? Well, that's how you do it. You map the chapters out as you see here. And again, you can download this as a PDF, so you'll have this information at your fingertips. So moving through the 80-20 strategy, as we go through that spaced repetition, we have our practice exams that will help us understand our weak areas, which will spur some targeted reading. We'll go read a little more on those topics where we have weakness to better understand the material. We'll come back and review the PowerPoint in this video and some of the other targeted drill down videos I have. We'll look at live quiz or flashcards. So the flashcards are great if you don't have a partner to help quiz you. For example, my spouse, my wife, helped quiz me as I was preparing. But if you don't have a partner, then you can use those flashcards to quiz yourself on those topics. But at the end of the day, research has proven that we all function best when we learn using a variety of techniques. So variety is the spice of life, and it is very effective in learning subjects more quickly. And there you have it. That's my system, which means it's time for Domain 1, which is security and risk management. Now, a few key areas you'll be expected to know for Domain 1 include risk and risk analysis. You'll be expected to know the quantitative risk analysis formulas and how to apply them. Threat modeling concepts and processes and the frameworks that go with that. Compliance, legal, regulatory, and privacy. You'll be expected to have some summary knowledge of particular U.S. laws and, in the case of the EU, GDPR, a European law that applies to U.S. companies. Professional ethics. You'll need to know the ISC² Code of Ethics by heart. Security governance principles like ITIL. And finally, security policies, standards, procedures, and guidelines. You'll need to know the difference between these 4, including which are suggested and which are mandatory. In terms of what's new in Domain 1 in 2021, when we break down the exam syllabus, 1.1 is now understand, adhere to, and promote professional ethics. I would say, generally speaking, this is a non-event. There's fundamentally no change from 2018 in terms of what you'll be expected to know for Domain 1. So I mentioned you're going to need to know the CIA triad by heart. So CIA stands for confidentiality, integrity, and availability. You'll sometimes see this expressed visually in the form of a triangle, with confidentiality being the first, followed by integrity and availability. So confidentiality is about secrecy or privacy, and in the technology context, that means access controls that help ensure only authorized subjects, be those people or services, can access objects, whether that object is data or a system. So integrity, ensures that our data or system configurations are not modified without authorization. If a threat actor modifies data without authorization, we've now lost integrity. That data is now no longer true and reliable. And confidentiality and integrity don't matter if we don't have availability. So authorized requests for objects, those systems, that data must be granted to subjects within a reasonable amount of time. The CIA triad is covered in Chapter 1 of the official CISSP study guide. You'll want to know CIA very well for the exam. Definitely going to come up. I mentioned the CISSP Code of Ethics. I'm not going to read you the full code here, but at a high level, it covers protecting society, infrastructure, the Commonwealth, acting in a manner that is honest and responsible and legal, providing competent service to others, and to advance and protect the profession. The Code of Ethics itself is much longer than this. You want to give the whole thing a quick read, and personally I find most of what's in here is common sense, but you'll want to have some familiarity with the terminology they use in here in case it comes up on a question. So I want to shift gears and talk about security policy development. So at a top tier, security policy is your document that defines the scope of security that's needed by our organization, the assets that need to be protected, and to the extent we should go to protect them. But there are 4 levels of security policy development. So it starts with acceptable use policy, which is designed to assign roles within an organization and to tie responsibility to those roles. Then we have security baselines, which define a minimum level of security that every system in the organization needs to meet. Then we have security guidelines, which offer recommendations on how standards and baselines should be implemented. And these provide operational guidance for both our security professionals and our users. And then finally, we have procedures, which are those detailed step-by-step documents that describe the exact actions that are necessary to implement a specific security mechanism, a control, or a solution in protecting our data or infrastructure. So a tidbit for the exam. When you're developing new safeguards, you're establishing a new baseline, a new security baseline, which means that maintaining compliance with existing baselines is not a valid consideration point. Now let's move on to risk management and risk analysis. And I want to start with risk category. So a category is a group of potential causes of risk. So at a high level, you have damage, which results in physical loss of an asset or an inability to access that asset. And then when it comes to information, we have disclosure and disclosing critical information regardless of where or how it was disclosed. If this was a malicious act as a result of a threat actor or unintentional on the part of a well-meaning user. And we have losses. So losses might be permanent or temporary, which could include altered data or inaccessible data. So data altered without authorization affects integrity if we think about it from a CIA perspective. And then if you think of an attack like ransomware, for example, which renders data inaccessible and permanently inaccessible unless we can recover. And then we have risk factors. And risk factors are something that increase risk or susceptibility to loss. So in the realm of risk factors, we have physical damage, natural disasters, power loss, vandalism. We have malfunctions. So whether that's a failure of a system or a network or a peripheral or the HVAC system. We have attacks. Now, these are purposeful acts of a threat actor, whether that's from the inside or the outside, like unauthorized disclosure, for example. So continuing on risk factors, human errors. Now, these are usually considered accidental incidents where attacks are generally purposeful incidents. Then finally, we have application errors, which would be failures of the application, including potentially the operating system. Now, security planning may come up on the exam, and there are 3 types of plans you need to be familiar with. The first is the strategic plan. This is the long-term plan that's fairly stable. It should generally include a risk assessment, and the strategic plan typically has a 5-year horizon, and you'll update it annually. This helps to align the goals of the security function with the organization's missions and objectives. The next one is the tactical plan. This is a midterm plan. It's developed to provide a little more details on the goals of the strategic plan. This is typically going to have a horizon of about 1 year. The tactical plan gives us a little more flexibility. We can make some ad hoc adjustments here when circumstances dictate. And the final plan of the three is the operational plan. So this is a short-term, highly detailed plan that drills down on the strategic and the tactical plans. And by short-term, we're typically talking about monthly or quarterly. The operational plan will have budgetary figures, staffing assignments, scheduling, and typically step-by-step implementation procedures. So now let's talk about response to risk. So we have several ways we can respond to risk. The first is risk acceptance, and that means simply doing nothing. We simply accept the risk and the potential loss if the threat occurs. And if the safeguards or countermeasures outweigh the potential loss in terms of their cost, then just simply accepting a risk might make sense. The next option is risk mitigation, or sometimes you'll hear this called risk reduction. And when we mitigate risk, we implement a countermeasure and we accept the residual risk. That's the risk that's left over once our safeguards, our security controls are in place. Now, in risk assignment, this is also called risk transference. We're transferring or assigning that risk to a third party, like in purchasing insurance against damage. And outsourcing to companies with specific expertise is another way we commonly see risk assigned or transferred. So next is risk avoidance. So when the cost of mitigating or accepting a risk are higher than the benefits of the service itself, then avoidance is a good idea. So for example, I might decide to locate a business in Kansas instead of Florida to avoid hurricanes. If I decide that the cost of mitigating the risk of hurricane damage to my business is too great. So continuing down this road, risk deterrence is another potential response, and implementing deterrence to would-be violators of security and policy is a pretty common response in the real world. And deterrence would include things like implementing an audit policy to deter folks from malicious behavior, for example, in the IT department. Security cameras or security guards to deter unauthorized entry onto our premises. Or even something as simple as warning signage. And then finally, we have risk rejection. And I want to point out, this is generally considered an unacceptable response. It's a possibility, but it's not acceptable. This means to simply reject or ignore the risk, just treat it as though it doesn't exist. Obviously, never a good idea to just bury our head in the sand because problems don't just go away. But remember, handling risk is not a one-time process. This is an area you're going to have to revisit on a recurring basis and refresh your responses to risks and to determine if the nature of these risks has shifted in some way and require changes on your part. So let's talk about risk management frameworks. Now, the primary risk management framework referenced on the CISSP exam is the NIST 800-37 framework, and that's currently in revision 2. If you'd like to read it end to end, I'll have a link to 800-37 and its latest revision down in the description for this video. Now, you'll also hear some other risk management frameworks mentioned, but I want to point something out here. So from the CISSP study guide, it says, consider the following risk management frameworks for use in the real world. So the key there is for use in the real world. So they mention Octave and FAIR and TARA, and the fact that they say consider these for use in the real world while mentioning that NIST 800-37 is the primary framework, that tells me I'm not going to worry much about these. I'm going to focus on NIST 800-37. Now, this NIST framework establishes a process, steps, and with any process in CISSP, you need to make sure you know these steps in order. And really, it's depicted by some as a preparatory step followed by 6 main steps. I'm going to just give you the 7 steps. So when we talk about that preparatory step, preparing to execute the risk management framework is that preparatory step. So if you ever see NIST 837 presented as 6 steps, it's because they leave the prepare off. So second step is categorizing your information systems. And we're looking at the information processed, stored, and transmitted by the system based on analysis of the potential impact for loss. Next is selecting security controls. So we need an initial set of controls for the system and to tailor those controls to our reality to reduce risk to an acceptable level based on our risk assessment. Step 4, we implement security controls. And we describe or document how those controls are employed within our systems and our environment. And then we're going to assess those controls to determine if they're implemented correctly, if they're operating as we intended in our environment, and most importantly, are they producing the desired outcomes? Are they meeting our security and privacy requirements and expectations? So next, we authorize the system. And by that, I mean we authorize the system to operate in a normal environment, and at that point, the organization is accepting the risk formally for the system. And because this is not a one-time event, risk management is a process. Step 7 is monitoring our security controls, periodically assessing that our controls are effective, documenting any changes to the system, and conducting risk assessments periodically as necessary. And remember, I mentioned this is a process, right? For any process in CISSP, we need to know those steps. We want to know them in order. Some folks will use a mnemonic device, or a memory device it's called, using the first letters of these steps in the framework. So for example, for these letters, for PCSIAAM, I could use the mnemonic device, people can see I am always monitoring. So at test time, if I'm a little foggy on NIST 800-37, I can at least get the first letter of each of these 7 steps by remembering my mnemonic device. People can see I am always monitoring. That was something we did very commonly with the OSI model back in the day, and we'll talk about that in a later domain in this series. And a few other things for the exam. So do remember, when you're talking about risk management and risk analysis, not every risk can be mitigated. That's just a fact. And it's management's job to decide how that risk is handled. So when you hear me talk about thinking like a manager when you're taking the CISSP exam, remember it's the role of a security professional to be a risk advisor, to advise the decision maker who is the manager. And also, when multiple priorities are present, always remember human safety is the most important. I bring that up now. It may not even come up as a part of this domain, but it's an important point, so I wanted to just mention it early on here lest I forget. Remember to prioritize human safety when you're presented with many options. And remember, when legal issues are involved, calling an attorney is a valid choice. It might not seem like a valid choice because as technical folks, you may want to solve every problem, but when we put our manager hat on, calling an attorney is a great example of risk transference, right? Or assignment. We're outsourcing our problem to an expert. So let's talk for a moment about types of risk. So residual, inherent, and total are 3 types of risk. So we have residual risk, which is the risk that remains even when all our conceivable safeguards are in place. That's the risk we can't get rid of. And at that point, the risk management function has chosen to accept rather than to mitigate or transfer or assign that residual risk. Sometimes there's a bit of risk there we just can't shake. So we're accepting. Then there's inherent risk, newly identified risk not yet addressed with risk management strategies. So another way of saying that is it's inherent risk is risk that exists in the absence of controls. And this is one that you don't really see in every CISSP text. I bring it up because I've seen it a time or two, and it's worthy of mentioning. But total risk is the other that you want to be very familiar with, and that's the amount of risk an organization would face if no safeguards were implemented. So to say it another way, if we just look at those three types of risk, residual risk is after controls are implemented. That's the risk that remains. Inherent risk is risk that exists before we've implemented our safeguards, and then total risks would be the risk present without any safeguards. So for the exam, you really want to focus on residual risk and total risk. These are going to come up in a formula. And this is the first time I've mentioned formulas, but formulas are very much a thing when we talk about risk analysis and management on the CISSP exam. So a few tidbits for the exam. So be able to explain total risk, residual risk, and the controls gap, which is the amount of risk that's reduced by implementing safeguards. We'll see controls gap in a formula and talk about that a bit more a little later in this installment. So to calculate total risk, know this formula. Threats times vulnerabilities times asset value equals total risk. And we'll look at some of these formulas later in this installment because you will need to understand the several formulas as they relate to risk and how to use them to arrive at good decisions. So we can also express risk itself as a formula, and risk can be defined as threat times vulnerability. So yes, threat and vulnerability are expressed as numeric values, as probabilities. So stick with me to the end of the video. We'll see more formulas here, and we'll look at a couple of examples to help you get the ball rolling. And when we're done, if maybe you'd like to see a video dedicated to nothing but the formulas that are going to come up for you on the CISSP exam, just leave me a comment and I can make that happen. So I want to shift gears now from risk to risk analysis. So there are two ways at the highest level to evaluate risk to our assets. There's qualitative risk analysis and quantitative risk analysis. So quantitative assigns a dollar value to evaluate the effectiveness of our countermeasures. Quantitative risk analysis really is the more labor-intensive of the two methodologies. It employs typically a lot of data collection and analysis using cost-benefit analysis. It results in specific values. What we're doing is removing guesswork and opinions from the process. It's really, if I were to describe quantitative risk analysis in one word, it's objective. It requires a lot of information and effort typically, but at the end of the day, it's going to assign a tangible dollar value so we can evaluate the effectiveness of our response to risk. So let's look at the risk analysis steps involved in quantitative risk analysis. So this is specific to quantitative risk analysis. We're going to talk about qualitative in a moment. So step one is inventorying your assets and assigning a value. And you might be asking yourself, what's that text out there in red? I'm putting some terms and some acronyms out here because these are going to come up in formulas that we discuss later in this module. So these are going to be important. You'll wind up revisiting this slide to perhaps think again through these steps and what the outputs of the step are. So step two, we're identifying threats. We're going to research our assets. We're going to produce a list of all the possible threats to each asset. And here we're going to calculate EF, which is the exposure factor, and the SLE, which is the single loss expectancy. We're going to get to what these mean in just a moment. I just want to set the stage for you so you know what some of these outputs are, and this will all come together when we talk about the formulas. Step three, you'll perform a threat analysis to calculate the likelihood of each threat being realized within a single calendar year. You're calculating the annualized rate of occurrence. Again, that acronym, it's going to show up in a formula here momentarily. Step four, we're going to estimate the potential loss by calculating the annualized loss expectancy. And the fact that the word annual or the concept of yearly is coming up here should tell you that this process is an ongoing process, right? This is a recurring process we're going to revisit periodically within our organization. It's not a one-time exercise. Step 5, we're going to research countermeasures for each threat, and then we're going to calculate changes to the annualized rate of occurrence. So in other words, how often is this event going to occur? And what is our annualized loss expectancy based on the countermeasures that we've applied? So if we've done our job right, the annualized rate of occurrence and the annualized loss expectancy are going to be lower than when we started. In step 6, we're going to perform a cost-benefit analysis of each of our countermeasures for each threat, for each asset, to determine in a very dollars and cents fashion if we've made good decisions in our selection of countermeasures. So let's talk about qualitative risk analysis. So qualitative risk analysis uses a scoring system to rank threats and the effectiveness of our countermeasures relative to the system and the environment. It requires guesswork and estimation. It definitely uses opinions. However, it does provide meaningful results. If I could summarize qualitative risk analysis in one word, it would be subjective, because it involves opinions. And while it's going to tend to be less accurate, it is a quick way we can make some estimations that we can then use to guide our efforts in the deeper quantitative risk analysis. So a lot of times qualitative risk analysis can serve as that way we take a 5-minute rough cut at the problems we're dealing with. I can rank impacts as low, medium, high. I can throw out some percentages to just get to a point that I know what I'm dealing with in terms of the probability and impact of the threats we're working with, of the risk we're trying to deal with. You should be familiar with the Delphi technique for the exam as well. So in qualitative risk analysis, this is basically anonymous feedback and response used to arrive at a consensus. A couple of other considerations when it comes to risk analysis. There's loss potential. So what would be lost if the threat agent is successful in exploiting a vulnerability? And then delayed loss. And this is the amount of loss that can occur over time, because the reality is you don't lose everything all at once in certain situations. For example, if an exploit takes down your firewall in front of your web farm, and your web farm is unavailable, you lose money over time as customers can't reach your website. That's delayed loss. And I mentioned threat agents here. The threat agents are what cause the threats by exploiting vulnerabilities. The vulnerabilities are the weaknesses in your assets or in your safeguards, for that matter. So I promised you we would talk about those important formulas, and that time has come. So we're going to talk about the relevant terms and the formulas that we use to calculate their results. So we have exposure factor, single loss expectancy, annualized rate of occurrence, annualized loss expectancy, and safeguard evaluation. So these all factor into some key formulas that are definitely going to show up on the CISSP exam. So let's dig into these terms and the formulas that go along with them. So we'll start with exposure factor, EF. This is the percentage of loss that an organization would experience if a specific asset were violated by a realized risk. So this is a percentage of loss. So EF, or exposure factor, is expressed as a percentage. Single loss expectancy, or SLE. So this represents the cost associated with a single realized risk against a specific asset. So this gives us a one-time loss figure. So the formula for single loss expectancy is the asset value times the exposure factor. So the asset value is going to be a number, a dollar figure. The exposure factor will be a percentage, which is expressed as a decimal when we're doing the math. So let's look at a sample here. So if I have an asset value on the left here of $100,000 and a tornado is estimated to do 30% damage to my asset, so that's going to be 0.3. My exposure factor is 30%, and my single loss expectancy then would be $30,000, or the asset value times the exposure factor. Okay, this is just the tip of the iceberg, so let's keep going here. So annualized rate of occurrence, or ARO. So this is the expected frequency with which a specific threat or risk will occur within a single year. So the annual rate of occurrence is an important input for this next item, and that is annualized loss expectancy. So this is the possible yearly cost of all instances of a specific realized threat against a specific asset. So if we look at that in a formula, the annualized loss expectancy, the ALE, is the single loss expectancy times the annual rate of occurrence. So the SLE is the one-time loss, and then we take that times the annualized rate of occurrence. So if we have an SLE of $50,000 and we have an annualized rate of occurrence of, say, 0.5, because a particular threat only occurs once every 2 years, 50,000 times 0.5 is 25,000. So I've explained that simply there, but I started with an SLE we'd already calculated. Let me take you through an end-to-end example of annualized loss expectancy. So we have an office building that's worth $200,000, and we estimate that hurricane damage would be 50% of the value of this building, and hurricane probability is 1 every 10 years, so 10% or 0.1, okay? So we have to start by calculating the single loss expectancy, right? So the single loss expectancy is the $200,000 building times the damage estimate of 50% or 0.5. So our SLE is $100,000. Now we're going to take that SLE, and that factors into our ALE equation. So we'll carry that $100,000 into the next equation here, and that is the single loss expectancy of $100,000 times the annualized rate of occurrence, or ARO, and our hurricane probability is 1 every 10 years, so the annualized rate of occurrence is 0.1. So if a hurricane probability was 1 every single year, that would be 1 even, right? But 1 every 10 years means 0.1, so we take that 100,000 times 0.10, and our annualized loss expectancy is $10,000. So what this tells us is that the safeguards we put in place better not cost more than $10,000 a year, or we're spending more to protect this building than we're essentially going to save. So that gives us the value of the safeguard. So while we're on that subject, that gives you a dollars and cents answer, right? So while we're on that subject, let's talk about how the value of the safeguard is expressed then. So we call that safeguard evaluation. So good security controls will mitigate risk. They're transparent to users. They're difficult to bypass, but the last one here, they're also cost effective. So in our previous example, we saw that the safeguard shouldn't cost us more than $10,000 a year, or we were spending too much relative to the reduction in loss. So safeguard evaluation has a formula. So it's the annualized loss expectancy before the safeguard minus the annualized loss expectancy after the safeguard minus the annual cost of the safeguard. That gives us the value of the safeguard. So we're really trying to answer the question, is the safeguard cost effective? If we're spending more to protect an asset than we're saving in ALE, then we don't have a cost effective answer there. So there's your formula expressed a little more simply. So ALE before the safeguard minus ALE after the safeguard minus the annual cost of the safeguard. So again, I hope these examples have been helpful. If you need more help with formulas, if we need to do a video with just the formulas, go down to the comments, drop me a note, let me know. We can make it happen. So the amount of risk reduced by implementing safeguards is known as the controls gap. And to see controls gap in a formula, we can look at residual risk then. So residual risk is total risk. So the risk in absence of controls minus the controls gap gives us that remaining or residual risk. So if total risk is $100,000, the controls gap is $50,000. Our residual then is $50,000. And the expectation that you know all of these formulas and how to use them make quantitative risk analysis one of the most difficult topics on the CISSP exam. So one of the most important videos you can watch is my quantitative risk analysis, just the formulas video, where I walk you through a real-world example where we apply those formulas to a realistic use case. You'll find a link in the video description. So the CISSP exam will also test your knowledge of applying risk-based management concepts to the supply chain. So today, most services are delivered through a chain of multiple entities. That is to say, one product, like a car, for example, while it has a car company's label on it, likely includes components from multiple companies. And certainly it may be transported by multiple companies to the dealership. So a secure supply chain includes vendors who are secure, they're reliable, they're trustworthy, they're reputable, and you need to evaluate the vendors in your supply chain to ensure that's true. So when evaluating third parties in the chain, you want to consider methodologies like on-site assessment, visiting an organization, interviewing personnel, and observing their operating habits to ensure they are as safe as they claim to be. Document exchange and review. And this means to investigate the means by which this organization exchanges data sets and documentation, as well as the formal processes by which they perform assessments and reviews. There's process or policy review, so requesting copies of their security policies, their processes, or procedures. And you could finally opt for a third-party audit, so having an independent auditor provide an unbiased review of an entity's security infrastructure. Our next topic is one where I suspect you'll have some memorization ahead in order to be prepared for exam day, and that is threat modeling, which can be proactive or reactive, but the goals are to eliminate or at least reduce threats significantly. And your threat modeling approaches can take one of three common forms. They can focus on assets, where asset valuation is used to identify threats to valuable assets. We want to focus our spending on assets that have value to the business, right? Focusing on attackers is another common approach, where the process is focusing on the attacker's goals. And then finally, focused on software, where considerations center on potential threats against the software the organization develops or implements. So let's talk through a few of these models, remembering that they can focus on assets, attackers, or software. So one of the more common threat modeling frameworks, and it's mentioned in the CISSP, is STRIDE, which was actually developed by Microsoft. So remember that in case it gets called out as a detail in a question. So the STRIDE model focuses on the potential threats. So spoofing, tampering, repudiation, information disclosure, denial of service, and elevation of privilege. So because these were developed by Microsoft, we see this as a software focus, right? It's focused on potential threats to software. And I believe most of these are going to be pretty well known to you. Repudiation might be a term that you're not super familiar with, and that's the ability of a user or an attacker to deny having performed an action or an activity. And that often takes the form of the attacker staging the situation to blame someone else. And then there's spoofing that involves falsified identity, tampering, which is data manipulation, at rest or in transit. But remember, Stride is developed by Microsoft, and remember the terms there that map to the acronym, right? All right, so moving on in the threat modeling discussion, let's talk about PASTA, which focuses on developing countermeasures based on asset value. And there are 7 stages of PASTA, but the key here, it's a threat modeling approach that focuses on asset value, which really gets to the heart of the matter, right? Because when we're dealing with risk management, it really comes down to implementing cost-effective control. So when we're modeling threats, focusing on asset value is a great idea. Okay, moving on, there's the VAST threat modeling approach, which stands for Visual, Agile, Simple, Threat. So this is based on Agile project management principles. So the bottom line goal of VAST is to integrate threat management into an agile programming environment. So next up is the DREAD model, which is based on the answers to 5 questions. So damage potential. So how severe is the damage likely to be if the threat's realized? Reproducibility. So how complicated is it for attackers to actually reproduce, to implement the exploit? Exploitability. So how difficult is it to perform the attack? Affected users. This is really about headcount, right? How many users are likely to be affected by the attack as a percentage? And that could mean internal users, and that could mean pay the bills users, your customers. And then discoverability. So how difficult is it for an attacker to discover this weakness? Because a significant weakness 5 or 6 layers deep in our defense in depth may not be such a big problem for us. So certainly something we might want to address, but maybe we'll push it down the priority list. So rounding out our threat modeling discussion is the TRIKE model, which focuses on acceptable risk. It's an open source threat modeling process that implements a requirements model that essentially ensures the assigned level of risk for each asset is acceptable to stakeholders. So remembering that TRIKE is risk focused and it implements a requirements model should cover you if it comes up on the exam. And to round out domain 1, I want to talk to you about COBIT, which stands for Control Objectives for Information and Related Technology. It's not a great mapping to the COBIT acronym, frankly. And this is a security control framework, sometimes described as a framework for IT management and governance. It's based on 5 principles. So meeting stakeholder needs, covering the enterprise end-to-end, so treating our enterprise as the full scope of our focus, applying a single integrated framework, so continuity of a centralized, coordinated approach, enabling a holistic approach, and separating governance from management. So holistic approach and separating governance from management are key concepts there, I think, and we're expecting to see little or no coverage on the CISSP exam. In fact, the official study guide mentions it only briefly, and goes on to promise that there's going to be no real depth of coverage on the CISSP exam, so this should get you through with the basics around COBIT. An important aspect of threat modeling you may not be acquainted with yet is diagramming potential attacks. So determining potential attack concepts is achieved through visualizing your infrastructure and identifying threats, or identifying potential vulnerabilities that may be exploited. So let me just sketch out a simple example for you here. So let's diagram some potential attacks. So I have users that come through my perimeter, my user web server boundary, we'll call it. So they hit my web service here, and I have a database back here, a SQL server where we'll pull some data from a database. So my user starts by logging in to the web service. At some point, they may make a request that then causes that web service to go back and retrieve data from my SQL database. I'd imagine there's maybe even a different authentication process here from a service principal or an entity down to that database versus the user logging in manually here. And I can perceive different threats here because I'm visualizing. So just right off the cuff, I can imagine that on a login form, brute force password attacks, dictionary attacks might be common if attackers wanted to just guess at usernames and passwords. And if they were to register for our service, maybe they could get an idea of the username requirements and then just start, as I mentioned, a dictionary attack. Now, if I think about a web service talking to a database, the first thing that always comes to mind is SQL injection. So as an attacker, I could try to exploit maybe some poor value handling on a web form to perform a SQL injection attack. And I'm out of space here, and I could go quite a bit further, as you can see, but this gives you an idea of that diagramming process at a basic level. So let's talk about reduction analysis in threat modeling. So in reduction analysis, I'm going to break a system down into its parts, which makes it much easier to identify the essential components of each element and take notice of where we might have vulnerabilities and likely points of attack. So just to go through this, I could look at trust boundaries. So any location where the level of trust or security changes. So a trust boundary in your application from, say, an access control perspective would be where a specific role or privilege is required to access a resource or an operation. That would be a change in trust. Data flow path, so looking at the movement of data between locations and what exposures there are that might allow attackers opportunity to capture or breach that data. Input points, locations where external input is received. So in our diagramming example, a web form where we're logging in or a web form where we're submitting a request that calls back to SQL, that's going to be an area that would be most likely a possibility for attack, a likely target perhaps. Privileged operations, so any activity that requires greater privileges than that of a standard user account, that's going to be a red flag area, an area we'll want to give special attention. Then finally, details about security stance and approach. So essentially just our declaration of security policies, foundations, our assumptions in a given scenario for a service or infrastructure. So after we go through that deconstruction and documentation process, then we want to rank or rate the threats. We can use the DREAD methodology we just talked about, or a high, medium, low rating, for example. So I want to clarify a few things around security controls. So your security controls are the measures for countering or minimizing loss or unavailability of your assets, your services, your apps, etc. And you'll hear the term safeguards and countermeasures. We've used those quite a bit today, and they may seem to be used interchangeably. At the end of the day, the main difference between a safeguard and a countermeasure is safeguards tend to be proactive and countermeasures tend to be reactive. Let's talk about the categories of controls. There are 3 categories of security controls. They're technical, or logical are sometimes called, which involves the hardware or software mechanisms used to manage access. And then you have administrative controls, which are policies and procedures that are designed by the org security policy or other regulations and requirements. Administrative controls, for example, might include hiring practices, background checks, data classifications and labeling, security awareness and training methods. And then you have physical controls. So the physical category are items you can physically touch. So there we're talking about guards, fences, motion detectors, locked doors, sealed windows, lights, laptop locks, etc. So be familiar with these control categories and be able to name off a few in each category, as I just did for you now. So next, let's dig into security control types. So you have deterrent controls. So these are deployed to discourage violation of security policies. Deterrent controls could include audit policies, security awareness training, locks, fences, security badges. They're designed to discourage violation. And then we have preventative controls. These could be technical controls like firewalls or intrusion detection systems. Or it could be a physical control like a fence or a gate or a man trap. And technically there could be some overlap between deterrent controls and preventative controls. The main difference here is deterrent controls really rely on somebody making a decision to not do something, where preventative controls are really designed to actively stop the unwanted behavior. And we have detective controls, which are deployed to discover or detect unwanted activity. So a defining characteristic of detective controls is they really detect the activity after the fact, right? They detect something in progress. Motion detectors, CCTV cameras, audit trails, honeypots. And you'll find some surprising elements listed as detective controls, like mandatory vacations, for example, job rotation. Because if you're rotating people across jobs or in and out on vacations, you're going to be able to establish some patterns there that will allow you to detect behavior based on the presence or absence of certain individuals or circumstances. Then we have compensating controls. Compensating controls provide options to other existing controls to aid in enforcement of the goal. So for example, let's say your organization requires that personally identifiable information is encrypted in the database. And in fact, it is encrypted in the database. But someone discovers then that the PII data is being transferred across the network in clear text. So a compensating control would be, for example, an additional control to encrypt that data in transit to support the requirement. And you want to make sure on the exam that you understand the key element that defines that control type, and you know a few examples off the top of your head so you can pick those out should you see them in a question. So we're actually not done with control types. Let's keep going here. So we have corrective controls. Corrective controls can range from antivirus that removes malicious files to backup software that automatically restores missing files, to policy-based configuration management that returns a system to its desired configuration after a breach. Next up, we have recovery controls, which are much like corrective controls, but they tend to have more advanced capabilities. Good examples here would include server clustering, VM shadowing, hot sites, warm sites, alternate processing facilities. And finally, we have a directive control, which is intended to confine or control the actions of the subject to force or encourage compliance with security policies. Good examples of a directive control would be security policy requirement, posted notifications, escape route exit signs, just to name a few. So again, make sure you understand the defining characteristic and you can rattle off a few examples before you walk into the exam. Now we're going to talk legal and regulatory, which is an area of the CISSP exam that requires a lot of memorization. I'm going to try to help you focus that in. So at a high level, the topics here include cyber crimes and data breaches, trans-border data flow, licensing and intellectual property requirements, things like trademarks, patents. We'll talk about that in just a moment. Privacy is very important, quite a few laws related to privacy, and then import-export controls, which we'll cover also. So let's start by talking about types of law. So you have three types. You have criminal law, which is just what you think it is. It covers areas like assault, robbery, arson, murder. You have civil law, which covers more business disputes, contract disputes, real estate transactions, employment, estate, the high dollar lawsuit type of law. Then you have administrative law, which relates to government agencies. They have some leeway to enact administrative law that can cover important topics or areas as mundane as requirements when procuring a phone for an office desk. The CISSP exam focuses on security-related generalities. You're not going to get into the nitty-gritty details of the law, but when a question comes up around healthcare-related information, customer healthcare information, you'd need to know that high-tech and HIPAA are laws related to that topic, for example. So let's talk about some of the laws that are likely to come up on the exam. So the Computer Fraud and Abuse Act, I think the most significant thing about CFAA was it was the first piece of U.S. cybercrime-specific legislation. You have federal sentencing guidelines, which were laid out to provide punishment guidelines to help federal judges interpret computer crime laws. The Federal Information Security Management Act, better known as FISMA, had some requirements around formal information security operations for federal government. The Copyright and Digital Millennium Copyright Act, say that 3 times fast, covers literary, musical, and dramatic work, so that's really helpful for artists. Let's talk intellectual property and licensing. So you have trademarks, which cover words, slogans, logos used to identify a company and its products or services. You want to protect your company name, you apply for a trademark. Patents protect the intellectual property rights of inventors, and trade secrets cover intellectual property that is absolutely critical to a business and must not be disclosed for the health of that business. And then there are 4 types of licensing you should be familiar with, and that's contractual, shrink wrap, click-through, and cloud services. There are some regulations around encryption and privacy that you'll want to be familiar with. So U.S. companies cannot export computer technology to certain countries, and those include Cuba, Iran, North Korea, Sudan, and Syria. There are also restrictions laid out by the Department of Commerce that detail limitations on the export of encryption products outside the U.S. The basis for privacy rights in the U.S. is the 4th Amendment to the U.S. Constitution. And GDPR is a law you want to be familiar with. It is not a U.S. law. It comes from the European Union, but it is very likely to be mentioned for one very good reason, and that is because it applies to any company with customers in the EU, the U.S. included. You're going to hear me mention this a couple of times. That's because I do expect it will be on the exam. Now, let's talk about other U.S. privacy laws. So when it comes to healthcare, you have Healthcare Insurance Portability and Accountability Act, better known as HIPAA. You have the Health Info Technology for Economic and Critical Health, better known as HITECH. We have Graham-Leach-Bliley, which applies to financial institutions. If you see a question on the exam related to law and financial institutions, I'd bet it's going to be Graham-Leach-Bliley. The Children Online Privacy Protection App, better known as COPA, and the Electronic Communications Privacy Act, or ECPA. And that's one of 2 laws related to electronic communications that I might expect you'd see on the CISSP exam. The other being the Communications Assistant for Law Enforcement Act. I think I'd be familiar with both of those as well. Now notice that I've put the acronyms here. I find memorizing these acronyms makes everything easier because memorizing all those words is a lot of work. But if I memorize HIPAA, when I see Health Insurance Portability and Accountability Act, I can pick out the HIPAA, right? So memorizing those acronyms is going to make this a lot easier for you. And you notice how I talked about just the very basic focus of these laws. You're really going to be dealing with generalities, as I mentioned, and that's straight from the official CISSP exam prep guide and matches lines right up with my experience in taking this exam. So you're going to be expected to be familiar with the business continuity planning process and issues that pertain to information security in BCP around things like strategy development, processes, plan approval, plan implementation, training and education, So important you understand the steps of the process, but know that BCP topics are going to cover information security related angles. You're not expected to be a certified business continuity planner here by any means. I give you that same warning I give you for any process. When you're looking at a process, make sure you know the steps in order. Personally, I don't think you're going to see a lot about BCP on the exam. It'll be limited. So I want to talk through a couple of business continuity planning related definitions worth knowing just to increase your comprehension of this topic as we prepare for the exam. So the business continuity plan is the overall organizational plan for how to continue business. The disaster recovery plan is the plan for recovering from a disaster impacting IT and returning the IT infrastructure to operation, which of course supports the business. Then there's a continuity of operations plan. This is the plan for continuing to do business until the IT infrastructure can be restored. I'm not expecting you'll hear about continuity of operations plan on the exam, but it is a thing, so I wanted to mention it. But let's talk about the difference between business continuity planning and disaster recovery planning. So what exactly is the difference here? Well, business continuity planning focuses on the whole business. It focuses on getting back to doing business, where disaster recovery focuses more on the technical aspects of recovery. So BCP will cover communications and process more broadly. Another way to think of it is business continuity planning as an umbrella policy, and disaster recovery planning falls under that umbrella as part of the broader plan. You want to be familiar with education, so security awareness education and training. So the methods and the techniques for different audiences. Periodic content reviews, evaluating your program effectiveness, and you can see a variety of questions here that talk about everything from simple user security awareness training to what's the deepest form of training. So covering things like classroom training all the way to degree programs. But security awareness training is that topic that is ubiquitous when it comes to information security. So let's start with the consequences of privacy and data breaches. The first being reputational damage. When we have a security breach, it can certainly result in a loss of customer trust and ultimately a loss of revenue. And the effects may last for years if the situation is not handled correctly. Identity theft, which involves someone using a person's private information to impersonate that individual, usually for financial gain. And if that breach results in data exfiltration, we're potentially exposing many people to identity theft if we're losing customer data. And if a business experiences intellectual property theft as a consequence of a data breach, they can lose customers, credit ratings, brand reputation, and they can even forfeit first-to-market advantage, loss of profitability, and they might even lose an entire line of business to competitors or counterfeiters. Fines. So failing to report a breach can result in fines that can reach into the millions of dollars. In fact, GDPR outlines fines of up to 4% of a company's annual global revenues, or 20 million euros for failing to report a breach. And it may lead to lawsuits. But remember, any company with a customer in the EU is subject to GDPR. And let's talk notifications of breaches. So if a data breach occurs, failing to report that breach, as I just mentioned, can result in fines into the millions of dollars. The EU sets their standard in GDPR, and notification of data breaches must be reported within 72 hours. Now, escalations to external sources like law enforcement or outside experts to stop or investigate a breach may well be necessary. Other countries have their own reporting timescale, and delays may sometimes be allowed for criminal investigation. But we're talking about laws, so when in doubt, we get the legal department involved. And that brings us to the end of Domain 1. Up next is Domain 2, Asset Security. I want to touch briefly on what's new in Domain 2 because we can expect those new topics Those new areas of focus in 2021 are more likely to come up on the exam. We do find certification exams tend to focus a bit more on what's shiny and new and relevant. And here we see 2.3 provision resources securely, 2.4 managing the data lifecycle, and 2.6 determining data security controls and compliant requirements. DRM, CASB, and DLP, those were covered in the 2018 material. Clearly, they've been elevated to some degree here. And in a world of identity-focused security and zero trust, it's not surprising, right? Our network perimeter doesn't exist as it used to. And you're going to hear provisioning resources securely in various capacities through the 8 domains. Managing the data lifecycle is the item I want to call attention to in domain 2. So it was mentioned in a phrase in 2018. It's clearly going to get a little more attention. So here is the data lifecycle, and you see it begins with creation, then store, use, share, archive, and destroy. Now I want to call your attention to a similar lifecycle that existed in 2018, and it exists in the 2021 version of the course. In Domain 7, in Security Operations, we have the information lifecycle, and what you're going to see here are some commonalities. So you'll notice creation, you'll notice archival and destruction, usage, and storage. What's different here is you notice classification. So the information lifecycle, it focuses a bit more on information protection, because you don't see classification called out explicitly in the data lifecycle, right? So another item called out in Domain 7 around the information lifecycle that's important for you to remember is there isn't a consistent standard used to identify each stage or phase of a data lifecycle. So conceptually speaking, what I would suggest you know for the exam is that immediately after creation, it's very important that we classify data, because classification tells us the requirements for protection. And the other key elements that I want you to notice here is that each of these cycles includes archival and destruction, right? So archival is important because certain regulatory requirements will demand that we have data that we keep around for a period of time in a retrievable state. It could be a year, it could be 7 years. And data destruction is important because data that remains around longer than is necessary creates risk and it creates liability. It can be stolen, it can be called as evidence, it can be discovered as evidence for legal actions. So more than remembering the steps here, I want you to remember those key elements of the data lifecycle or the information lifecycle. The information lifecycle is covered both in Domain 7 and it's also covered in the Processes and Frameworks video in depth, but knowing these will serve you well. But you want to know those, you want to be familiar with those practical elements of the data lifecycle. And later here in Domain 2, we'll talk about data classification. You'll see this chart, so you want to pay attention because data classification is going to have relevance in multiple domains in the CISSP. So let's start with data security controls. So marking, labeling, handling, and classification may well come up on the exam, classification being the most important of these. And we'll talk about data classifications in just a moment. Data handling, shipping, chain of custody, remembering, don't open boxes. And with data retention comes data destruction. We'll talk through some data destruction methods like erasing, clearing, overwriting. More on that in a moment. And with record retention, we always need to remember that data destruction. If the retention policy is 1 year, that data should be destroyed when it ages out. So when it ages beyond 1 year. You may even see something related to tape backup. This feels like a legacy concept, but it may come up because it exists in the real world. And tape backup security, having a secure facility, tapes labeled, will ensure that everybody understands the classification of the data, which really kind of comes back to that first concept of marking, labeling, and handling. So let's talk about data destruction methods. And you'll definitely want to understand the difference between these. So at a basic level, erasing data, which is just performing a delete operation. So with erasing, you'll want to remember that data is typically recoverable using traditional data recovery tools. Now clearing or overwriting prepares media for reuse and ensures that data cannot be recovered using traditional recovery tools. So purging is a more intense form of clearing, and it's used in less secure environments. So why do I highlight less secure environments? That's because, for example, the U.S. government doesn't consider any form of purging as an acceptable data destruction method for top secret data. Degaussing is a process that uses a device called a degausser to create a strong magnetic field that erases data on some media, so physical media, obviously. And then destruction is the final stage in the life cycle of media, and it's the most secure method of sanitizing data. Methods of data destruction include operations like incineration, crushing, shredding, dissolving using a caustic or acidic compound. And before we step away from data security controls, I want to mention one other concept, which is a security control baseline, which provides, according to the CISSP exam guide, a listing of controls that an organization can apply as a baseline. So listing of controls and a baseline, that feels a little repetitive. Another way I might say this is a baseline is a group of controls that can be applied as a base standard or a starting point that we work from. Not unlike a configuration baseline that you'd work with as a starting point for securing your endpoints, for example. So for the exam, do be familiar with record retention and data destruction. I mentioned that keeping data around for longer than necessary can be a problem. What it can do is present unnecessary legal issues. And in fact, if memory serves, the CISSP Exam Prep Guide outlines a story with a big aeronautical company that had a big lawsuit that they settled for a lot more money than necessary because they kept data around for longer than necessary. So when it comes to data protection, confidentiality is often protected through encryption. This is mentioned only briefly in Domain 2. This is really more a topic for Domain 3, so we'll cover encryption in Lesson 3. So let's move on to defining sensitive data through data classification. So we're going to look at the 4 levels of data classification for government or non-government, or sometimes called public data. So we have class 0, which in government terms would be unclassified or public data. So no damage occurs if this sort of data is revealed outside the organization. Class 1 is data that would be confidential or in the non-government space sensitive. So this is data that could cause damage to the organization if unintentionally disclosed, or intentionally disclosed for that matter, but disclosed without authorization. So at class 2, we have secret data and private data, data that can cause serious damage to the organization if disclosed. And then at the highest level in class 3, we have top secret data or confidential or proprietary data in the public space, which is data that can cause exceptionally grave damage if revealed. So you'll notice some commonalities here, the word serious and then exceptionally grave. So you have these juxtaposed standards for government and non-government. I would be familiar with both of these. Briefly in Domain 3, we'll actually talk about sensitive but unclassified data when we're talking cryptography. But generally speaking, I think much less likely to come up on the exam itself. So when it comes to asset classification should typically match data classifications. And when it comes to sensitive data, there are 2 types of data you want to be very familiar with. And this is sensitive data that isn't public or unclassified. There's personally identifiable information, or PII data. PII data refers to any information that can identify an individual. So these would be data elements like their name, social security number, birthplace or birth date, biometric records, thumbprints, retina scans. And you'll also want to be familiar with protected health information, or PHI, which is health-related information that can be related to a specific person. This is covered by HIPAA, which we talked about in Domain 1. So Let's talk about data ownership for a moment. So know these two roles. I think if we think about what are the roles most likely to come up on the exam, data owner, which is someone who can delegate some day-to-day responsibility for data handling and security. And then there's the data custodian. So this is someone who doesn't decide what controls are needed, but they do implement those controls on behalf of the data owner. So just a quick tip, if the question mentions day-to-day, they're typically talking about the duties of the custodian. And another sort of delineating factor here, the data owner is usually a member of senior management. The data custodian is typically going to be somebody in the IT department. So that's another way you can potentially pick out which would be the most appropriate answer. So I want to talk to you about some other roles, and then GDPR in particular, which is relatively new in the world of regulatory standards, but I think more and more important all the time because it does apply to a lot of U.S. companies. So let's talk about some of the other roles. So do be prepared to answer questions on some of these other roles. So data administrators, responsible for granting appropriate access to personnel, often via role-based access control. A user refers to any person who accesses data via a computing system to accomplish their work tasks. Then we have business or mission owners, and this role can actually overlap responsibilities with the system owner, or sometimes even be the same role. And then finally, asset owners. This is the person who owns the asset or the system that processes sensitive data and the associated security plans. I think the key there is associated security plans. So let's talk about GDPR, because GDPR calls out some specific terminology relative to GDPR, and they treat one or two terms a little bit differently than you'll see elsewhere. So definitely know your GDPR terminology and requirements. I think this is quite likely to come up on the exam. So GDPR defines a data processor, which is the entity that processes data on behalf of a data controller. That data processor can be a person, an authority, an agency, or another body. But it's the person, it's the entity processing the data on behalf of the data controller, who is that person or entity that controls processing of the data. And then data transfer. Know that GDPR restricts data transfer to countries outside the EU. Okay, continuing down this road. So there is some discussion in Domain 2 around reducing your GDPR requirements or exposure. So there are a couple of ways you can approach this. The first is anonymization, which is the process of removing all relevant data. So it's impossible to identify the original subject or person. So if done effectively, GDPR is no longer relevant for the anonymized data. Now, it's important to note here the words removing and impossible, because this is only going to be good if you don't need the data, because it will be impossible to identify the original subject or person. So I think that's one of the keys if this method comes up on the exam. So if you need the data, there is another way to handle this, and that's through pseudonymization. That's a big one, so I'll say it one more time. Pseudonymization, which is the process of using pseudonyms or aliases to represent other data. So you use this in scenarios where you need that information, but you want to mask the identity of the user or subject to which the data belongs. But you definitely need the data. So an example of this would be creating a patient number to tie back to the data, which then masks the name of the patient at that point. But bearing in mind that this will potentially reduce your exposure. It will result in less stringent requirements than otherwise would apply under GDPR, but bearing in mind that if that pseudonym is ever revealed, if that patient number is ever tied back and revealed to the patient name, then the pseudonym is no longer effective. The alias doesn't work anymore. So it's a great concept, but execution matters, is my point. So if you need the data and you want to reduce exposure, pseudonymization is going to be the method you'll use versus anonymization. And for the exam, I would make sure I'm familiar with the GDPR terminology, the data roles, and the security controls. And don't worry, I'll mention these in more than one spot in this course, so you'll definitely hear this again. And you want to be aware that the notification of data breach timeline in GDPR is 72 hours. And we'll see this again, but just remember GDPR applies to any company with customers in the EU. And that's a wrap for Domain 2. Moving on to Domain 3, Security Architecture and Engineering. So let's take a look at the official exam outline, and then we'll talk about what's actually new in Domain 3 in the 2021 release of the exam. 3.1 is Research, Implement, and Manage Engineering Processes using Secure Design Principles. 3.2, Understand the fundamental concepts of security models. So we'll touch on models like BIBA, the STAR model, Bell-LaPadula. This is a big area of memorization. This is a common area of confusion, and I have a full 2022 update I've recorded for you here to address the many questions I've received about security models over the last year. 3.3, select controls based on system security requirements, so matching controls to requirements. Understand security capabilities of information systems. We'll touch on a number of concepts here, including items like TPM and encryption and decryption. 3.5, assess and mitigate the vulnerabilities of security architectures, designs, and solution elements. 3.6, select and determine cryptographic solutions. And then 3.7, understand methods of cryptanalytic attack. So this tells us that cryptography is really front and center in Domain 3, just based on what we see in 3.6 and 7. 3.8, apply security principles to site and facility design, an area very few folks have much experience, so an area you'll want to put some focus on for the exam. And finally, design site and facility security controls. So what's actually new in the 2021 release? Well, Domain 3 is a big domain, and there are several changes here. So under item 3.1, which is research, implement, and manage engineering processes using secure design principles, we see several concepts here called out that were present in the 2018 exam. Threat modeling, least privilege, defense in depth, secure defaults, fail securely, separation of duties. However, we see several net new concepts here as well. Keep it simple, zero trust, privacy by design, trust but verify, and shared responsibility. I'm going to cover these for you now. Okay, I'm going to cover these for you in a minute, because first I want to point out the other syllabus line item in Domain 3 that is new, and that is 3.7, understand methods of cryptanalytic attacks. And again, quite a large number of attacks mentioned. Most of these existed in the 2018 version of the exam. It's clearly a topic that's getting more attention. These attacks are covered in the Attacks and Countermeasures supplemental lesson. They are also covered in line in their specific domains where they were applicable. And what do I mean by in the domains where applicable? Well, for example, Domain 5 is Identity and Access Management. We'll talk about access control attacks in Domain 5. But if you'd like to go through attacks and countermeasures all in one setting, go check out that supplemental lesson, and that will serve you well. In fact, there's the thumbnail you want to look for on that supplemental video in the playlist. So let's get into some of those new concepts that I mentioned are present in Domain 3. We'll start with Zero Trust Security, which is a strategy, an approach that addresses the limitations of the legacy network perimeter-based security model, where the firewall was the perimeter, right? So with work from home and mobile devices, our users are everywhere, right? So really, Zero Trust Security typically treats the user identity as the control plane. So you'll hear it in marketing documents. They'll say the identity is the new perimeter. Zero Trust assumes compromise or breach in verifying every request. So basically, no entity is trusted by default. We're verifying identity, managing devices, managing apps, and protecting data in all phases of operation. So in that category of secure design principles, secure default is called out in 2021. So this simply means default configuration represents a restrictive and secure configuration. And this should apply not only in your own configurations within your organization, but you should expect the same of your hardware, software, and service vendors, that their service, their device, their software is secure by default. It's a reasonable expectation in 2021. Fail securely, which simply means that when a component fails, it should fail in a state that denies access rather than granting access. These two concepts are actually taken from NIST SP 800-160. Trust but verify is a principle that depends on an initial authentication process to gain access to the internal secured environment, and then relies on generic access control methods. So due to changes in the threat landscape today, this is no longer considered sufficient and has largely given way to zero trust security. So privacy by design comes up. So making privacy an integral part of every system, your policies, your design process. The best guidance I can give you here comes from the International Association of Privacy Professionals, who have published 7 principles of privacy. So privacy as a proactive approach, something we consider from the moment we are envisioning a new service or product. Privacy as the default setting, right? It's not something that has to be opted in. It's something you would want to have folks opt out of. So privacy is the default. Privacy should be embedded in the design, not bolted on later. So it should be considered from the design phase. Principle number 4 is that privacy should be a positive sum approach, not a zero sum approach. And you might be asking, well, what in the heck is a positive sum approach? A positive sum occurs when an approach is formulated where the needs of everybody involved are met. So when we implement privacy in our design, we as an organization create a more effective, more secure service, and our customers benefit because we have considered their privacy from the beginning. So another way of saying positive sum, I would say, is you're creating a win-win scenario. End-to-end full life cycle data protection, right? We talked about data life cycle, so protecting our sensitive data, making sure that after data is created, it's classified and protected, super important. Visibility and transparency. There are many ways to facilitate visibility and transparency. For example, if I'm a software company, I have a privacy policy that explains to a user what data I am collecting from that user and what I am doing with that data. So transparency can be communicated through policy and implemented in features of a service or software or what have you. And keeping privacy user-centric. When I think about user-centric privacy, I think about GDPR. So GDPR is the General Data Protection Regulation. It's the EU's data protection law. And in GDPR, the user has the right to instruct me as a company to forget them. So in GDPR regulations, I do have to be transparent in my privacy policies. The user has the right to request all data that I have collected about them, and they have the right to tell me as an organization to forget them, to basically lose their information, lose my number. And again, I think from a cybersecurity perspective, these are just sensible principles anyway. So applying these principles and implementing a layered defense in depth, we'd call it, as part of a zero trust strategy, just ensures privacy end to end. So I think these are good principles that help you onboard the concept of privacy by design. Keep it simple is not a new concept. This is a concept that's been around for a very long time, and it applies to much more than just cybersecurity. So Bruce Schneier mentioned once upon a time that complexity is the worst enemy of security. Complexity is the worst enemy of many things, and a simple design is the best design. We justify the addition of complexity. So in the world of cloud and hybrid security services that leverage, AI in the cloud, machine learning, a best-in-suite over best-in-breed approach is generally considered the best way to simplify defense in depth, because the security suites from the various cloud-focused security vendors will incorporate layers of intelligence that together are better in securing your environment. And this simplicity also helps to avoid configuration mistakes. It means that your layers are going to be integrated better. It means that your overall solution is, generally speaking, going to be smarter. It does not mean that you're going to have only one security vendor. It means that you will likely have fewer security vendors, but you will have some sort of suite that will serve as the foundation for your organization. And whether your foundation is based on Microsoft or Google or Cisco or Amazon, that's not so important as the concept in this case. But this enables organizations to move forward incrementally rather than demanding perfection. It's really a fresh application of the classic keep it simple, silly principle. That's the KISS principle that they taught us when we were kids. Honestly, when I was a kid, it was keep it simple, stupid. But we're more polite now, and so we don't say stupid. But when I think about maintaining simplicity in designing a cybersecurity strategy, these are some tips that I think you'll find helpful. But really, never underestimate the value of incremental improvement rather than demanding perfection out of the box, because when we choose a best-in-breed strategy and we try to go find the best vendor at every layer, we spend a lot of time shopping. We spend a lot of time trying to determine how well those solutions integrate with one another. It becomes a lot of work, a lot of expense, and a lot of complexity. So security as a service, this is a cloud provider concept where the security is provided to an organization through or by an online entity. This definition would be applicable to all of those providers that I mentioned just a moment ago. Internet of Things. So these are a class of devices connected to the internet to provide automation, remote control, AI processing in a home or a business setting. We all have IoT devices, plugs, thermostats, assistants, speakers, you name it. So more scenarios involving IoT devices are likely to appear on the 2021 exam. Smart devices, mobile devices that offer customization, typically through installing apps and might use on device or in the cloud AI processing. There are all sorts of devices that can be considered smart devices, from smartphones to smart thermostats to doorbells, to sensors used in manufacturing scenarios to predict device failure before a device fails. And one would think, generally speaking, on the CISSP exam, the context, the examples around smart devices and IoT will be more business focused than they would be focused on home scenarios. So next we're going to talk about SIEM and SOAR. So SIEM is Security Information Event Management. So think of a SIEM solution as a system that's going to collect data from many sources within your network. It's going to take sign-in logs for identity and access management. It's going to take syslog and common event format data from your network devices. It's going to take event logs from your endpoint. It's going to take various bits of telemetry from security solutions within your environment, and it's going to provide real-time monitoring and analysis, typically using AI and machine learning and UBA, user entity behavioral and analytics, and to give you notification of potential attacks. So SOAR, Security Orchestration, Automation, and Response, is centralized alert and response automation, generally with threat-specific playbooks. And what I mean by threat-specific playbooks is the form of automation may be very different from different vendors, but the automation will be threat specific, generally speaking, because specific threats require specific responses, whether that's a particular type of script or automation tool. And the response might be fully automated, or sometimes you'll see these solutions come semi-automated out of the box, where essentially the potential attack is identified, and then the SOAR solution gives you the click here to remediate sort of response. And SOAR is actually mentioned in Domain 8. So why am I talking about it here? Well, I'm talking about it here because SEM and SOAR nowadays are very commonly delivered together as components in a single solution. So I wanted to talk about them in context, because the SEM part of the equation is going to be doing the monitoring, the analysis, and the notification. The SOAR is the response automation, whether automated or fully automated or partially automated. But I wanted to bring this up earlier in the discussion because in terms of context, it fits here better than in Domain 8, in my opinion. So and on the exam, you're not taking the questions aren't coming to you domain at a time. So functionally speaking, I just wanted to get this out in the open here now. But these solutions today are often going to use AI and ML and threat intelligence to come to their conclusions, to aid in their analysis. We'll talk about threat intelligence in just a moment. So microservices and service-oriented architecture, SOA, may come up on the exam in 2021. So SOA is the creation of discrete services that can be accessed by users in a black box fashion. So basically, we don't know what's going on under the hood. SOA is a concept that's a few years old. You don't hear near as much about it anymore. It's really been superseded by microservices, which are fine-grained services with a discrete function. I think of microservices as a more modern adaptation of SOA that's better oriented to cloud computing. Many times you'll find microservices are built in a fashion that they are containerized, so they can run on a container platform like Docker or in Kubernetes. And it's important that we identify code level vulnerabilities early in the development lifecycle, so before software is released. You can do this with a combination of static code analysis and dynamic testing, basically early in your integration and delivery process, so we can identify deficiencies before the release. So another way to say static code analysis is static application security testing. We're going to talk about that in the changes that come in Domain 8, and dynamic testing also, dynamic application security testing. So we'll touch on those two in Domain 8 in greater depth. So containerization may come up on the exam, and this is really talking about technologies like Docker and Kubernetes. Kubernetes really being the de facto industry standard now when it comes to containerization. So this is a lightweight, granular, and portable way to package applications for multiple platforms. And it's going to reduce the overhead of server virtualization by allowing a containerized app to run on a shared OS kernel. So we can have multiple applications that are containerized running on the same virtual machines. Containers don't have their own operating system. They are sharing the operating system of the container host on which they run, which is going to be a Linux server typically, or sometimes occasionally a Windows server, Linux being the more common container host. Now, when we get into that more granular level of sharing an operating system, we still have many of the same concerns we have around server virtualization, in that we need isolation for our applications, at a host level, at a process level, at a network level, at a storage level. And you can imagine in shared environments, we might not be comfortable running containerized applications in the same clusters. And so you'll hear discussions around not just logical separation, but physical isolation as well. And really, DevOps security is really going to focus on the container level. We think about application level security, so authentication and authorization. We'll talk more about these as we move along here. So application programming interfaces, or APIs, may come up on the exam, with REST being the modern standard for API development. SOAP was the standard in years past. But an API is a set of exposed interfaces that allows for programmatic interaction between services. Back in the early days of Amazon, Jeff Bezos laid down a standard for his technology groups that when they built a service, they had to package that service and make it available for other teams, other products, business units, etc., for their consumption as well. So REST, the modern standard I mentioned, uses the HTTPS protocol for web communications to offer those API endpoints. All your communication between client and server should be encrypted, and your access should be limited with API keys, which means you also need to ensure that storage, distribution, and transmission of those access keys is done in a secure fashion, because that's effectively a secret. If you've never played around with an API, you could go sign up for a developer account on Twitter, for example, or Facebook, and get into an example of working with an API. Embedded systems, another potential exam topic coming about through the rise of the Internet of Things. So an embedded system is a technology component of an IoT device. Think of it as a full computer system embedded inside another larger system. Good examples of this, printers typically have embedded systems. GPS, drones, semi-autonomous vehicles, they have a full computer system that's embedded inside that larger system. And with embedded devices, you'll need to consider authentication practices to ensure they meet with security best practices. You want to avoid implied trust. So high performance computing, another potential exam topic. So this is an alternative to client server computing for compute intensive operations with large data sets that typically require large-scale parallel processing. The SETI project, the Search for Extraterrestrial Intelligence, is a good example of high-performance computing, where individuals can volunteer their compute time to help process data. So grid computing, which is high-performance computing we often see in a business setting, employs a centralized controller that makes computing assignments to grid members. And in a grid computing example, we have some security concerns, particularly around that grid controller, making sure that that grid controller is safe from bad actors, or that the grid can't be used for illicit activities, which means there needs to be some governance built in as to how assignments are made and what compute tasks can be assigned. So edge computing may come up, and edge computing really speaks to operations that require processing activities to occur locally, far from the cloud. So this is really common in IoT scenarios, the agricultural space, science and space, military. I even see it in retail scenarios. Fog computing places a gateway device in the field to collect and correlate data centrally at the edge. So fog computing is kind of a nuanced version of edge computing. I can think of an edge computing scenario like in watering plants in a field. I have sensors, IoT sensors that will, sense the moisture level and automate watering. So for those types of operations to happen in a timely way, I might need that to happen at the edge. I can think of retail scenarios where you go visit a kiosk in a drugstore, for example, to order, specially, crafted cards or photos right there at a kiosk. Edge processing could be very important in a good user experience. So with large, network device counts in varied locations, you want to think about data encryption, spoofing protection, and authentication to avoid bigger security problems. Because a large number of unsecured IoT devices can become somebody's bot army for distributed denial of service attacks. Right, now we're going to shift gears and we're going to talk about cloud computing, which will definitely receive more attention on the 2021 version of the exam. So we'll talk about infrastructure as a service, platform as a service, software as a service, so IaaS, PaaS, and SaaS, and we'll talk about private, hybrid, and public cloud. And we will talk about the shared responsibility model. This is going to be key for the exam. So let's talk about shared responsibility. So when we are on-prem, responsibility for security is 100% ours, right? All the way down to the wire. In our data center, we are responsible. Now, when we begin to consume services in a public cloud scenario, who's responsible for which components shifts, and some of our responsibility for security is shifted to the CSP, the cloud service provider. So in an IaaS scenario, infrastructure as a service, think server virtualization, running virtual machines. The CSP is responsible from the wire up to that virtualization host. We are really deploying virtual machines and configuring and consuming at that level. We will have some responsibility for specific types of configurations to ensure availability, to ensure SLAs kick in, but you see there some responsibility has shifted. When we look at platform as a service, we see that we're giving up more responsibilities to the CSP here as well. Think of cloud database models. If I'm hosting a database in the cloud where I'm not responsible for the service that runs it, beyond some simple configuration of my database, if I'm thinking about web applications or functions that are hosted in a service, you'll notice here all the way up to the runtime belongs to the cloud service provider. In a database scenario, I'm responsible for my data and the applications that are talking to my data. If we think about software as a service, we're giving away more responsibility yet. We're really just responsible for using and consuming the service. Office 365 is a great example of this. ServiceNow, the ITSM platform, great responsibility. So you notice as we move into the cloud, we're handing over some of that responsibility for security and management to the CSP, which is a good thing for us. So just some examples here and some details to help you cement the shared responsibility model. So in the IaaS scenario, the CSP, the cloud service provider, is providing the building blocks like the networking, the storage, the compute. They manage the staff and the hardware and the data center for us, right? So good examples of this: Azure Virtual Machines, Amazon EC2, Google Cloud Platform Compute Engine. PaaS, Platform as a Service. The customer is responsible for deployment and management of the app. So that's we are the customer in that scenario. The CSP manages the provisioning, the configuration, the hardware, the operating system, even more underlying details. Good examples here: Azure SQL databases, Azure API management, Azure App Service, which is running web apps, again in a fashion where we're not worried about servers. So before we move on to software as a service, I want to touch for a moment on the difference in responsibility and functionality between serverless and platform as a service. So serverless may also be called function as a service. So let's take a web application. When I deploy a web application, let's say I'm a restaurant and I have a web application that has a menu function and an ordering function, for example. In a PaaS scenario, I'm going to deploy that application into the service. I'm typically going to have to pick a service tier. Now in its PaaS, it's platform as a service, so I'm not worried about servers or any of that, but I'll have to decide if I want dedicated environment. I'll have to pick some service tier that gives me an idea of scale. Now, function as a service allows us to break this down one level even more granular, I'd say. So let's say if I want to move my restaurant application into function as a service, I might break that menu out as one function, and then I break the ordering function out separately, and I send that code to my function as a service provider. They handle the provisioning and they handle the scale. So what it would do is allow the individual components of my application in that scenario to scale independently, but in a function as a service scenario, I'm not worried at all about the scale. The platform is handling that behind the scenes for me. So function as a service allows me to make even fewer decisions around service tier and scale and so forth. It's giving me a more granular way to break that up versus platform as a service, which is a level more granular than and less responsibility than infrastructure as a service, where we were handling virtual machines. So different platforms have different names for it. So Microsoft, for example, in Azure, they call it it's Azure Functions. In AWS, on the Amazon platform, it's AWS Lambda, I believe. But what they are both is event-driven serverless computing platforms. All right, so let's talk about software as a service. So in the software as a service scenario, we're handing even more responsibility over to the CSP. So in this case, we as the customer just configure features, right? The CSP is responsible for management, operation, and availability of the service. So good examples of software as a service that you'd be familiar with would include Office 365, ServiceNow, and Salesforce. All right, now I want to shift gears and talk about cloud models for a moment. And I just want to acquaint you with the differences between public, private, and hybrid cloud models. So we'll start with public cloud. So this is where everything runs on the cloud provider's hardware. So the advantages here would include scalability. We can scale infinitely in the cloud, at least in theory, right? Greater agility, because we don't have to make capital purchases in order to deploy new infrastructure. We can push a few buttons and deploy new infrastructure in the cloud. And what you're doing in a public cloud scenario is trading some capital expense, which would be investment in your data center, for what we'd call operational expense. So just paying as we go for services in the cloud, for infrastructure in the cloud. So that pay for what you consume model. And it allows us to scale more easily, more quickly, less maintenance, and it lowers the skills bar because we don't have to have maybe quite the same server expertise and network expertise in our organization. So this is a great equalizer for smaller organizations. Private cloud. So this is a cloud environment in your own data center. So server clusters, virtualization clusters, maybe running VMware or Hyper-V, for example. The advantages here include that we have legacy support, we have control over that environment, we can establish the conditions for regulatory compliance. So really in private cloud, if I had to put it in a word, it's really control there, because when we're working in a public cloud model, typically you're working on the latest version of a service. In a private cloud scenario, we can control the pace of versioning. We can control configurations to establish compliance for specific scenarios. So when legacy comes up, private cloud is a good answer. So hybrid cloud combines these two. So it allows us to have the best of both worlds. So we can run our applications in the right location. If we need to support legacy for a time, we can have a private cloud where we run those applications. If we have modern apps that we've containerized or that can run in a PaaS or a serverless environment, we can run those in the public cloud. And quite often you will find that the private cloud in the data center is connected to the public cloud in some respects, perhaps with some sort of VPN or private network connectivity that connects the two entities, so you can have communication between them. For example, if you have applications in the public cloud that need to talk to services in your private cloud. So the hybrid cloud allows you to move into cloud computing, into public cloud at your own pace. So there I'm really speaking to the advantages. The main advantage is flexibility in running our legacy scenarios and dealing with specific compliance and scalability scenarios. We can move at our own pace, which allows us to take on that additional work. Whether that work is migrating an app or recoding an app, we can take on that additional work at our convenience. So a cloud access security broker, or CISSP for short, may come up on the exam. This was a topic in the 2018 study materials. I expect it gets more attention in 2021 due to the rise of cloud computing. So a CISSP is a security policy enforcement solution. So we can enforce policies like ensuring that users only use the approved applications we have in place. We can prevent sensitive information from being shared externally, from being stored in cloud storage repositories that we don't approve. CISSPs vary widely in their functionality. The CISSP industry came about to solve one problem, and that is the problem of shadow IT. The scenario where organizations, business units within organizations would go out and they would work around the IT department to find applications or services to help them get their job done, and they would purchase those on their corporate cards, for example, and have a whole new way of doing things in some cases that the IT department didn't have any control over, any governance over, or knowledge of. But when you're thinking about CASB, think security policy enforcement and think shadow IT prevention. So word has it, the 2021 version of the CISSP exam may bring questions about post-quantum cryptography and quantum-resistant algorithms. So what is post-quantum cryptography exactly? Well, it's the development of new kinds of cryptographic approaches that can be implemented using today's conventional computers, but that will be resistant to attacks from tomorrow's quantum computers. So first two questions that come to mind are which algorithms are susceptible and which algorithms are resistant. Well, let's start by looking at the two classes, but first let me give you a quick disclaimer here. So number one, I am not a professional cryptographer, nor am I a professional cryptologist. However, I'm providing you information from solid authoritative sources, including the likes of Bruce Schneier, who you may know as a well-known public cybersecurity figure. He also happens to be the creator of the Blowfish and Twofish cryptographic algorithms, and Joel Alwyn, who's a pretty widely published cryptographer who puts some focus in the area of quantum. And I'll have links to both of their articles in the video description if you're interested in reading further. But moving forward, how well do current encryption algorithms hold up to the power of quantum computing? So let's take our two major types here: symmetric, which is shared key cryptography, and then asymmetric or public key. So symmetric, the shared key, is what we use for bulk encryption of data. And asymmetric has uses like key exchange and digital signatures. So symmetric holds up fairly well to quantum computing, and we'll explore that more in just a moment. Where quantum poses more immediate threats to asymmetric. So let's unpack symmetric first. So Grover's algorithm shows that a quantum computer speeds up attacks to effectively halve the key length. Grover's algorithm is a quantum algorithm for unstructured search that basically, with a very high probability, can identify the unique input for a given output. And basically that would mean that a 256-bit key is as strong against a quantum computer as a 128-bit key is against a conventional computer. And so you may ask yourself, well, wait a minute, a quantum computer is only twice as powerful as a conventional? No, a 256-bit key is not twice as strong as a 128-bit. The 256-bit key is 2 to the 128th times as strong, because doubling your length increases the possible combinations exponentially. So let's talk about asymmetric, so public key cryptography. So on this side, we have Shor's algorithm, which is a quantum algorithm for integer factorization, can easily break all of the commonly used public key algorithms based on both factoring, which means RSA is vulnerable because that RSA depends on factoring of large primes, and the discrete logarithm problem, which means that elliptic curve is vulnerable because that's the problem it's based on. So Schneier points out that doubling the key length in the asymmetric scenario increases the difficulty to break by a factor of 8, which is not a sustainable advantage. So the good news for the future here is that lattice offers some resistance and some real promise for quantum resistant algorithms. So it's based on different types of problems, the shortest vector problem and the closest vector problem. And according to Alwyn, it potentially enables us to replace essentially all of our currently endangered cryptographic schemes. And lattice-based cryptographic schemes make up the lion's share of scientific publications on post-quantum cryptography. And this bit of information comes from NIST's post-quantum cryptography competition, which they announced in 2016. And in July of 2020, so last year, NIST announced round 3 finalists, and the bulk of the finalists are of the lattice type, and that is to say, research, selection, and standards development is ongoing. And you might ask yourself, what exactly is a lattice? Well, a lattice is a three-dimensional array of regularly spaced points. An example of a lattice is the image you see right there. So for the exam, if you see a question asking for which types of public key algorithms are quantum resistant, the answer is lattice. So that's it for Domain 3. Quite a lot of potential uplift there in prepping for the 2021 version of the CISSP. So now we'll get into the rest of Domain 3. So let's talk cryptography. So codes versus ciphers. So code are systems of symbols that sometimes imply secret, but don't always have to be secret. Don't always provide confidentiality. Ciphers, on the other hand, are meant to hide the true meaning of a message. So codes are sometimes secret, but don't always provide confidentiality. Ciphers are always secret. Confidentiality is always going to be implied there. So you do need to know the types of ciphers that are out there. So stream cipher, number one, a symmetric key cipher. In a stream cipher, your plain text digit is encrypted one at a time. It's a stream, so to speak, because it's not a block of data. So where a stream cipher goes one character at a time, a block cipher will apply the key and algorithm to a block of data, like 64 contiguous bits, for example. So basically as a group rather than one bit at a time. So that's the fundamental difference between a stream cipher and a block cipher. A substitution cipher uses the algorithm to replace each character or bit of the plaintext message with a different character. This might be as simple as just shifting the letters of the alphabet so one letter represents another letter. I could shift characters 3 to one direction, so the letter D represents the letter A, for example. Julius Caesar actually developed one of the earliest ciphers of this type that's now known as the Caesar cipher. Transposition uses an encryption algorithm to rearrange the letters of a plaintext message, forming the ciphertext message. And the initialization vector, or IV, is a random bit string that's XORed with the message, reducing predictability and repeatability. Now, the size of this initialization vector varies by algorithm, but it's normally the same length as the block size of the cipher, or as large as the encryption key. Really what this is the cryptographic version of a random number that's injected into the process prior to the XOR. So Caesar, Vigenère, and one-time pad are three very similar stream ciphers, and the main difference between these ciphers is key length. So Caesar, shift cipher, uses a key length of 1. Vigenère uses a longer key, usually a word or a sentence. And the key length in a one-time pad is the same length as the message itself. Now we need to talk a bit more about one-time pad. I do expect you're going to see at least a question on this on the exam. So for a one-time pad to be successful, the key must be generated randomly without any known pattern. And it has to be at least as long as the message to be encrypted, because remember that's what differentiates one-time pad from Vigenère and Caesar. So the key is the same size as the message itself, and the pads must be protected against physical disclosure. You can't give away the secret, right? And each pad must be used only one time and then discarded, because repetition could reveal the answer, right? So basically all of these must be true for a one-time pad to be successful. So a concept here, zero knowledge proof. So this is a communication concept, and basically zero knowledge proof is a specific type of information that's exchanged, but no data is actually transferred. This is true with digital signatures and digital certificates. So what the heck does that mean? Let me give it to you in plain English. To just put it simply, zero knowledge proof enables one to prove knowledge of a fact without revealing the fact itself. So that's, in effect, what digital signatures and certificates allow us to do. Split knowledge. So split knowledge means that the information of the privilege required to perform an operation is divided amongst multiple users. That makes sense, right? Splitting the knowledge amongst multiple people. So this ensures that no single person has sufficient privileges to compromise the security of the environment. It's separation of the knowledge, of the privilege. I kind of think of split knowledge as role separation of a fashion, really. We talk about role separation in the workplace, so one person doesn't have too much privilege that they can carry out some sort of internal threat all on their own. Another concept, work function, sometimes called work factor. So this is a way to measure the strength of a cryptography system by measuring the effort in terms of cost and or time to decrypt the message. So that the cost or time to decrypt the message speaks to the value of the function. So usually the time and effort required to perform a complete brute force attack against an encryption system is what a work function rating represents. So the security and protection offered by the system is directly proportional to the value of the work function or factor. Would you like that in plain English? I hear you. It's the time and effort required to break a protective measure. That's the work factor. So when you hear work function or work factor, think time and effort required to break a protective measure. So the importance of key security. So cryptographic keys provide a necessary element of secrecy, and modern systems utilize keys that are at least 128 bits long to provide adequate security. And that number is going to increase over time. In fact, when we see the rise of quantum computing as a mainstream capability, that's going to change everything about cryptography. We're going to see a massive shift in this space. But know that 128 bits is our low watermark, so to speak, when it comes to key length in modern cryptography. So symmetric versus asymmetric cryptography. So symmetric relies on the use of a shared key. So a shared key versus asymmetric, where we have public-private key pairs for communication between parties. So the difference between the two, number one, symmetric key lacks support for scalability. It's not easy to distribute the key because we only have one key. How do you transmit that key secretly, confidentially between two people? And we don't have a way to implement non-repudiation there, so we can't guarantee the source of the message. Now, asymmetric, on the other hand, basically gives us that capability to implement a solution that guarantees we know who that message came from, but it also makes it easy to distribute that key amongst many parties because we have private and public key pairs to work with. Stick with me, and here in about 5 minutes we'll actually walk through an asymmetric example so you can see how the public-private key pairs are used in a scenario to implement non-repudiation, but also to transmit data confidentially. But symmetric cryptography is going to be faster since we have that shared key. Asymmetric is going to be stronger and more scalable, generally speaking. So when you think symmetric, that's single shared key and it's faster, and asymmetric is a private public key pair that's going to be stronger than asymmetric, so to speak. So confidentiality, integrity, and non-repudiation are three concepts you'll definitely need to know for the exam. So confidentiality is really focused on the secrecy of data, both while it's in rest or while it's in transit. Integrity basically provides the recipient with an assurance that the data wasn't altered, that the integrity of the data remains, that the data we received is the data that was sent, in other words. And non-repudiation gives us undeniable proof that the sender of a message is the one who actually authored it. It basically prevents the sender from subsequently denying that they sent the original message, which is fantastic in certain circumstances. So you need to be able to explain the 5 basic operational modes of data encryption standard, DES and triple DES. So I'm going to cover these for you in a way that I hope is easier for you to remember, because just looking at them on the surface, they're not Just super easy to remember. They don't stand out. So the first is electronic codebook mode. So this is the least secure of the lot. And with codebook mode, it processes a 64-bit block. The problem is, if it encounters the same block multiple times, it produces the same encrypted block, which makes it easy to break. So I like to say this codebook is pretty easy reading. Cipher block chaining. In cipher block chaining, each block of encrypted text is XORed with the block of cipher text immediately preceding, so the previous link in the chain, so to speak. Cipher feedback is basically cipher block chaining in a streaming version. It's going to work on the data in real time in memory, but do remember when chaining is involved, errors will propagate. That's a key factor to associate with cipher block chaining and cipher feedback, is when they use chaining, errors propagate. But cipher feedback is basically cipher block chaining in a streaming version working in memory buffers. Now the next one, output feedback, works a lot like cipher feedback, but it XORs the plain text with a seed value, which means we're not using chaining anymore. It's using a seed value instead of that immediately preceding cipher text. So no chaining means errors don't propagate in this case. And then another variation of that is counter, which uses an incrementing counter instead of a seed. And again, using that incrementing counter is pretty easy to tie to that fifth mode. And then how is triple DES different? Well, triple DES runs DES 3 times with 2 or 3 keys, different keys, to increase the effective key size to 112 or 168 bits, respectively. So let's talk about exclusive OR, XOR. I said we'd get to this. Here we are. So this is a concept that's used pretty heavily in cryptology. It's a lot more complicated than it sounds. It's actually just a flipping of bits in a pretty simple systematic fashion. So you're looking at my table here. You have the original value, the key value, and the cipher value. What you're looking at here is when the binary values match. So when the original and the key value match, you get a 0. When they don't match, original and key value don't match, we get a 1. Simple as that. So that's XOR, exclusive OR. So key clustering is a weakness in cryptography where a plain text message generates identical ciphertext messages using the same algorithm, but using different keys. I'll tell you how I remember this one. I think of key cluster as being similar to collisions in hashing. So hashes have a collision when 2 different strings produce the same hash. Collisions are exactly why MD5 isn't used as a hashing algorithm anymore. So with key clustering, basically it's when 2 different keys using the same algorithm produce the same ciphertext. So it's similar to collision in that respect. So now we're going to talk asymmetric cryptography, or public key cryptography. So on the asymmetric side of cryptography, you have public keys that are going to be shared amongst communicating parties. So if you and I are going to communicate and share secrets, you can see you have access to my public key and I have access to yours. My private key is secret. Only I know my private key, and in your case, only you know yours. And in terms of data, to encrypt a message, each can use the recipient's public key. So I can use your public key to encrypt a message, and then you can decrypt it using your own private key. And with a digital signature to sign a message, you're going to use your own private key, which gives us non-repudiation. It ensures that if I digitally sign a message with my private key, it ensures that it was sent by me. And to validate a signature, you'll use my public key. So asymmetric and symmetric can work together in the sense that, remember, symmetric cryptography is fast, right? So we can use asymmetric cryptography to securely transmit the shared key we're going to use in symmetric cryptography. So essentially, asymmetric solves 3 problems, one of which is distribution of a secret. And with symmetric, that's a problem, right? Sharing that key amongst many parties on the symmetric side would be really difficult, so that's where asymmetric can help out. So just remember, each party has both a private and public key. So let's look at a simple example. We have Franco and Maria. So Franco sends a request to Maria requesting her public key. Maria sends her public key back to Franco. Remember, your public key is shared with all, and Franco is going to encrypt his message using Maria's public key, and she's going to decrypt the message using her private key. As simple as that. And the contents of that message could be anything, including but not limited to a shared key to be used in a symmetric crypto function. So hash function. So a good hash function has 5 requirements. It has to allow input of any length, and it has to provide fixed length output. That is to say, no matter how long the input, the output must always be the same length. The hash must always be the same length. It has to make it relatively easy to compute the hash function for any input, so it needs to be relatively fast in that respect. It has to provide one-way functionality. In other words, it can't be reversed. A hash function that's easily reversed, a two-way functionality, would not be so simple. And it has to be collision-free. Collisions are exactly why the MD5 protocol is not, why MD5 is no longer used as a hashing algorithm. So a collision in hashing means that we could put 2 different inputs through a hash function and it would generate the same output, meaning we can't then determine reliably what the original value was. That's exactly why MD5 is not used anymore. Let's talk about cryptographic salts. So attackers may use something called a rainbow table. It's a table of pre-computed values to try to identify commonly used passwords. And a salt is random data that's used as an additional input to a one-way function that hashes data, password, passphrase, whatever. And because we're injecting random data, adding salts to passwords before hashing them reduces the effectiveness of the rainbow table attacks, because the attacker doesn't know what additional random data has been injected before the hash. So digital signature standard. So DSS uses SHA-1, SHA-2, SHA-3 message digest functions. It used to use SHA-1. Generally speaking, SHA-2 is going to be more common now. The SHA-2 is approved with DSS. And it works in conjunction with one of 3 encryption algorithms. So it would work with digital signature algorithm, or DSA, an RSA algorithm, or elliptic curve DSA. So public key infrastructure. So this is the certificate server that you'd see commonly in an enterprise environment. So certificate authorities, are sometimes called certification authorities, generate digital certificates that contain public keys of system users. Every certificate has a public key and a private key, to be clear. And the users can distribute the certificates to people with whom they want to communicate. And the recipients verify a certificate using the CA's public key. So that's how one can establish a chain of trust back to the issuing certificate authority. So it goes all the way back to the root certification authority. So in PKI, you'll sometimes have tiers of servers, and you'll have an issuing authority, but you'll have a root authority at the base of the infrastructure. Oftentimes that root authority is maintained offline, but it's using asymmetric in that case. Certs are used for web, network, and email security pretty commonly. So in fact, let's talk about web, network, and email security. So on email, pretty common standards for encrypted messages include SMIME and pretty good privacy. On the website of the house, the de facto standard is HTTP over TLS, Transport Layer Security, which has largely replaced the older SSL standard that was in use for a lot of years. Then on the network side, the IPsec protocol is a pretty standard framework used for encrypting network traffic. You may actually see a bit additional in terms of questions on IPsec. So let's talk about IPsec at some greater depth here. So IPsec is a security architecture that supports secure communications over IP. And it establishes a channel in one of 2 modes, transport mode or tunnel mode. And it can be used to establish direct communication with computers over a VPN. So I've seen IPsec used between computers without a VPN. VPN is a very common use of IPsec, though. The Windows operating system has capability to do IPsec between computers without a VPN, but you can also establish a VPN. And it uses one of two protocols: authentication header and encapsulating security payload. All right, common cryptographic attacks. Just a couple here you should be familiar with for sure from Domain 3. Brute force attacks, which are attempts to randomly find the correct cryptographic key. So it's just using brute force of computing power with known plain text and chosen ciphertext. But it requires the attacker to have some extra information. There's a meet-in-the-middle attack, which exploits protocols that use 2 rounds of encryption. So it's going to exploit some weaker protocols, and it requires the attacker to know something, somewhere around at least 8 bytes of a message. So if an attacker knew the parties involved and weaker protocols were in play here, a meet-in-the-middle attack might be possible. But it uses, looking for those 2 rounds of encryption would be the key I'd remember for the exam in case this comes up. Man-in-the-middle attack, you'll hear a lot more about. This fools both parties into communicating with the attacker in the middle instead of directly with one another. So each side actually thinks they're communicating with one another, but instead they're communicating with the man in the middle. And a birthday attack is an attempt to find collisions in hash functions. And remember, a collision in a hash function is when a hash function can receive 2 different values but generates the same output. That's a collision. Then a replay attack is an attempt to reuse authentication requests. So basically, to get the hashed output of the authentication request and to present that. So that's actually pretty common. So digital rights management, you hear this a lot in the entertainment world. So it allows content owners to enforce restrictions on the use of their content by others. So this used to be a big deal in the entertainment world with music back in the day. It's occasionally found in the enterprise protecting sensitive information stored in documents. But the entertainment content is where DRM was always a big discussion, and nobody was ever very happy about it. So let's talk about symmetric algorithms. If you haven't watched my video on memorization techniques for CISSP, you'll get a taste of them here. So I like to break my cryptography down in a process called chunking. So I start by breaking it down to the types of algorithms I need to remember, because this is the most technical topic on the CISSP exam, and it's a big topic. So let's look at symmetric algorithms here. So you need to remember these. You need to know the block size. I try to remember the key size as well, and remember, symmetric from asymmetric. So looking at this table, I see I have a big chunk of algorithms here that have a 64-bit block size, including Blowfish, the DES family, the RC2 through 5. So one of the tricks I use here, so I tie Blowfish and Skipjack together. I remember that they're both 64-bit because Blowfish and Skipjack are both fish. Okay, you're asking what the heck is a skipjack? This is a skipjack. It's a tuna. I've lived near the coast many times, so I happen to know that. And because I know Blowfish and Skipjack are both 64-bit block size, remembering 2 fish is easy for me because 1 fish times 2 is 2 fish, right? So that's 128. So 2 fish is going to be a little more advanced in that respect. And I know that AES is used commonly in the enterprise, so that's advanced as well. So I just kind of tie those together, that the advanced family has a 128-bit block size. And RC5 has 3 different options there, but I remember that the greatest is the 128. So then you just half that and then half again to get your 3 RC5 algorithms. And then streaming, doesn't have the block size, right? It's doing it piece at a time as it streams. Okay, hash algorithms. We've talked about these a lot today, right? So these are easy to break down. So I break the MD5 family down. So that's message digest, MD2, 4, and 5. All have a hash value of 128. Also notice that none of those are still in use. Remember I mentioned MD5, which is the newest of the 3 you see there. None of those are still in use. They were replaced by multiple other functions. And then you have the Shaw family, and the Shaw family is easy to remember here because this is secure hash algorithm. So you'll notice that with the Shaw family, that the name maps to the hash value length. So all of those Shaw 224 through 512, these are Shaw 2 variants, and essentially the hash value shows up in the name, and Shaw 1's not really in use anymore. But the Shaw 2 family are still actively used. So make sure you're going to break out the MD family and the Shaw families and remember those. The three major public key cryptosystems. So you have RSA, which is probably the most famous. It was developed by three folks back in the 1970s. You have El-Gamal, which is actually an extension of Diffie-Hellman key exchange, and it depends on modular arithmetic. So with RSA, I tie RSA back to to prime numbers. So RSA involves the difficulty of factoring the product of prime numbers. Diffie-Hellman relies on modular arithmetic. It's less common than RSA in the last few years, but El-Gamal is based on Diffie-Hellman. And then elliptic curve depends on the elliptic curve discrete logarithm problem, and it's going to provide more security than other algorithms when both keys are of the same length. But RSA, I think, is the most famous of these and the most likely to come up on the exam. But try to kind of tie some of these key facts about these three into your head so you can pick the right one out should a question come up. So digital signatures. So digital signatures rely on public key cryptography and hashing functions. So digital signatures have to use SHA-2 nowadays. And there are three currently approved encryption algorithms for digital signatures. You've got DSA, you've got RSA, and you've got elliptic curve DSA. And here's the table of asymmetric algorithms we just covered. I don't have any memory devices for you here because this is a fairly short table. So you have RSA, Diffie-Hellman, El-Gamal, and elliptic curve, remembering that El-Gamal is based on Diffie-Hellman key exchange. So as you're preparing for the exam, I'd suggest you just chunk these out and focus on asymmetric and then symmetric and hash each separately, and it'll be a little easier, I think, to get those organized in your mind for game day. Now we're going to talk through security models, and this is an area I expect you'll need to spend a fair bit of time in study and memorization before you take the exam. It's certainly a frequent source of questions from exam candidates. This is my 2022 approach to security models in an effort to answer some of those questions proactively. So I hope it's helpful. We'll start with the million-dollar question, what is a security model? Well, security models are used to determine how security will be implemented, what subjects can access the system, and what objects they will have access to. So remembering that subjects, think of those as the people, and objects as the resources they will access. And where do security models fit in the big picture? Well, they are a way to formalize security policy, as you see in the visualization to the right there. They're typically implemented by enforcing integrity, confidentiality, or other controls. So you'll see these models focus on one of those three typically. And each of these models lays out broad guidelines. They're not specific in nature. It's up to the developer to decide how these models will be used and integrated into specific designs, as you can see in the visualization on the right. So to state it another way briefly here, what is the purpose of the security model? It provides a way for designers to map abstract statements into a security policy. Again, it determines how security will be implemented, what subjects can access the system, and what objects, what resources they will have access to. So the state machine model describes a system that is always secure no matter what state it's in. It's based on the computer science definition of a finite state machine. A state is a snapshot of a system at a specific moment in time. All state transitions must be evaluated. And if each possible state transition results in another secure state, the system can be called a secure state machine. An information flow model focuses on the flow of information. And information flow models are based on a state machine model. So BIBA and Bell-LaPadula are both information flow models. These are two security models we'll talk about in just a moment. Bell-LaPadula focuses on preventing information flow from a high security level to a low security level, whereas BIBA focuses on flow in the opposite direction, from low to high. You'll find that BIBA and Bell-LaPadula are opposite in their characteristics in a couple of respects. The non-interference model is loosely based on the information flow model. It's concerned with how actions of a subject at a higher security level affect the system state or the actions of a subject at a lower security level. It ensures that the actions of different objects and subjects aren't seen by and don't interfere with other objects and subjects on the same system. And a lattice-based model is based on the interaction between any combination of objects like resources, computers, and applications, and subjects such as individuals, groups, or organizations. Lattice-based models are used to define the levels of security that an object may have and a subject may have access to. And you'll see lattice-based models in Bell-LaPadula and BIBA, which we'll touch on in just a moment. So 3 properties that will be mentioned repeatedly when talking about security models are the simple security property, which describes rules for read operations, the star security property, which describes rules for write, and the invocation property, which are rules around invocations, calls, such as calls to subjects. I mentioned security models are focused on enforcing integrity, confidentiality, or other controls. So let's break these models out into the appropriate category based on their focus to make them a little easier to remember. So we have BIBA, which is built on the state machine concept. It's an information flow model, and it focuses on flow from low to high. You'll hear the phrase no read down, no write up associated with BIBA. More on that in a moment. The Clark-Wilson model, which features the access control triple. Goguen-Messeguer, the non-interference model. And the Sutherland model, which is also focused on preventing interference and based in information flow and the state machine concept. Bell-LaPadula, which falls into the confidentiality category, and it's focused on flow in the opposite direction of BIBA. With Bell-LaPadula, we're focused on flow from high to low, and you'll hear the phrase no read up, no write down with Bell-LaPadula. We have Brewer and Nash. This model is also referred to as the Chinese wall. Take Grant, a model that employs a directed graph. And Bell-LaPadula is a model used in government circles. Most of the rest of these models are used in the commercial space. So another difference you can park in the back of your mind. And with Clark-Wilson, you see I mentioned the access control triple. That's the defining characteristic there. So if you see a question on the exam that mentions the access control triple, you're going to know that it's definitely Clark-Wilson. So Bell-LaPadula, I mentioned this is based on the state machine model. It enforces confidentiality. It uses mandatory access control to enforce the DoD multi-level security policy. So government, again. The simple security property, which is the read property, the subject cannot read data at a higher level of classification. That is the no read up. And the star property, remember, is the write property. A subject cannot write info to the lower level of classification, so no write down. So in a sensitive information scenario, a worker cannot read data at a higher level of classification, nor can they down classify data by writing it down to a lower level. This is lattice-based, multi-level security policy. So another way to look at Bell-LaPadula, I'm just going to give you a visual memory anchor here. No read up, no write down. I had a student give me a mnemonic they used to remember this. No running under nets with dingoes. If that helps you, have at it. So Bell-LaPadula, if we just look at it in another way here, I'm looking at information classifications from unclassified at the lowest level of sensitivity to top secret at the highest level of sensitivity. We have our read and our write property. So the subject cannot read classifications, cannot read information at higher classifications, so that's no read up, and they cannot write data into a lower classification, so no write down. It's enforcing confidentiality. BIBA is another lattice-based model developed to address concerns of integrity. So the simple integrity property, the subject at one level of integrity is not permitted to read an object of lower integrity, so no read down. That is the read property. And then the star property, which is the write, the object at one level of integrity is not allowed to write to an object of higher integrity, so no write up. And the invocation property prohibits a subject at one level of integrity from invoking a subject at a higher level of integrity. So remember, the simple property is read, the star property is write. Using the same visualization we used for Bell LaPadula with BIBA, the subject cannot read lower classifications, no read down, and the subject cannot write data to higher classifications, no write up. So BIBA focuses on the flow of low to high. So Clark-Wilson is a model that uses security labels to grant access to objects. Constrained data items in the Clark-Wilson model are any data item whose integrity is protected by the security model. An unconstrained data item is not controlled by the model. An integrity verification procedure is one that scans data items and confirms their integrity. And transformational procedures are the only procedures that are allowed to modify a constrained data item. I mentioned Clark-Wilson features the access control triple, which you'll see in the 9th edition of the official study guide is now termed the access control triplet. Updated language for the same concept, no worries there. So this features the concept of an authenticated principal, a user, think a subject, and then a program. That's our transformational procedure in this example, the only procedure allowed to modify a constrained data item. And then we have our data items, the unconstrained data items and the constrained data items. Think of those as the objects. So the access control triplet refers to that relationship between an authenticated principal, the set of programs, the transformational procedures that can operate on a set of data items, the CDIs and UDIs, the constrained and unconstrained data items. Touching on a few other models here, we have the take-grant model, which I mentioned is a confidentiality-based model. It supports 4 basic operations: take, grant, create, and revoke. The Brewer and Nash model, the Chinese wall it's called, that was developed to prevent conflict of interest problems. It is confidentiality-based. The Graham-Denning model, which uses a formal set of protection rules for which each object has an owner and a controller. Now, it's focused on the secure creation and deletion of both subjects and objects. And it's a collection of 8 primary protection rules or actions that define the boundaries of certain actions. Remember, I mentioned models focus on integrity, confidentiality, or other controls. Those 8 rules of Graham-Denning revolve around secure creation and deletion of objects and subjects. Those are our first 4 rules. And the second 4 of the 8 are about securely providing access rights: read, grant, delete, and transfer of access rights. All right. So security modes. It starts with dedicated mode. So security clearance permits access to all information processed by a system, approval for all, and valid need to know for all. So that's dedicated mode. All, right? Access, approval, and need to know. Multi-level mode, on the other hand, can process information at different levels, even when all system users don't have the required security clearance to access all information processed by the system. So there are some distinctions there. So the key there is when all users don't have the required security clearance, multi-level mode can be very useful. System high mode requires that each user have valid security clearance access approval for all information processed by the system, and valid need to know for at least some of the info on the system. This offers, of all the models, this offers the most granular control over resources and users. And then there's compartmented mode, which goes one step further than system high. In compartmented mode, each user has to have valid security clearance and access approval for all info processed by the system, but it also requires valid need to know for all info. So that's how compartmented varies from system high, is that it requires valid need to know for all info as opposed to only some. So before it gets away from me, let's talk about the state machine model, which I said those security models that we talked about a minute ago are based on. So a state machine model describes a system that's always secure no matter what state it's in. So it's based on the computer science definition of a finite state machine. So a state is a snapshot of a system at a specific moment in time, and all your state transitions, the transition from one state to another, has to be evaluated, like the transition from on to off, for example. But if each possible state transition results in another secure state, then a system can be called a secure state machine. So that's the key. And an information flow model focuses on the flow of information. Information flow models are actually based on a state machine model. So Biba and Bell LaPadula are both information flow models. Remember, they were looking at no read up, no write down. They're talking about the flow of information in read and write, to simplify that. Bell LaPadula in preventing information flow from a high security level to a low security level, right? Remember, it was no write down. And Biba focuses on flow from low to high. Remember, no write up. So Bell LaPadula focuses on enforces confidentiality. Biba focuses on integrity. All right, trusted computing base. You're going to expect it to be able to define a trusted computing base, which is a combination of hardware, software, and controls that work together to form a trusted base to inform your security policy. It's a subset of a complete information system. It's the portion that can be trusted to enforce your security policy, to always adhere to your security rules. Now, security perimeter is another topic that may come up on the exam. You'll be expected to know what that is. A security perimeter is an imaginary boundary that separates the trusted computing base from the rest of the system, from the not secure parts of the system. So trusted computing base has to create secure channels, trusted paths to communicate with the rest of the system. And it protects users from compromise, essentially. So reference model and security kernel, two concepts that'll come up on the exam potentially as well. So the reference monitor, is the logical part of the trusted computing base that confirms whether a subject has the right to use a resource prior to granting access. And the security kernel is a collection of trusted computing base components that implement functionality of the reference monitor. So security kernel implements access control and reference model enforces it. Basically, if we boil it down. Hopefully that helps kind of solidify that a little more simply than what the official text will tell you. So domain 3 includes some drill down on 3 sets of evaluation criteria designed to evaluate the security criteria around systems and products. The first of these is ISO IEC 15408, also known as the Common Criteria. This was established to enable objective evaluation around a product or a system based on a defined set of security requirements. Okay, this is really the gold standard. So you're also going to see mentioned trusted computer system evaluation criteria, which is an earlier system for evaluating computer security. And then you'll also see information technology security evaluation criteria, which was actually an attempt to create a security evaluation standard in Europe. Basically, though, the Common Criteria has replaced both the trusted computer and information technology standards there. So TCSEC and ITSEC have been supplanted by common criteria. So that's where you're going to want to put your focus. You can't forget about these other two entirely. I'll explain why in a moment. First, though, I want to drill down and break down common criteria for you just a bit. I want to give you a quick visual of common criteria as a process. So it starts with a description of the assets that we need to evaluate, and then identifying the threats to those assets, the potential threats, and then analyzing and rating those threats, quantifying, prioritizing. And based on the output of those first three steps, then determining what our security objectives are for the situation, for the product or the system that we're dealing with, and ultimately establishing our functional requirements. So really what you have here amounts to a 5-step process that you could then repeat and refine as necessary. So you're making some assumptions, establishing security policies based on the assets you're dealing with and the threats to those assets. You're performing some risk analysis, and then establishing your objectives based on the system you're evaluating and the environment that it's going to operate in. There are actually two flavors of common criteria. There's the Community Protection Profile, or CPP, which I think you're going to see a little less on the exam. It comes with, it's a black box system that comes with predefined requirements, or let's call them standardized sets of requirements, whereas the EAL, the white box flavor, allows for greater scope and flexibility in defining the set of claims. Now, the study guide says that you will need to be prepared to list the classes of TCSEC, ITSEC, and common criteria. So these are the levels of each of those systems. Now, remembering that TCSEC and ITSEC are legacy, right? They've been supplanted. They've been replaced by common criteria. The official study guide calls out the evaluation assurance level, the EAL, the white box version of the levels. And they're listed for you here, and I'm also going to put them for you here with a tighter description according to the common criteria from EAL 0 up to EAL 7, with EAL 7 being the more mature end of the scale. So as I mentioned, it's called out that you should be prepared to list the levels within these three different standards for evaluation criteria. But if I were going to prioritize my effort, I'd be looking at common criteria as the current standard. Covert channels. You'll be expected to know what a covert channel is. So a covert channel is a method used to pass information over a path that's not normally used for communication. And because it's not normally used, it may not be protected by the system's normal security controls. So, for example, steganography, the process of transmitting information embedded in a photograph, basically a way to covertly pass information through a seemingly benign object. But it's not normally used. It may not be protected by the system's normal security controls, as in the case of steganography, right? There's two types of covert channels. There's covert timing and covert storage. So timing channels are based on the time it takes to access certain components, like a system's paging rate, the time a certain transaction takes to execute, or the time it takes to get access to a shared bus. And the storage channel occurs when out-of-band data is stored in a message. So ICMP, what's used for ping, that protocol will sometimes have some extra information in the packets, which will tell us something about the identity of the target operating system. So an attacker can use that extra information. Covert channels are difficult to detect because it's outside normal communication channels. So trusted platform module. So this is a chip that resides on the motherboard of a device. It's really commonly used in the Windows operating system and Linux as well, for that matter. It's multi-purpose. It's like storage and management for keys used for disk encryption, for example. But it provides the operating system with access to keys, but prevents component removal and access, essentially. But the TPM is a chip, and you're going to find it in all your modern laptops these days. So let's talk about types of access control, starting with mandatory access control. And this is a policy that's determined by the system, not the owner. So there is a mandatory access control system in place that the user cannot, that the object owner can't define, and it relies on classification labels that are representative of security domains. Discretionary access control allows the owner or creator of an object to control access at their discretion. That's how you remember discretionary access control. Access control is at the discretion of the owner or creator. Non-discretionary access control enables enforcement of system-wide restrictions that override object-specific access control. And rule-based access control defines specific functions for access to requested objects, specific functions or rules for access. So remember, discretionary is at the discretion of the owner or creator. Non-discretionary is system-wide, and mandatory is determined by the system, not the owner. So role-based access control, or RBAC, as you're often going to hear it called, this uses a well-defined collection of named job roles to endow someone with specific permissions. For example, in the cloud, in Microsoft Azure, we have a global administrator who has access to everything. We have an access administrator. That role can handle issues with relation to access. There is a security reader role that has permission to read security information throughout the system. So role-based access control is something you'll hear out there frequently, and it'll have a role that you can then assign users or groups to, quite typically, if you think about it in the Windows context. So back to mandatory access control. Your Mac models are going to work on one of three environment types, classifications. You've got a hierarchical environment where the labels are assigned in an ordered structure from low to high security, low to medium to high. You have compartmentalized, which requires specific security clearances over compartments or domains instead of objects. And then you have the hybrid environment, which combines hierarchical and compartmentalized. So the security levels, you have security levels, and within those levels you have subcompartments. So that's going to be the most granular and flexible of the three. A key point about the Mac model, though, is that every object and every subject has one or more labels, classification labels. They're predefined, and the system determines access based on the assigned labels. So let's talk about just a few terms here. So certification. This is the technical evaluation of each part of a computer system to assess its concordance with security standards. That's the official definition. What the heck does concordance mean? Well, it really means agreement or alignment or compliance with security standards. And then accreditation is the process of formal acceptance of certified configuration from a designated authority. It's one thing to have a certified, technical compliance. Accreditation is where a governing body then certifies that configuration. An open system. These are designed using industry standards. They're usually easy to integrate with other open systems. And then you have, by comparison, a closed system that's generally proprietary hardware or software. And with these, they're kind of black box. Their specs aren't normally published. They're going to be harder to integrate because they are what we'd call a black box. They're proprietary and secret to a degree. So techniques for ensuring CIA. What do I mean by CIA? No, I'm not talking about the CIA, the government CIA. I'm talking about the CIA triad: confidentiality, integrity, and availability. So confinement restricts a process to reading from and writing to certain memory locations. Bounds are the limits of memory a process can't exceed when reading or writing. And isolation is the mode a process runs in when it's confined through the use of memory bounds. So definitely know the definitions for confinement, bounds, and isolation, because these are all techniques for ensuring CIA. So let's talk about authentication factors. So with multi-factor authentication, you can have something you know, like a PIN or a password, something you have, like a trusted device. It's quite common in secure environments that you have to authenticate with something you know, and you have to be attempting to authenticate from a device that is trusted. It's known to not be compromised. It complies with the organization's standards. And then something you are, like biometric, like Windows Hello does face scanning. When you go to secure data centers, many times there's a biometric mechanism like a retina scan, or maybe even a fingerprint. Auth-in and auth-z, this is authentication and authorization. So authentication, auth-in, is the process of proving that you are who you say you are. And then authorization is the act of granting an authenticated party permission to do something. So that's identity and access control, if I were to say it another way. So permissions, rights, and privileges are granted to users based on their identity, and if a user has rights to a resource, they are granted authorization. That's basically auth-in and auth-z. And authentication can be achieved with both symmetric and an asymmetric crypto systems, but whether it's symmetric or asymmetric will also factor in on the how secure it is and the speed, right, and how scalable. Okay, so a few terms around X here. So multitasking. This is simultaneous execution of more than one application on a computer, and it's managed by the operating system. So I can run multiple applications on Windows or on my mobile phone. Multi-threading permits multiple concurrent tasks to be performed within a single process. So multi-threading gives me multiple threads within a process. So multiple concurrent tasks is the key to remember in multi-threading. Then there's multiprocessing, which is the use of more than one processor to increase computing power. Pretty much everything I can think of in terms of standard, desktop and laptop computing devices now have long supported more than one processor. And then in the mainframe world, we have something called multiprogramming. It's similar to multitasking, but it takes place on mainframe systems and requires some specific programming. So think about multiprogramming as multitasking for mainframe. That's the bottom line there. So single state and multi-state processor, pretty simple. Single state processors are capable of operating only one security level at a time, and multi-state can operate at multiple levels of security. Okay, processor operating modes. There's user mode, which is where applications operate with limited instruction sets. So these are going to be your ordinary end user operations, typically. And then privileged mode, or where it's known as system mode or kernel mode or sometimes supervisory mode. But this is where controlled, secure, privileged operations occur. So it's often going to be a protected area in terms of memory and or processor and storage access. But think controlled operations. I think of user as end user operations and privileged as system or administrator operations. You'll want to be familiar with these memory types and the differences between them for the exam. So we have read-only memory, or ROM, where the contents are burned in at the factory. It's not writable. We have two flavors of RAM: static RAM, which uses flip-flops; dynamic RAM, which uses capacitors. We have programmable ROM. It's similar to ROM with several subtypes we'll take a look at here. So we have erasable PROM, where erasing that read-only memory is possible. We then have two subcategories of EEPROM, which are UV EEPROM and EEPROM. So we have ultraviolet EEPROM, where the chips have a small window that, when illuminated with a special ultraviolet light, it will erase the contents. And then there is electronically erasable PROM, where we use electric voltages to force erasure. And flash memory, which is a derivative concept from EEPROM. It's non-volatile and can be electronically erased and rewritten. So security issues with storage. So primary storage is the same as memory, the primary classification. Secondary storage consists of magnetic flash and optimal media that first has to be read into primary memory before the CPU can use the data. And then random access storage devices can be read at any point in time. And sequential access storage requires scanning through all the data physically stored before the desired location. So you have to access all the data in order. So sequential would be difficult to leverage in some circumstances. Three main security issues around secondary storage, so not memory, right? Removable media can be used to steal data. I can plug a USB key into a computer, copy some data, and walk out the door, right? So we have to secure that channel of moving data. Access controls and encryption have to be applied to protect data, right? We have to apply some sort of limitation of access, role-based access control, for example. And data can remain on the media even after file deletion or media formatting, what I just mentioned, right? That when you delete the file, you're not always deleting the file. I can use forensic means to find that data after you've deleted it. So you want to be very aware of that. Input and output devices. So input and output devices are going to be subject to eavesdropping and tapping. So think back to phone systems. Tapping a phone used to be a common mechanism for breaching security of voice conversations. A network connection, a network cable, can be tapped as well. We can tap directly into a cable with something called a vampire tap. So eavesdropping and tapping are used to smuggle data out of an organization. So you have to be careful about securing entry points into your environment. This is really where physical security starts to come into play. We have to secure the wiring closet, for example. And we'll talk about securing a wiring closet in a bit. So the purpose of firmware, you'll be expected to know what firmware actually does. It's basically a software that's stored on a read-only memory chip, and it contains basic instructions needed to start a computer or a peripheral device like a printer. So vulnerabilities, threats, countermeasures, let's talk about processes. So process isolation ensures that individual processes can only access their own data. So one process can't read from another. You can imagine if an attacker knew they could read other processes, that would be an interesting channel for them to pursue. Layering creates different security realms within a process and limits communication between them. And then abstraction creates a black box interface for programmers to use without knowledge of the device's inner working. So you'd see abstraction in a proprietary system. And then data hiding prevents information from being read at a different security level. So hardware segmentation enforces process isolation with physical security controls, but it prevents information. Data hiding prevents information from being read from a different security level. So that's the key to remember there. So the role of security policy. So the role of a security policy is to inform and guide the design, development, implementation, testing, and maintenance of a particular system. So we start, for example, with our organization's security policy, and that gives us the rules that we need to adhere to in designing and implementing a solution to solve a problem. That gives us the security standards by which we go. It may be the organization. It could be a governing body in the case of a regulated environment. PCI DSS, for example, lays out policy related to handling credit card data, for example. Cloud computing. You'll be expected to know what cloud computing is, right? So this is where processing and storage is performed somewhere else over a network connection rather than locally. So really commonly you can think Azure, Amazon, and Google Cloud, which have their own data centers that you can rent time in. You pay for what you use essentially. And sensitive and confidential data can be at risk if the cloud provider and their personnel don't adhere to the same security standards as your organization. I tend to think with the major cloud providers, it's actually more secure. And all three of these providers are going to give you some way to see the security standards to which they adhere and for which they are certified. Azure, last I looked, is the most certified in terms of the various standards they adhere to. I'm a big believer that in the cloud, the major providers these days do it better than the average IT department can do in their own data center. I think the cloud's come a long way in that respect. Hypervisors. You're expected to know what a hypervisor is and the two types. So there's a type 1 hypervisor, which is a native or bare metal hypervisor. So you can think of an ESXi server from VMware. That's basically, there's no operating system you're logging into and using and then launching virtual machines. It's just bare metal running VMs. That's its sole purpose. Hyper-V has a Type 1 hypervisor option as well. And then there's a Type 2 hypervisor, which is a hosted hypervisor. So a couple of things you could think about here would be, well, on Windows 10, for example, you can light up the Hyper-V feature, and you can, in the Windows 10 GUI, create and launch virtual machines. That would be kind of a Type 2 scenario. Other Type 2 hypervisors, Oracle VirtualBox, VMware Workstation, where you've got a GUI, and then you can then go in and mess with your virtual machines. A CISSP, a Cloud Access Security Broker. So this is a security policy enforcement solution that can be installed on premises or in cloud. So CISSPs haven't been around that long. You'll often hear CISSPs mentioned with the phrase shadow IT, because we can use CISSPs to enforce security policies to ensure that only secure applications are used in our environment and that our data is not stored in unauthorized repositories. So we can make sure that if we're using cloud storage, that it's only approved or sanctioned storage locations. Security as a service, basically a cloud provider concept where security is provided to an organization through or by an online entity. And there are many flavors of security as a service. There are many services that you can acquire in the cloud to protect information, identities, security information event management systems, which can do some centralized processing of your environment. So really just think of security as a service as outsourcing the security function. Smart devices. So smart devices are typically mobile devices that offer customization options, often through installing apps, and they might use, technology on the device or in the cloud. The AI can be local or it can be cloud-based. Internet of Things. So that's a class of devices connected to the internet. You'd be familiar with Internet of Things. That can include all the devices in your home automation, your home assistant like Google or Alexa. Or Siri, for example, or a car connected to the internet, right? So there are billions of devices that fall into the world of Internet of Things, or IoT, it's called. So be basically familiar with what Internet of Things refers to. So mobile device and mobile app security. This is a big space. You'll need to know some of the basics here. So a range of potential security features available to a mobile device could include encrypting the device, which is very common with both iOS and Android, remote wiping a device, and typically you can wipe just business data. You can do what they call a selective wipe with the right management software, so you can wipe just the business data off a device. Locking screens, requiring pins, GPS, controlling which applications access which types of data. Which leads me to the reality here that mobile application security is also pretty important and likely to come up on any question around mobile devices. So these are applications that need to be secured, and could be related to securing through credentials, application whitelisting, etc. And in the world of enterprise computing, BYOD, bring your own device, is really popular in large companies, and that's a policy that allows employees to use their own personal device to access business information and resources. This tends to make people happier, but it increases our security risk because we have to put some boundaries around what type of device they can bring and what applications they can use to access our corporate data. So that's where device security and mobile application security factor in. And your major platforms nowadays, major mobile device management platforms nowadays, give us the ability to manage the device and to manage applications on devices that we cannot fully control. MDMs would include things like Microsoft Intune, AirWatch, Mobile Iron. Quite a few mobile device management platforms out there. Intune and AirWatch are two that come to mind that give us the capabilities we're talking about here. So let's talk about embedded systems and static environments. So an embedded system is typically designed around a limited set of specific functions in relation to a larger product for which it's a component. Lots of devices that fall into this category. Motion sensors, lighting systems, cash registers, digital signature pads, Wi-Fi routers. And then static environments are applications. OS's hardware sets are networks that are configured for a specific need, capability, or function, and they're set to remain unaltered. Change is reality in this world, but they're set. They mean set to remain unaltered even through interaction with people, with users and administrators. And both of these need to be managed. And managing these, you can use network segmentation, security layers, firewalls, manual updates, controlling your firmware versions, any sort of wrappers around these. But just understand the basic definitions. I don't expect to see a lot of focus on this on the exam, but just FYI. Privilege and accountability. So there's the principle of least privilege. This is a foundational component of secure computing. And separation of privilege. So least privilege ensures that only a minimum number of processes are authorized to run in supervisory mode. This also factors in when we grant people role-based access control. The principle of least privilege means we give someone the permissions they need to do their job and no more. And separation of privilege increases the granularity of secure operations by separating the privileged operations any one entity can perform, be that a system or a person. So we sometimes call that, in the world of people, we call that role separation. Maybe the same person can't establish permissions who then administers the system. Somebody else grants permissions, they are the access administrator, and then somebody else performs the technical functions of the system administrator. So accountability ensures that through all of this, an audit trail exists so we can trace operations back to their source. So if permissions are granted at a higher level for someone, we know who or what did that. And if we don't have proper, separation of privilege, there's an audit trail that shows us where one person maybe was temporarily granted elevated privileges, performed multiple operations that broke our separation of privilege clause, and moved on. Okay, common flaws and vulnerabilities. We have the buffer overflow, and this occurs when a programmer fails to check the size of input data prior to writing data to a specific memory location. So if software is poorly written and it doesn't check the size of the data, it can potentially overwrite the bounds of memory for which it's been granted access, and potentially overwrite more important or other important data, which can cause a system to malfunction in a number of ways, including crash. Back in the early days of computing, buffer overflows were really common. In addition to buffer overflows, programmers can leave backdoors and privileged programs on a system after it's deployed. That's where we have to employ security policies and standards and tooling to ensure that we catch anything installed on a system that shouldn't be there. Even well-written systems can be susceptible to what we call time of check to time of use attack. So any state change presents an opportunity for an attacker to compromise a system. So if I get credentials at one time, credentials captured at one time used at another, can factor. For example, in a replay, I think of a replay attack as something I can relate to this, because in a replay attack, I capture credentials and then I attempt to reuse those credentials at a later time. So I think of that as kind of an equivalent concept to time of check, time of use. The functional order of security controls may come up on the exam, and you'll want to know these in order. So it starts with deterrence. Our security controls should deter or discourage any malicious or negative activity. And if deterrence fails, then our controls should deny that activity. If denial fails, then our controls should detect that activity and allow us to track that activity as it occurs. And finally, it should also help serve to delay the progress of that activity. Now, in 2021, we saw this language evolve just a bit. So I saw those terms simplified a bit to deter, deny, detect, and delay. And we also saw 2 additional controls added to the functional order. And you see them there, determine and decide. So determine the cause of the incident or assess the situation to understand what is occurring, and decide on the response to implement, such as apprehending the intruder or collecting evidence for further investigation. Now we're going to dive into a wide range of material around physical security, and this is super important because it's an area that many IT folks haven't spent a lot of time with. So physical security controls can be divided into three groups: administrative, logical, also known as technical. If you see technical controls or logical controls, two ways to say the same thing, and physical controls. Now I have some listed here. I want to break these out in a way that's easier for you to memorize. So let's start with the logical controls, the technical controls. So these will be items like access controls, intrusion detection, alarms, closed circuit TV and monitoring, HVAC systems in your data centers, power supplies, fire detection and suppression. And we'll dig into some of these individual areas momentarily here. So administrative controls are more focused on policies and procedures, facility construction, facility selection, picking the right site, site management, having proper procedures for managing your site, personnel controls, employee policies, security awareness training, emergency response, and then within emergency response, having emergency procedures laid out at the step-by-step level. So administrative controls can be wide-ranging. And then physical controls for physical security are exactly what they sound like. This will be things like fences, lights, locks, construction materials, man traps to allow only one person in at a time, bollards to keep someone from driving up on a facility, dogs, guards. Quite a few options there. But remember, for the exam, there's no security without physical security. Without control over the physical environment, no amount of administrative or technology is going to provide adequate security. That's bottom line. If a malicious person can gain access to your facility or your equipment, like your wiring closet, they can do just about anything they want, from destroying equipment outright to disclosing or changing configurations in a way that may be difficult for you to recover from. So in terms of physical security controls, know your fences. So 3 to 4 feet, for example, deters a casual trespasser. If you're trying to deal with serious intruders, 8 feet with barbed wire. Temperature. Understand that temperatures for computers, 60 to 75 degrees Fahrenheit in the ideal range. That's 15 to 23 Celsius. Computer damage at 175 Fahrenheit. Storage device damage at 100. And your ideal humidity is 40 to 60%. There are negative consequences on both sides of that, which I'll talk about in just a moment. Electrical impacts. Know the difference between a blackout, a brownout, fault, surge, spike, sag, and I've labeled them here to the degree that they will differentiate enough for you to remember for the exam. So a blackout is prolonged loss of power, where a brownout, for example, is just prolonged low voltage, where your electricity is not consistent and clean. So remember these 6. For sure. Light. Know that lights 8 feet high with 2 feet of candle power is the magic are the magic numbers for security controls. Okay, humidity and static. So when we're dealing with humidity, too much humidity, if we get much over 60%, we can get to a situation where we have condensation that can cause corrosion. Condensation is going to be bad for equipment, right? And too little humidity causes static electricity. Even on a non-static carpet, low humidity can generate a 20,000 volt static discharge, which is enough to damage just about any sort of equipment. Let's talk about fire suppression agents. We're going to go from Class A to Class D. So Class A are going to be your common combustibles like wood and paper, and these can be extinguished with water or soda acid. Class B, boil, and you notice I have the acronyms there. So ash, boil. So Class B, boil. These are burning alcohol, oil, and other petroleum products like gasoline. These are extinguished with gas or soda acid. You should never use water on a Class B fire, period. Class C, these are electrical fires that are fed by the electricity that started them. So electrical fires are conductive fires, and the agent has to be non-conductive. Meaning it cannot conduct electricity, like any type of gas. And incidentally, when you disconnect the power source, the electrical fire then becomes another class of fire based on what is burning. So when we remove the power source, it becomes a class A, B, or D fire. And then but any type of gas is good for electrical fire because we need something that doesn't conduct electricity. Water would be catastrophic, for example. Class D. These fires are burning metals and they're extinguished with dry powder. When you get into these odd classes of fire like Class D, these are scary because these are putting these out are not going to be common knowledge. Your organization has to be prepared for these, right? Class K is a kitchen fire that's going to be like burning oil or grease. Wet chemicals are used to extinguish Class K fires. I'm not convinced you'll see anything about kitchen fires on the exam. I put it on there just in case. Offices have kitchens, right? So worth mentioning, I think. There are 3 categories of fire detection, though. They include smoke sensing, flame sensing, and heat sensing. So know your 3 categories of fire detection as well. Fire extinguisher classes and suppression agents in a table here. If you want to memorize these with a bit less detail, there's just a table that goes out for you a little more cleanly. Voltage and noise. So you have 2 types of electromagnetic interference. You have common mode noise, which is generated by the difference in power between the hot and the ground wires of a power source. And then you have traverse mode noise, which is generated by the difference in the hot and the neutral wires. So that's the key differentiators between the 2 that I would memorize. And radio frequency or RFI interference is generated by electrical appliances, light sources, cable circuits, etc. Really, anything running on electricity, right? Voltage. I mentioned static voltage earlier. Here are some common levels of thresholds of static voltage damage. You should probably be familiar with this. This isn't the first thing I'd memorize, but if you can park these voltage levels in your head, it's worth doing. Right. So damage from fire suppression itself. So the destructive elements of a fire include smoke and heat, but also the suppression medium. So like water or soda acid, what we're using to suppress the fire can cause damage. So smoke is damaging to most of your storage devices. Heat can damage, any electronic or computer component. Suppression mediums can cause a variety of problems. Short circuits, they can initiate corrosion, or otherwise just render equipment useless. You might put the fire out and really, the suppression medium might be so damaging that, really all you're saving is human life, because at the end of the day, that's the most important thing, right? So all of these issues have to be addressed when designing a fire response system, but at the end of the day, the number one concern is always going to be human safety. So if you are faced with any sort of choose the best answer, or the most important, human safety is always going to be at the top of the list. So water suppression systems. So pre-action systems use closed sprinkler heads, and the pipe is charged with compressed air instead of water. The water's held in check by electronically operated sprinkler valves and the compressed air. These are going to be good for areas with people and computers. Wet pipe systems are filled with water. Dry pipe systems contain compressed gas. Dry pipe systems also have closed sprinkler heads. The difference is the pipes are filled with compressed air, not water. The water's held back by a valve that remains closed as long as there's enough air pressure in the pipe. So this is used in areas a lot of times where water might freeze, like parking garages. Deluge systems are pretty similar to dry pipe systems, except the sprinkler heads are open. And they're larger than dry pipe heads. That's why you get a deluge, a large amount. The pipes are empty at normal air pressure. The water's held back by a deluge valve, but the sprinkler heads are going to be larger, which means they can disperse more water more quickly. But also remember, just as oil and water don't mix, water and electricity do not mix, right? So that's always an easy answer when you're thinking about those classes of fire. Electrical in particular, we know we're not going to use anything that conducts electricity, which would include water. Gas discharge. So gas discharge systems tend to be more effective than water systems, but they shouldn't be used in environments where people are located, because gas discharge systems work by removing oxygen from the air. So gas discharge and people don't mix. Okay. Halon is effective. It's bad for the environment, though. It's ozone depleting, and it turns to toxic gas at 900 Fahrenheit. Note to self. And suitable replacements. A number of suitable replacements here: argon, Energen, Aero-K. So there's a list here. Do your best to memorize this. This is down in the nooks and crannies. I'm not sure how detailed a question would ever get to get down to these levels, but know that halon is effective as a gas system, but it's bad for the environment, so other gases would be suitable replacements for that reason. So lock types. You've got electronic combination locks, which would be like a cipher lock. That's something you know. Keycard systems, which would be something you have, the key card in your hand, right? Biometric systems, something you are, like a retina scan, a fingerprint scanner. Conventional locks, where we use a key. So those are easily picked or bumped, and keys can be duplicated, right? Conventional locks are going to be the least secure of the lot often. Pick and bump resistant locks are expensive, but they make it harder to pick, and keys aren't as easily duplicated. So if you're going to go with conventional locks, the pick and bump resistant locks are better. So for the exam, though, remember that locks can be picked and which need to be bumped. Remember how how high lights and fences need to be, right? So we said lights 8 feet to candle power at 2, and fences need to be 8 feet to deter serious intruders, right? Know the difference, the different physical controls related to entry, and I want to just mention a couple here. So this is a man trap in case you've never seen it. Somebody mentioned out in one of the public forums that they got a question on not a man trap, but I wanted to show you that in case you don't know what a man trap is. So you see basically the door opens, one person can go in, and then when they're cleared, the door on the other side opens. And then a bollard. Bollards are these poles. You'll see these in front of office buildings. These show up in front of even grocery stores and prevent somebody from driving into a facility. That's what a bollard does. So just in case you've never seen them, now you've seen them. So site selection and facility design. So know the key elements in site selection and facility design. So for site selection, visibility is important. Composition of the surrounding area, how accessible is the area, and what are the effects of natural disaster. So in terms of visibility, can I see threats coming, right? Are there elements in the surrounding area that could hurt me? Am I building a building next to a cliff where rocks could fall? If I have a natural disaster, am I building near the edge of a riverbank and an earthquake, causes our building to fall into the water? We need to think about all those elements in site selection. And for facility design, we need to think about the level of security that our organization requires and planning for that before we begin construction, because we have to deal with a variety of factors when it comes to physical security, right? We have to have controls for entry. We can think about those things like bollards to prevent people from driving into a facility if driving into a facility would be a desirable way to breach our site. Know how to design and configure secure work areas. So there shouldn't be equal access to all locations within a facility, which you probably know. So areas with the high value assets require restricted access. And your valuable assets, your confidential assets, they should be located at the heart or the center of protection provided by the facility. There should be layers of access controls and preventative measures in place. So centralized server or computer rooms don't necessarily need to be human compatible, because they're meant to house server or computer rooms, which means their temperatures are going to be optimized for computers, the materials are going to be optimized for computers. There's a certain level of human safety because people have to go in there at some level, right? But the fire suppression, for example, is going to be optimized to putting out electrical fires, not fires that happen in a kitchen, right? And a lot of times those fire suppression systems in a computer room assume that the doors are locked, or will even kick off a procedure that automatically locks the door. So when the system goes off, people are not present and put in harm's way. Threats to physical access control. So no matter which physical access control is used, a security guard or a monitoring system needs to be deployed to prevent abuses of the controls, like propping open secured doors and bypassing locks. Masquerading, using somebody else's security ID to gain an entry to a facility. See this all the time with folks that have vendors on site for the day. They'll just lend their card to a vendor that wants to go for a smoke break or something. then potentially giving them access to a server room. So you have to watch that sort of thing. And then piggybacking, which is following someone through a secured gate or doorway without being identified or authorized. So somebody else swipes a badge, for example, opens the door, and then the person piggybacking just catches the door behind them before it closes, right? So no masquerading and piggybacking as well. Securing a wiring closet. So no security concerns of a wiring closet. First and foremost, preventing physical unauthorized access is going to be first and foremost, right? Because I can go in there and I can pull cables and cause disruptions. I can potentially put a tap in place so I can eavesdrop on your communications. Lots of negative there, but with the wiring closet, physical security first and foremost. Everything else is going to be secondary, because once I'm in the closet, there's little you can do, right? Understand how to handle visitors in a secure facility. So if a facility employs restricted areas to control physical security, there needs to be a mechanism to handle visitors. So maybe an escort is assigned to visitors, and their activities are monitored. They have to have somebody accompanying them. You may have a badge on them that says visitor requires escort. Tracking actions of outsiders when they're granted access to prevent malicious activity is going to be key for most protected assets. There needs to be deterrence and some sort of denial, and certainly an audit trail of one sort or another. Understand needs for media storage as well. This could well come up on the exam, and this feels less relevant, in 2021. But media storage facilities, folks still do use tape out there. It's not unheard of, and we do have all sorts of storage devices. So media storage facilities have to be designed to securely store blank, reusable, and installation media. So concerns are going to include theft, corruption, data remnant recovery. So when we erase something, it's not fully erased. So for example, like with a hard drive, I said that just deleting data still leaves it there, recoverable by forensic means. So we can kick off an overwrite that overwrites the drive with ones or zeros. We can use a degaussing tool to send a charge through and wipe a device. Your media facility protections should include locked cabinets or safes, a librarian or a custodian that is a gate, an access gate to said cabinets or safes, implementing a check-in or check-out process, which could be facilitated or administered by a librarian or custodian for sure, and using media sanitation. Lots of media sanitation, techniques out there. One of the simplest is shredding, right? We have confidential paper documents we shred. I mentioned degaussing. That's not going to be effective for a lot of the modern storage devices. But check the CISSP official study guide. Try to memorize some of the media sanitation. I really don't think that's going to be front and center according to the skills measured, but worth having a look at as your time allows. And let's talk about evidence storage. So when we think about evidence, we need to retain logs, drive images, snapshots, data sets for internal investigations or potentially external forensic investigations with law enforcement. So protections for evidence storage include locked cabinets or safes, dedicated isolated storage facilities, offline storage, access restrictions and activity tracking, and hash management and encryption. At the end of the day, chain of custody is important for evidence when it comes to legal proceedings. We'll touch on this in a later domain, but when it comes to evidence, we're trying to at the end of the day protect that chain of custody, because the integrity of that evidence would be of paramount concern. Audit trails and access logs, very useful tools for managing physical access control. Because in part, like at a front desk, right, that if we use audit trail and if we use an access log to sign folks in, that helps. It's a good deterrent control when we think about electronic audit trails for privileged operation. So we may need to create access logs manually, like by a security guard. They can be automated with the right equipment if you've got, smart cards, for example, that folks use to log in. You can also monitor entry points with closed-circuit TV. That way we can compare the audit trail with the closed-circuit TV to see if what the the sign-in log says happened actually happened. If the sign-in log says one person entered, but CCTV footage shows two people entering, then we have a divergence in the recorded events. Why are these important? Well, at the end of the day, it's critical to reconstructing the events of an intrusion and a breach or an attack. Whether we're talking about physical audit trails and access logs to physical entry and exit to a building, or electronic logs, related to sign in and administrative activities in a computing system. So the need for clean power. So power supplied by electric companies isn't always consistent and clean, meaning it's not always at the same level and coming without spikes and drops. So we talked about the six impacts to electrical power. So most of your equipment requires clean power in order to function properly and to potentially avoid damage. A UPS, uninterruptible power supply, is a type of self-charging battery that can be used to supply consistent clean power to sensitive equipment in the event of power failure. So number one, if we have a problem with the consistency of our power and we have to drop back to battery while it's repaired, we can do that. Or if power drops altogether, we can supply power for minutes or hours depending on the size of our UPS. And when organizations build data centers, they look at a UPS that can run their entire data center for a period of hours. And then we look to generators to provide power for an extended period of time during recovery. And that's what I have for Domain 3. Next on our agenda is Domain 4, Communication and Network Security. So let's take a look at the exam outline for Domain 4. It starts with 4.1, Implement Secure Design Principles in Network Architectures. 4.2, Secure Network Components. And 4.3, Implement Secure Communication Channels according to design. And the content really belies the short outline here. It's a fairly short list of objectives, but quite a lot of content around network protocols, and network security technologies here. So let's take a look at what's new in Domain 4 in the 2021 release of the exam. So 4.1 on the syllabus is Assess and Implement Secure Design Principles in Network Architectures. So microsegmentation is a topic here. So this includes software-defined networks, virtual extensible LANs, software-defined wide area networks, SD-WANs they're called. Wireless networks will come up. Now, satellite was mentioned at least briefly in the 2018 version of the exam. I do want to touch on Li-Fi and Zigbee that could come up on the new exam. And then cellular networks. I want to talk about 5G in particular and security concerns around 5G in particular, how 5G relates back to legacy versions of cellular, and then we'll touch on content distribution networks, or CDNs. So let's start with virtual extensible LANs, or VXLANs. So this is network virtualization that enables network segmentation at high scale. Specifically, what this does is helps us solve a scale limitation in VLANing, where we can only create 4,096 VLANs versus in VXLAN we can create millions of VXLANs. And this is really a tunneling protocol that encapsulates an Ethernet frame, a layer 2 frame, in a UDP packet. And layer 2 can generally only be attacked from within, MAC spoofing or flooding to cause denial of service, such as by a rogue host. The attack vectors are actually explained to some degree in RFC 7348, which is the RFC where the VXLAN concept is described. So let's shift gears and talk about software-defined network. So this is an architecture approach that enables a network to be intelligently and centrally controlled or programmed, basically using software. So it has the capacity to reprogram the data plane at any time. So use cases where we see SDN come into play are SD-LAN and SD-WAN. So this is really separating the control plane from the data plane, and it's going to open up a number of potential security challenges. So SDN vulnerabilities can include man-in-the-middle attacks and denial of service attacks. So we secure an SDN with TLS, so encryption helps essentially. SD-WAN, so one of the use cases for the SDN concept, that's a software-defined wide area network. This enables users in branch offices to remotely connect to an enterprise's network. But what it enables is the use of a variety of network services, from MPLS to cellular to broadband, to securely connect users to applications. And security is largely based on IP security, VPN tunnels, next-gen firewalls, and micro-segmentation of your application traffic. But SD-WAN uses a centralized control function for intelligent routing, and there's a concept called Secure Access Service Edge, or SAS, to decentralize connectivity where necessary. Li-Fi, so light fidelity. So Li-Fi is a form of wireless networking that uses modulation of light intensity to transmit data. It uses LED lights, essentially. It can safely function in areas that are otherwise susceptible to electromagnetic interference. And theoretically, Li-Fi can transmit at speeds of up to 100 gigabits or higher. So Li-Fi only requires working LED lights. That's a big advantage. And then the reality is visible light can't penetrate opaque walls. So we can think of that as a negative for connectivity, right? Because a wall is a barrier. We might, on the other hand, think of that as a positive in certain security scenarios, because it means, light doesn't penetrate opaque walls. So if you're outside those walls, you're not a threat, right? You don't hear about Li-Fi much today, so I think it's still in development, is a fair statement, and we may see Li-Fi come into more widespread use down the road. There's certainly some scenarios where using light over traditional radio would be a big advantage. So let's talk for a moment about Zigbee, which is a personal area network. So this is a short-range wireless PAN developed to support automation, machine-to-machine communication, and remote control and monitoring of IoT devices. It supports a centralized or a distributed security model and mesh topology. It does assume that symmetric keys that are used with the devices are transmitted securely, that they're encrypted in transit. There's a pre-configuration of a new device in which a single key might be sent unprotected, which can create a brief vulnerability. So where do people use Zigbee? Zigbee is in widespread use in IoT smart home hub scenarios. So an Amazon Echo, for example, Alexa, your personal assistant, your Amazon Echo devices are Zigbee ready. So we see Zigbee in widespread use in smart home scenarios, but that can carry over into commercial scenarios, into business scenarios as well, for IoT device monitoring and control. Another new concept for 2021 comes with the rise of fifth generation cellular, so 5G. So 5G brings faster speeds, lower latency, no longer identifying each device through a SIM card. Now there are some air interface threats like session hijacking that are dealt with in 5G. Now there's a standalone version of 5G and a non-standalone version, and the standalone version of 5G will be more secure than the non-standalone, because the non-standalone version anchors the control signaling of the 5G network to the 4G core. So you're relying on a legacy technology there, essentially. So the diameter protocol, which provides authentication, authorization, and accounting in 5G, will potentially be an attack target. And because 5G has to work alongside older tech, 3G and 4G specifically, old vulnerabilities could be targeted. And because of the scale of endpoint counts on 5G being exponentially greater, distributed denial of service can be a concern. So some carriers, some cellular carriers originally launched an NSA version of 5G, which continues to rely on availability of that 4G core. So that problem will go away in time. So we'll close out domain 4 by talking about content delivery network. So a content delivery network is a geographically distributed network of proxy servers and the data centers they live in. The goal of a CDN is fast and highly available content delivery. Basically distributes the content out so it's closer to the user. CDN networks that serve up JavaScript have been targeted to inject malicious content into pages, for sure, but vendors in the CDN space typically offer DDoS protection and web app firewalls. A couple of common examples of content delivery networks would be for video and audio streaming, or for software download services, where you need to move a lot of content to a user quickly for a good user experience. That's where a CDN can come in really handy, because it caches that content out where it's closer to the end user. Now let's take a look at the rest of domain 4. For the exam, you will be expected to be very familiar with the OSI model. So there are 7 layers here, going from physical up to the application layer at 7. So the physical is typically considered layer 1, application layer 7. I have 2 memory devices here, 2 acronyms you can use to easily remember these layers if you struggle. So if we look at going up, we have please do not throw sausage pizza away. And you can actually go the other direction with all people seem to need data processing. I actually like this one better because it's also relevant to the topic at hand. So that tends to make a memory device better when it's relevant. But those are some acronyms you can use to lock this in. You'll also be expected to be familiar with the protocols and services that happen at each layer. So just in case you don't know what these layers are, I'm going to give you 2 charts that you can use to prepare your foundational knowledge for the exam. So here's the OSI model, the 7 layers, starting with the physical layer up to layer 7, which is the application layer. And here are some protocol examples. This will show you where the protocols live in the model. And not every protocol is terribly simple. For example, TLS shows characteristics of layer 4 and 5, but never mind that. This is going to give you a foundation. And in case you're unfamiliar, here's the OSI model by function, starting with the physical layer at layer 1. So the physical layer contains the device drivers that tell the protocol how to use the hardware for transmitting data. Data link is where packet formation happens. The protocol data unit at the data link layer is the frame. At the network layer, we're adding routing and addressing information, source and destination addresses. The protocol data unit at the network layer is the packet. So if you hear any discussion of packet, they're talking about the network layer. The transport layer manages integrity of a connection and controlling the session. So you'll have some protocols that will retransmit lost packets. They'll use TCP. Others will not worry about session and retransmission. Those will typically use UDP. At the session layer, layer 5, we're establishing, maintaining, and terminating connection sessions between computers. Layer 6 is transforming data received from layer 7, from the application layer, into a format that any system, any protocol following the model can understand. And layer 7 is about interfacing user applications, services, or the operating system with the protocol stack. So that's a quick study. It'll give you something to look at if you're not already familiar with the OSI model. All right. And common TCP UDP ports. This could well come up on the exam. You want to be familiar with the common protocols, and not only the port, but whether it's TCP or UDP, noticing that some of these have functions on both TCP and UDP. So session-oriented and session-less, or connection-oriented and connectionless. And you'll also be expected to be familiar with the TCP stack versus the OSI model. So understanding where TCP IP falls in relation to the OSI reference model. So here's an approximation of where the TCP IP stack falls with OSI. You'll need to know this for the exam. So commit that one to memory. And TCP versus UDP. This is layer 4. This is the transport layer. And we're going to just break these out. So how is TCP different from UDP? So TCP, first and foremost, is connection oriented, where UDP is connection less. TCP functions on a byte stream, so it's transmitting at a byte level, which allows it for retransmission if there are problems, or UDP is message stream. So it's happening at a different level. And you might ask, well, why is that important? Well, there are some conversations where getting every byte from source to destination is very important, and getting those bytes properly ordered. There are other situations such as video streaming, where there's no point in trying to retransmit, right? With video, it's all about just streaming the current video as it's playing. So each of these has its place. So UDP will support multicasting and broadcasting, where TCP does not. TCP supports full duplex transmission. And you may ask, what is full duplex exactly? Well, it's simultaneously bidirectional. So both source and destination can each transmit in both directions simultaneously, where with UDP we don't have that full duplex support. And if you can think about it in the context of like video streaming, for example, there's not need for bidirectional, right? You're streaming from source to destination. All right, so going down the list, reliable service of data transmission. So unreliable doesn't necessarily mean bad, but reliable means that we have error checking there, right? There is a connection-oriented process that makes sure that what's sent by the source is received by the destination, essentially. A TCP packet is called a segment, and a UDP packet is called a datagram. So if you have a question that mentions a segment, you'll always know they're talking about TCP. And if it's a datagram is mentioned, you always know they're talking about UDP. Then finally, as I mentioned, TCP provides error detection and flow control. So that's part of that connection-oriented nature of TCP. So it's all about function as to which makes the most sense, right? So when we're thinking about real-time streaming, for example, UDP makes perfect sense versus TCP, because we don't have the need to ever retransmit when it's all about live content. So cabling types and throughput, not the most exciting topic, I'll grant you, but could well come up on the exam. You want to be familiar with the max length, the cable type, which is going to be unshielded twisted pair. So, but you want to be familiar with the cable types. The Cat 5 through Cat 6 are the most common, generally speaking. You could get questions outside that, but those are going to be the most common nowadays. So UDP equals unshielded twisted pair. Lock that in the back of your mind. Here are the cabling types for 10-base-2 through fiber optic. Some of these are definitely not entirely common, but could well come up on the exam, so you want to make sure that you are familiar. And let's talk through the standard network topologies. There's a core 4 they're going to test you on. There's mesh, there's ring, there's bus, and star. So let's talk about the nature of each of these and how you identify. So starting with the star network, this employs a centralized connection device. Oftentimes it's just a hub or a switch, but central is the key word here. It's centralized. Mesh means we have all systems connecting to all other systems using multiple paths. A partial mesh could connect many systems to many other systems, but not necessarily all. But a mesh provides redundant connections. That's the real advantage here. It allows for multiple segment failures without affecting end-to-end connectivity. So I could have 2 or 3 or 4 paths go down here and still be able to connect between all of these systems using alternate paths. So that's the big value prop of mesh. Ring network connects to each system as a point on a circle. The connection medium acts as a unidirectional transmission loop, meaning we're going one direction, but only one system can transmit data at a time. So that's a key here. Only one system can transmit data, which means we are avoiding collisions because traffic management is performed by a token, and only the system with the token can transmit. So token ring networks are ring-based. So really, since we're using that token, this is collision avoidance, we'd call it. And finally, bus. So this connects each system to a trunk or a network backbone cable. All the systems on the bus can transmit data simultaneously, which means we can have collisions. So collisions will not be avoided here. A collision occurs anytime two systems transmit data at the same time and the signals interfere with each other. So we have to have some sort of collision detection built into the process. So Ethernet happens to be a bus network. Let's talk about analog versus digital for just a moment. So analog is a continuous signal that varies in frequency, amplitude, phase, voltage, and so on. It produces a wave shaped where digital are going to be zeros and ones. Analog is a wave shape, so less precise, to be sure. And in analog, that communication can become corrupted because of attenuation over long distances. So attenuation essentially means a reduction in the amplitude of the signal. You'll see that word attenuation. I just wanted to call that out in case it's not familiar to you. And over long distances in the analog world, you can expect reduction in signal over distance. Now let's juxtapose that or compare that to digital, where communications occur through an electrical signal and a state change, just on-off pulses. So think zeros and ones. It's going to be more reliable than analog over long distances because we don't have that attenuation problem because we're dealing with zeros and ones. It's off or it's on. It uses current voltage, where voltage represents voltage on is 1 and voltage off is 0, but it's all about electricity at that point. And these on-off pulses create a stream of binary data that eliminates that attenuation problem over long distances. So synchronous versus asynchronous. So some communications are synchronized with some sort of clock or timing activity. So synchronous rely on timing or a clock mechanism based on either an independent clock or a timestamp that's embedded in the data stream. But there's some sort of timing mechanism is the key here. And they're typically able to support very high rates of data transfer. A good example of this is networking. Asynchronous relies on a stop and start delimiter bit to manage the transmission of data. It's best suited for smaller amounts of data. A good example of this would be public switched telephone network, PSTN, modems. So know that for the exam. Now let's talk baseband versus broadband. So baseband can support only a single communication channel. It uses direct current to the cable. The higher level represents the binary 1, the lower is the binary 0. So it's digital, right? So immediately when you see binary 1 and 0, you know we're talking digital. Okay? Good example here is Ethernet is going to be baseband communication. Broadband can support multiple simultaneous signals. It uses frequency modulation to support numerous channels, and each supporting a distinct communication session. It's suitable for high throughput rates, especially when you multiplex. This is a form of analog signal. So baseband is digital, broadband is analog. A good example of broadband is a cable modem, or ISDN or DSL. So your internet connectivity providers that you'd see from home. Let's talk broadcast, multicast, and unicast, which determine how many destinations a single transmission can reach. So broadcast supports communication to all possible recipients. And you'll see this in TCP/IP communication. A broadcast will go out to all possible recipients. You have multicast, which can support communications to multiple specific recipients. When I think of multicast, I think of, honestly, I think of Windows operating system deployments where you'll see multicast to deploy to multiple computer endpoints at once. So multicast in the network world means supporting communication to multiple but not all. And then unicast would mean a single communication to a specific recipient. So unicast is one, multicast is many, broadcast is all. All right, now we're going to talk Carrier Sense Multiple Access, CSMA. So these are technology. This is technology built into networking to determine how network tech deals with collisions. So it's really developed to decrease the chance of collisions when two or more stations start sending their signals over layer 2, over the data link layer. Basically, it requires that each station check the state of the medium. So that's just carrier sense multiple access. It's going to require each station first check the state of the medium before sending, and that'll reduce collisions. Now you have a couple of flavors of CSMA. I'm going to call it CSMA just to to shorten this up, but we're working at the data link layer, so lock that in. So CSMA variations and collisions. So CSMA reduces the chance. CSMA-CA is collision avoidance. This attempts to avoid collisions by granting only a single permission to communicate at any given time. So when we talked about ring networks and a token, for example, that's CSMA-CA. That's collision avoidance. And then there is CSMA-CD, which is collision detection. So this responds to collisions by having each member of the collision domain wait for a short but random period of time before starting over. So Ethernet has to detect and deal with collisions where token ring avoids collisions. So remember these three, as they could definitely come up on the exam. These are called out in the official study guide. So just to lay these out, I want to lay out CSMA, CD, and CA, so collision detection and collision avoidance. So detection is effective after a collision, where CA, collision avoidance, is effective before a collision. So make sure you're familiar with these. I use Ethernet as an example of collision detection and token ring as an example of collision avoidance, but you'll definitely want to be sure of these. And you'll notice there that CSMA on line 5, that CD is used in the 802.3 standard, where CA is used in the 802.11 standard. All right, let's talk token passing and polling. So token passing performs communications using a digital token, and once the transmission is complete, it releases the token to the next system that wants to communicate. And polling performs communications using a master-slave configuration by the current description, and the primary system polls each secondary in turn whether they have a need to transmit data. So token passing is going to prevent collisions in ring networks. Polling is used by SDLC. Okay, let me be crystal clear here. So SDLC does not mean software development lifecycle. This means synchronous data link control. This is actually a protocol. It's a layer 2 protocol used by IBM systems network architecture. So SDLC is synchronous data link control. That's where polling happens. So don't confuse this with software development lifecycle. All right, so moving on. So let's talk the what, why, and how of network segmentation. So a common network segmentation strategy is an intranet, where we have a private network designed to host information that might be available via the internet, but we're whittling this down to a specific audience. We have an extranet, which is really kind of a hybrid of intranet and extranet, in that it's a network that's sectioned off to act as an intranet for a private network, but it also serves information to the public internet. So we really commonly see this in B2B scenarios, where maybe we have some business partners who need to access this information externally. So an extranet I typically see stood up as a way to collaborate with specific business partners rather than just the internet as a whole, per se. And then we have what's commonly referred to as a demilitarized zone. It's an extranet for public consumption, sometimes called a DMZ or a perimeter network. We're going to use network segmentation certainly to control traffic and isolate static or sensitive environments. So this can give us a few benefits. It can boost performance simply by removing access for unnecessary systems. We can eliminate communication problems because we're providing a dedicated environment, a clear path, a clear set of rules of the road for access and authentication, and then providing a layer of security. Certainly isolating traffic and user access is going to raise the bar in terms of our security profile. So let's talk Bluetooth. So Bluetooth is defined in the IEEE 802.1.5 standard, sometimes called the personal area network, often associated with wireless devices. It's how we connect headsets to our cell phones, mice and keyboards to our computers, and a host of other devices, all the way down to things like a Raspberry Pi. Connections are set up using pairing, where the primary device is going to scan the 2.4 gigahertz radio frequency for available devices. Often you'll see a 4-digit pairing code provided, which avoids accidental pairings. It's not really considered security, but it certainly prevents accidents. You may be tasked on your knowledge of mobile system attacks, so the attacks that would come against your mobile devices. So bluejacking, for example, is one version of that, which is basically where more of an annoyance than anything. It's where a prankster pushes unsolicited messages to engage or annoy nearby users. Now, blue snarfing, on the other hand, is focused on data theft. This is where thieves wirelessly connect to some early Bluetooth-enabled mobile devices without the owner's knowledge. And then there's blue bugging, which is an attack that grants hackers remote control over the feature and functions of a Bluetooth device. So to differentiate these, focus on, for bluejacking, unsolicited messages. For blue snarfing, since it's data theft, it's wirelessly connecting. And then for blue bugging, it's remote control over the feature and function of a device. So that's how you can differentiate the three, just to lock those in your memory. So here's the table of wireless technology. So these are your wireless standards and their connection speeds. So the 802.11 standard also defines WEP. So WEP stands for Wired Equivalent Privacy. It was an early form of wireless network security. Don't really see it around much anymore. So SSID broadcast. So wireless networks are traditionally going to announce their SSID on a regular basis with a beacon frame. When the SSID is broadcast, any device with automatic detect and connect can try to connect to that network. Hiding the SSID is considered security through obscurity, so folks will certainly do it. It's going to be detectable through client traffic. I could actually sniff traffic on the network and find the SSID in connected devices, or in the traffic of those connected devices. SSID is the common reference. If it's spelled out, just so you have it available to you, SSID stands for Service Set Identifier. TKIP, so this is Temporal Key Integrity Protocol. So this was designed as a replacement for WEP without the need to replace the legacy hardware. It was implemented in 802.11 wireless networking under the name WPA, which is Wi-Fi Protected Access. So that's kind of the second generation of wireless security. And then there is CCMP, which is counter mode with cipher block chaining message authentication code protocol. Say that 3 times fast. So this was created to replace WEP and WPA. So this was replacing the original, Gen 1, the wired equivalent privacy, and the Wi-Fi protected access. It uses advanced encryption standard. It's a 128-bit key. This is an active supported encryption algorithm. This is modern wireless security. So it was used with WPA2, which replaced both WEP and WPA. So think WPA2 as your current sort of standard around wireless security. So WPA2, this is your new encryption scheme. That's the counter mode with cipher block chaining message authentication code protocol. And it's based on the AES encryption scheme. So this is your current day modern wireless. So let's talk fiber channel and fiber channel over Ethernet. So fiber channel is actually a form of network data storage. So this is accessing storage over your physical network, capable of very high-speed file transfer. So this uses fiber channel cabling to connect the storage, typically to a fiber channel switch. And then fiber channel over Ethernet is used to encapsulate fiber channel over Ethernet networks. Because a lot of times your fiber channel is going to have a dedicated network, but you can actually run fiber channel over Ethernet. So just understand these are storage using a network medium. And fiber channel over Ethernet is going to encapsulate fiber channel over your Ethernet networks. iSCSI. So iSCSI is a network storage standard based on IP. So this is typically running over your Ethernet. And that's really the difference between iSCSI and fiber channel, other than the physical medium, right? So fiber channel is going to be very high speed. I mean, iSCSI is going to be high speed by the fact that it's running over a network, but iSCSI is typically using your Ethernet storage, more commonly using your Ethernet storage. Site survey. So this is the process of investigating your wireless reception, if I'm going to put it in plain English. So this is looking for the presence, the strength, and the reach of your wireless access points in an environment. The goal of a survey is to basically identify if your service is adequate and how it can be strengthened. It usually involves walking around with some sort of portable wireless device, taking note of signal strength in different locations on the site, and basically mapping signal strength. Typically marking the information on a plot or a schematic, a floor plan.
Let's move on to firewalls. Let's talk
types of firewalls.
So now let's talk
So at the most basic level, you have a
the first is
static
extensible
packet
authentication
filtering
protocol.
This is actually an authentication framework more than a specific protocol. And what it allows for is new authentication technologies to be introduced that are compatible with existing wireless or point-to-point connection technologies. Connection-aware, new authentication capabilities to existing hardware.
An application level
gateway. The second in our list here is a protected version of another.
So it's
protected extensible authentication protocol, or PEEP. It encapsulates that extensible authentication protocol within a TLS tunnel, typically. So it provides authentication. So an application level gateway has encryption, essentially. Greater capability. And then LEAP. The third is a Cisco proprietary alternative. The server. Actually developed. So application is the key word there that tells you what level we're operating Wi-Fi protected access, and that was created before the WPA2 standard was gateways. These establish communication sessions between trusted partners. Cisco proprietary. PEEP encapsulates the session layer, which is layer 5. And so extensible authentication protocol aware, in other words. It's not just looking at framework. Message headers and compatibility for existing static device packet filtering, the existing hardware, stateful authentication inspection. Sometimes you'll hear these. Let's talk MAC filtering for a second. So MAC filtering essentially uses a list. So this evaluates authorized wireless of the network traffic. So it's looking by allowing us to list the conversation, the MAC addresses, their layer 2 addresses context to make sure that we're dealing within the device, and it's used by a wireless access point to be helpful in preventing unauthorized devices types of malicious activity, like join the network, even if they have the SSID. Even if we're advertising the SSID and the device SYN packets, which is the first step in the TCP in the wireless sense, basically redirects wireless web clients to portal access firewalls. These typically operate at the application layer, is specifically filtering on payload content. You see this frequently communication rather than just a header value. So this is looking inside mechanism packet. That is another packet inspection means we're looking below the header into the content client. And then next-gen firewalls are going to be your truly intelligent firewalls. These are multifunction devices, and they usually have multiple security features. So let's talk about antenna types. These may come up on the IDS and IPS, which are intrusion detection, and you have a few different types. And I think the main thing is to understand which a lot of times they can function as a TLS, omnidirectional, and which are and in modern times we're talking about. So a loop antenna, for example, TLS is omnidirectional if you lay it horizontally, because it's going to pick up signals. Let's talk firewalls and states. So you have stateless firewalls, which are there to basically block or restrict traffic based on specific space. On static values. So it could be port X laid either way is not allowed to IP address Y to provide. So it's not going to be the signal smart. It's not aware of traffic patterns or end-to-end data flows. It is going to typically be faster and perform better under heavier traffic loads. It simply means that it needs less compute power than a stateful firewall, which can watch traffic streams. So this is an omnidirectional antenna that can send and receive signals and all direction functions perpendicular to the line of the encryption. It's going to be better at it's going to watch end-to-end
we have
traffic
dipole,
which is essentially not going
two
to function
monopoles.
as easily under heavier
it's
traffic
two
as a
monopoles
stateless
together,
firewall. It
so
simply
it can
means you're going
generate
to need more
powerful
signal
signal
in a
restricted
in a
space,
stateful packet
essentially.
firewall, but it's going to be better at identifying unauthorized
panel
and forged communications.
antenna.
So this is a flat device that's going to see the
focus from only
context
one side of the
a
panel, so
conversation
the
and be able to
panel that
recognize
faces away
things
from the
like
pole
like a SYN.
So you'll
where
typically see
we
these
see
mounted
host
flooding
up against a
wall
firewall with a
times
bunch of
because
SYN
it's going
requests,
to
which is the
provide
first
support
step in a
one
TCP handshake
direction. But
So let's
the key
talk
with panels
intrusion
to understand
detection
that
and
focuses from
prevention, or
one
IDS
side.
and IPS.
A parabolic
So the
antenna
difference
is
between
going to be
intrusion
very
detection
directional.
and
It's
intrusion
used to focus
prevention is
signals
pretty simple. So
from
an
very
intrusion
long
detection
distances
system
or
is
weak
going to
sources. You have to point
analyze
a parabolic antenna
header and payload.
at
It's looking for
the-
known
the-
events, but when the
source
known
you're
event is
trying to
detected,
amplify,
a
essentially.
log
So,
message
or
is going to
the
be
destination
generated.
you're trying to provide service
An
to.
intrusion
So,
prevention system is going to do
parabolic
largely the same
antennas are
thing, but
very
the difference
directional,
is,
and, the dish
when an intrusion
can
prevention
catch and receive
system
signals, but it's going to be
finds a known event,
very
it's
directional,
going
much
to
like
reject
a
the
satellite
packet.
television.
So an intrusion
satellite
detection
dish for
logs
television
the event.
has to be
An
focused,
intrusion
has to be
prevention
pointed
system actually
in the
does
direction of
something
the
about it.
satellite,
So that's the difference
for
between
which it's receiving
IDS
broadcast.
and IPS.
And then we have a Yagi.
So types of
which
IDS
is
systems, you may
basically
see
these
these on
little,
the exam. So
bars
behavior-based
that are crafted from a
intrusion
straight bar
detection
with these cross
will
sections
create a
to catch
baseline of
specific
activity
radio
to
frequencies
identify
in
what
the direction
comprises normal behavior
of the
in
main
your environment, and then
bar.
it's going
So
to
the
measure
crossbars are
performance
catching
against that
radio frequencies from the
baseline.
direction of the
A
main
knowledge base.
I don't expect you're going to see a
IDS
lot of
system is
coverage
going
here,
to
but I
use,
wanted to at least cover some of the basics because
signatures
they are called
similar
out
to the signature
in
definitions
the
used by
official,
anti-malware
exam.
So what that means is behavior-based is going to be better.
Finally,
There's the
detecting
antenna,
it
which
can
is highly
protect
directional.
previously
So this is
unknown attack
this is
methods,
going to
where
focus signal
knowledge-based
along the
is going to
direction
be
of the
effective
open
against
end of the
known
tube. And if
attack
that looks
methods
like
because it's using
signature,
the popular
we don't
potato chip
like
can
that you'll see in the U.S.
antivirus
because
nowadays
it's very
that
much
operates
that
only
shape.
on
In fact,
signatures
you'll find
because many
recipes out on
attacks
the
have never
internet
been
for
seen
making
before,
a
so you want
antenna
that capability
from
to recognize
a Pringles can.
unknown
is
attack
the
methods.
type
Now,
of potato
to
chip
be
I'm
clear,
talking about.
both host-based
Okay, other
and
network
network-based
devices. We have
systems. So you
firewalls.
can have
there are a couple of other flavors
essential
of
in
IDS
managing and
IPS,
controlling network
that
traffic
is,
at the
some will
perimeter,
be
right?
host-based,
We
meaning they
use
can run on
a
a
firewall,
computing system like
oftentimes
a Windows
to,
or a Linux system, or
filter
some will be network
inbound and
based.
outbound
They'll
traffic
function
at our
the network
perimeter,
layer and be
blocking
implemented through
unauthorized
network appliances
or malicious traffic.
They
at the
can
perimeter.
be.
We have a switch,
Host-based or
which
network-based,
repeats
and they
traffic
can be
only out of the
knowledge-based,
port
behavior-based,
on which
or
the
some
destination
combination
is known to
thereof.
exist.
Because we
So-
know
So
that where
unlike
signatures are
a
involved,
hub,
that's going to be
which
an
is
easier
going to transmit on
less,
all ports. A switch is
less
going to be
computationally
port-specific
expensive
based
operation,
on
right? So it may pay from
layer
a-
2
an
technology.
efficiency
Typically, it's
perspective
looking for that
to
MAC
mix the
address.
two,
Sometimes
to
you'll
combine
find
the
what's
two in
called a
some
layer
respects.
3 switch, which is kind of a hybrid device that performs that layer 2 functionality of a switch, but has some routing capability because routing is happening at layer 3. But think of switches as being layer 2 unless it's called out as a layer 3 switch. Routers are used to control flow on networks and are actually used to connect similar networks and control traffic between the two. It's how we separate collision domain. We can separate collision domains and segment traffic. So we can separate subnets and then route between those subnets using a router. So a router is happening, it's operating on layer 3 with IP. Then we have gateways, which connect networks that are using sometimes different network protocols. These are sometimes called protocol translators. They can be standalone hardware, or we can even see them as a software service. So an example of that would be in Windows for a long time, when Novell networking was still common. You could set up a protocol gateway on a server in software that would basically connect a Novell network to a TCP/IP network. So these gateways are typically working at layer 3 because they're handling a routing capability of sorts, connecting different protocols so they can communicate. Repeaters, concentrators, amplifiers, these are used to strengthen signals over a cable segment or connect, but they're connecting networks that use the same protocol. These are typically operating at layer 1. This is the physical layer in the OSI model. And if you didn't pick up on that, all the layers I'm calling out here, layer 1, layer 3, these are layer 2. These correspond to the OSI model, which is 7 layers. So make sure you know OSI, right? Bridges. These are used to connect two networks. They operate at layer 2. These are connecting network segments that use the same protocols, cabling types, etc. Then you have hubs, which were used to connect multiple computer systems. Honestly, you'll see hubs used in a home, but seldom in a business anymore. It's a multi-port repeater, so the signal gets broadcast everywhere, unlike the switch. Remember, the switch is going to send the traffic only to the destination, to the port on the switch where the recipient is known to exist. Your hubs are going to operate at layer 1. Then we have LAN extenders, which are a remote access multi-layer switch used to connect distant networks over WAN links. So you're essentially connecting two LANs, creating a WAN. So WAN connections and communication links can include there are two major types. There's private circuit and there's packet switching. So you may be tasked to know the difference between the two and to know some examples of each on the exam. So private circuit use dedicated physical circuits. That's going to be good for security. It's going to be more expensive, though. So private circuits would include dedicated or lease line, point-to-point, SLIP, ISDN, or DSL. Those last two you'll recognize from the world of internet connectivity and home and business of all sorts. But dedicated physical circuits is the key with private circuit. Make sure you try to lock some of these examples in your mind. And then the other option is packet switching, which uses virtual circuits, which are going to be efficient and they're going to be cost effective because we're not using dedicated physical circuits, which means our infrastructure costs are going to be less. A few examples of packet switching technologies would include X25 frame relay, ATM, SDLC, which we mentioned a bit earlier, synchronous data link control, or HDLC. Moving on to firewalls. So we'll start with some broad types of firewalls. So we have static packet filtering firewalls that filter traffic by examining data from the message header rather than the payload. These operate at layer 3 and up on the OSI model. Then we have the application level firewall that filters based on a service, a protocol, or an application. As you might guess, this operates at layer 7, the application layer of the OSI model. And then we have circuit level firewalls that operate at the session layer, at layer 5, and these are used to establish communication sessions between trusted partners often. SOCKS is an example of a circuit level firewall. So I wanted to call it out here. Sometimes we see that stateful option simply called a stateful inspection firewall, but just to juxtapose to the deep packet inspection firewall, which filters by looking at the payload contents. So that's the difference between a stateful firewall and deep packet inspection, because we're moving from the header into the payload. So then there are stateless firewalls. These watch network traffic and they restrict or block based on static values, source and destination addresses and ports. They're not aware of traffic patterns or data flows or session information. These are typically faster and perform better under heavier load, frankly, because they're doing a bit less work. They're examining less. When they're not paying attention to those session details or paying attention to packet contents or application values, there's a lot less to do. And then there are stateful firewalls, and these can watch traffic streams from end to end. They are aware of communication paths, and they can implement various IP security functions like tunnels and encryption. They're better at identifying unauthorized and forged communications. And now let's get a bit more specific. So I call these modern firewalls. There's the Web Application Firewall, often abbreviated the WAF. So this protects web applications by filtering and monitoring HTTP traffic or HTTPS traffic, if we think about it, between a web application and the internet. It typically protects against common attacks like cross-site scripting, cross-site request forgery, and SQL injection. These are the OWASP top 10 type attacks. And some of these WAF options come pre-configured with OWASP rule sets, which makes them very easy to configure. Then we have what we call next generation firewalls, sometimes abbreviated NGFW. This is a deep packet inspection firewall, which tells us it's looking at packet contents, it's looking at the payload. So it moves beyond port protocol inspection for blocking. It adds application level inspection, intrusion prevention, and brings intelligence typically from outside the firewall. You'll see these next-gen firewalls often leveraging threat intelligence feeds, which feed information in near real time often about the potential threat actors out there on the internet or about emerging threats. So deep packet inspection, just to touch on this again, this is a firewall that inspects and filters both based on header and payload. That's the key. I just want you to lock in your mind. It can detect protocol noncompliance, spam, viruses, intrusions. And then there's the UTM, or Unified Threat Management Firewall. This is a multifunction device. It's composed of several security features in addition to a firewall. Those features will vary by vendor and implementation. They might include intrusion detection or prevention, a TLS or SSL proxy, web filtering, quality of service, bandwidth throttling, NAT, VPN, antivirus. Because you have so many functions in there, that's not going to scale as well, right? Because you're doing a lot of work. So for that reason, we see this UTM option more commonly in small and medium businesses where they need that all-in-one device. Then there's the NAT, or Network Address Translation Gateway. So this allows private subnets to communicate with other cloud services and the internet, but it hides the internal network from internet users. The NAT gateway has the network address control list for private subnets. You'll typically see this used for users browsing the internet. We'll hide our users behind that NAT gateway so external entities don't have a path directly back to that end user by IP address or anything else. Next, we have the content or URL filter, which is going to look at the content on the requested web page and block the request depending on filters. So it's used to block inappropriate content in the context of the situation. So what is inappropriate in a school setting, for example, with students might be somewhat different from what is inappropriate in a work environment with adults. But the content filter is associated with deep packet inspection. And just to mention briefly, you have open source firewalls out there where the license is freely available and it allows access to the source code, though it might ask for an optional donation. There's no vendor support with open source firewalls, so you might have to pay a third party to support that in a production environment. I don't know that you're going to see this. I wanted to call this out because just to make sure you're situationally aware of the consequences of open source. And then proprietary firewalls are more expensive, but they tend to provide more and or better protection and more functionality and also support at a cost. And many vendors operate in this space, including Cisco, Checkpoint, Palo Alto, Barracuda, but they don't offer you source code access. It's proprietary, right? That's their secret sauce that they're selling you. It's a commercial firewall option. And then another angle to think about your firewalls from is hardware versus software. So a hardware firewall is a piece of purpose-built network hardware. It may offer more configurable support for LAN and WAN connections. It often has superior throughput versus software because it is hardware designed for the speeds and connections common in an enterprise network. Then we have the software-based firewall that you might install on your own hardware like a server. So this has the advantage of giving you the flexibility to place firewalls anywhere you'd like in your organization. You know, that can be a server, it can be a workstation. Anywhere you have a host, you can put a host-based firewall. They're more vulnerable in some aspects due to attack vectors. For example, if I have a software firewall on Windows, if I can compromise a host, I can flip a switch in the Windows registry, I can disable a service and potentially turn that firewall off, which is something that will be much more difficult to do on a purpose-built piece of hardware. And then let's talk about the difference between application host-based and virtual firewalls. So application-based firewalls typically cater specifically to application-level communications. This is often HTTP or web traffic. An example is that next generation firewall I mentioned. We have the host-based firewall, which is an application installed on the host OS, so that's a software firewall. And you'll see these for Windows and Linux, both client and server operating systems typically. Then there's the virtual service. So in the cloud, firewalls are often implemented as virtual network appliances or a virtual service that's transparent in terms of the underlying infrastructure. And these are available both from the cloud service provider directly and often third-party partners. So by CSP, I mean Microsoft, Amazon, Google, and then third-party partners like your Cisco's and Palo Altos will often have their own flavor that they offer for those cloud platforms. Now let's switch gears and talk about intrusion detection and prevention, IDS and IPS. So intrusion detection systems analyze whole packets, both header and payload, looking for known events. And when a known event is detected, a log message is going to be generated. Intrusion prevention, or IPS, on the other hand, analyzes whole packets, both header and payload, looking for known events. But when a known event is detected, the packet is rejected. So IDS reports and or optionally alerts, maybe an email alert or an alert on a dashboard. IPS takes action. That's the key differentiator you want to remember for IDS and IPS. So let's talk types of IDS systems. You have behavior-based, which creates a baseline of activity to identify normal behavior and then measures system performance against that baseline to detect abnormal behavior. And then we have knowledge-based. So knowledge-based IDS uses signatures similar to the signature definitions you'd see in an anti-malware or antivirus system. So the difference here is behavior-based can detect previously unknown attack methods, where knowledge-based are only effective against known attack methods. So knowledge-based are going to be much less effective today. They're at a significant disadvantage. And both your host-based and network-based intrusion detection systems can be knowledge-based, behavior-based, or a combination of both of these. So let's talk about the difference between host-based and network-based. So what you're seeing here is intrusion detection and intrusion prevention, the same definitions we saw earlier. So what makes host-based IDS and IPS is that it is installed in some form of software, often on a server. And network-based, as you can probably guess, is at the network level, often in hardware form. It's a purpose-built appliance, quite typically. I want to unpack a couple of aspects of network-based IDS and IPS. So the modes of operation. So there's inline mode, or also known as in-band. And this is where we place that device on or near the firewall as an additional layer of security. So that function might be a switch we can flip on a hardware firewall, or it might be that we place that device in line near that firewall. Then there's passive mode, or what we call out-of-band, and this is where the traffic does not go through the network-based intrusion appliance. It basically uses sensors and collectors to forward alerts over to that system. And there are advantages to both systems, but with those sensors and collectors, you'll typically see that those can be placed on a network, and they're detecting changes in traffic patterns. But one of the interesting scenarios there is you can place a sensor on the internet side of the network. It can scan all the traffic from the internet. I'd be worried about running all of my internet traffic through an inline configuration, because that's going to need to be some pretty beefy hardware if it's doing heavy scanning. I want to try to limit what I'm doing, and these sensors allow us to place sensors wherever makes sense in our network segments to look for changes in normal traffic patterns. So secure network design may come up on the exam, and I want to dial you into a few details that may help you better select the right answer on the CISSP exam. So we'll start with a bastion host, which is a computer or appliance that's exposed on the internet. It's been hardened by removing unnecessary elements. No services, programs, protocols, or ports are running that don't need to be running, right? It's running the bare necessities. We have a screened host, which is a firewall protected system. logically positioned just inside a private network. This is going to be the most secure option. So if you see bastion host versus screened host, the screened host is going to be the most secure option. Now, a screened subnet is really similar to a screened host in concept, except an entire subnet is placed between two routers or firewall, and the bastion host would be located within that subnet. So it's kind of a hybrid thereof. You should also be familiar with, for the exam, a proxy server, which functions on behalf of a client requesting a service, and it's going to mask the true origin of the request to the service typically. So that proxy server proxies the request and appears as the endpoint making the request. A proxy server is commonly used for internet browsing in an enterprise environment. So if you're on a corporate computer browsing the internet, there is likely a proxy server there that's masking your request and a lot of times caching content to improve performance. So let's talk about a honeypot. This is a term many are familiar with. I'm not sure everyone understands the nuance of the purpose of a honeypot. So certainly a honeypot is intended to lure bad people into doing bad things so we can watch them. But it's really intended only to entice, not to entrap. You're not allowed to let them, let the attacker download items with enticement. We're just diverting their attention. So for example, allowing download of a fake payroll file, that would be entrapment. Why that's important is if you're entrapping someone when you bring law enforcement into the situation, you're going to be unlikely to get positive results because you've entrapped them. You've encouraged them to do this bad thing and enabled it by putting a file out there they could download. So know the difference between enticing and entrapping, and essentially it means we're diverting their attention, but we're not letting them download items that would lead them to that crime, right? Remember this difference, though, for the exam. The goal with a honeypot is to distract from real assets and isolate in a padded cell, essentially, until you can track them down and figure out who that malicious actor is and block their IP address on their firewall or whatever, responsive action you're going to take. But remember, it's distract, not entrap. There's a variation of the honeypot called a honey net, which is an entire network set up for the same purpose. So common network attacks, this may come up on the exam. You're going to need to be familiar with common network attacks. We'll start with teardrop, which is it's a denial of service attack that involves sending fragmented packet to a targeted machine. So fragmented packets is going to be the key. A Fraggle attack is another denial of service that involves sending a large amount of spoofed UDP traffic to a router's broadcast address within a network. It's actually similar to another attack called a Smurf attack, which uses spoofed ICMP traffic. So the teardrop is fragmented packets, Fraggle attack is spoofed UDP traffic, and the Smurf attack is spoofed ICMP traffic. Then finally, we have the land attack, which is a layer 4 denial of service in which the attacker sets the source and destination information in the TCP segment to be the same value. So a vulnerable machine in this case is going to crash or freeze, processing a packet repeatedly because it has the same source and destination. So what you'll notice about all these, they're all denial of service attacks, right? Continuing down this road, we have a SYN flood. In which an attacker sends a succession of SYN requests. That's the first step in the TCP handshake. But it'll send a SYN request to a target system in an attempt to consume enough resources to make the system unresponsive to legitimate traffic. It keeps getting new connection requests, and the handshake never completes, and it eventually overwhelms the system. Then we have the ping of death, which involves sending an oversized ping packet. So basically it goes over the 65,536 byte limit. So notice those are all denial of service attacks, all 5. Do know the TCP three-way handshake, the process used in TCP/IP to make a connection between a server and a client. So basically it's 3 steps. It's the SYN, SYN-ACK, ACK. But the common element you see with the network attacks is there's a lot of playing around, a lot of manipulation with packets and network protocols. And that's it for Domain 4. Next up is Domain 5, Identity and access management. Let's take a look at the official exam outline, and at the end we'll touch on what's really new in Domain 5 in the 2021 release of the exam. So 5.1 is control physical and logical access to assets. 5.2, manage identification and authentication of people, devices, and services. 5.3, federate identity with a third-party service. So this is talking about the federated identity model, been around a long time. Implement and manage authorization mechanisms. So we're talking about authentication and authorization, or auth-in and auth-z as you'll sometimes hear them referred to. Not surprising, giving the title of this domain. 5.5, manage the identity and access provisioning lifecycle. And finally, implement authentication systems. So in the 2021 release, we see that 5.1 through 5.5 are almost word for word exactly as they were in the 2018 release. A couple of minor language changes of no real consequence. Now 5.6 was the net new objective at the top level, but when we unpack what's beneath 5.6, we see a lot of content that was here in the 2018 release. OpenID Connect and Open Authorization, Security Assertion Markup Language, or SAML, Kerberos, Radius, TACACS, Terminal Access Controller Access Control System Plus. This was all here in the 2018 release, but when we see a new subdomain and we see existing topics under there, the hint that gives us is there might be greater focus brought to these topics. So we do want to be aware of that and make sure we're familiar with everything we see beneath. I'm going to add certificate authentication here as well. It's not explicitly called out, but based on what I see across the domains, it's going to be important that you understand certificate authentication. So I'm going to touch on it here as though it's an explicit new topic. I'll start by taking a look at some of these topics that are either net new or potentially elevated in their focus in Domain 5. So we have certificate-based authentication. So digital certificates can be used as an authentication technique for users, services, or device identities. And certificates used in this process are very similar to those that you'd use to secure websites. They're X.509 certificates. They have both a public and private key. And the certificates are usually issued by a certification authority in a public key infrastructure. Now, whether you're issuing these certificates from your own PKI or you're purchasing these from a third party often comes down to whether or not these are going to be publicly facing. Because if you have a website, for example, facing the internet, you'll usually use a certificate from a trusted provider like a DigiCert. Now, for the exam, make sure that when you watch Domain 3, you take a look at the key exchange process described in the asymmetric cryptography section. Understanding the basics of asymmetric, symmetric, and how they're used is going to be fairly important. We have what we call the AAA protocols. They provide centralized authentication, authorization, and accounting services. We have a network access server, which is a client to a Radius server, and the Radius server provides those authentication, authorization, and accounting services. So we have Radius, which uses UDP and encrypts the password only. This is very common in remote access systems. We have TACACS, which uses TCP and encrypts the entire session. Very common in admin access to network devices. We see this in the Cisco world. And then Diameter, which is based on Radius and improves many of the weaknesses of Radius, but Diameter is not compatible with Radius. We actually see Diameter in the 4G world. But Radius uses UDP and encrypts password only, TACACS, TCP, and encrypts the entire session. And you have the use cases there in case something pops up. But network access or remote access systems use AAA protocol very commonly. Kerberos on the exam, I felt a bit of elevated focus. So the primary purpose of Kerberos is authentication, as it allows users to prove their identity. It's the authentication protocol we see primarily in Active Directory in the Microsoft world, very common in the enterprise on-prem in hybrid identity models. It also provides a measure of confidentiality and integrity using symmetric key encryption, but these are not its primary purpose. It doesn't include logging capabilities, so it doesn't provide accountability. We'll talk about attacks and countermeasures in other domains and a bit at the end of this domain, but common Kerberos attacks include replay, pass the ticket, golden ticket, and Kerberosting. In terms of attacks, if you hear or see pass the hash on the exam, that's referring to the NTLM protocol, which is your legacy authentication protocol in the Microsoft world, and then pass the ticket would refer to Kerberos. So also important will be a couple of policies. So there's need to know. The principal ensures that subjects are granted access to only what they need to know for their work tasks and job functions. So subjects with clearance to access is only granted if they actually need it to perform a job. The principle of least privilege ensures that subjects are granted only the privileges they need to perform their work tasks and job functions. This is sometimes lumped together with need to know. The only difference is that least privilege will also include rights to take action on a system, but only the rights that are necessary, providing the least privilege required in order to complete the job. And then separation of duties and responsibilities ensures that sensitive functions are split into tasks performed by 2 or more employees. This helps prevent fraud and errors by creating a system of checks and balances. We'll touch on these in other domains and videos in this series, but I wanted to touch on them here as they're relevant in Domain 5. But know these 3 principles for sure for the exam. Then I saw in the content what I call modern approaches to least privilege, or more granular approaches to least privilege. So we have just-in-time access, which allows temporary elevation of privilege, usually time-limited, as it's needed, revoking privilege at the end of the allowed window. So we see this in privileged identity management or privileged access management, it's sometimes called, and it's sometimes implemented through ephemeral accounts or a broker and remove access strategy. So where I've seen this most commonly, the user can request elevation. It may go through an approval process, and then they are elevated for a limited period of time, usually counted in single-digit hours. And that does it for what's new or elevated. So let's dive into Domain 5, and we'll start by defining identification. So this is where a subject claims an identity, typically by providing their username. And then authentication is where the subject proves their identity, typically by providing credentials like a password, or in the case of multi-factor authentication, providing a password and then something more, depending on the system we're working with. Authorization and accountability. So authorization comes after authentication, where a system will authorize access based on that proven identity. And then accountability are the auditing logs and trails that record events related to that identity that is performing action. So it gives us that historical record. So authorization comes after authentication, and accountability provides evidence should we need it later on. But identification plus authentication plus auditing equals accountability. So we don't have accountability without identification, authentication, and that auditing trail. So primary authentication factors. We talked about multi-factor authentication in a previous domain. It comes up here in the form of primary authentication factors. You should recognize these principles. Something you know, like a PIN or a password. Something you have, like a trusted device. And then something you are, like a fingerprint or a retina scan. So multi-factor authentication leverages those components, which means we're providing 2 or more authentication factors. This is going to be more secure than a single authentication factor for sure. Now, do remember that passwords are considered the weakest form of authentication. However, password policies can help here by enforcing complexity and history. So we don't have weak passwords and we don't reuse passwords. Smart cards are a good option, which include typically a microprocessor and a certificate, which would go back to the trusted authority from which it's issued, so we could trace that back to a trusted source. And then tokens are sometimes used to create one-time passwords. These come up in odds and ends scenarios like one-time guest scenarios, or I've seen it in cases where a user is in a location where they don't have cellular access, for example, to provide that second factor. And then finally, biometric methods, which identify users based on characteristics like a fingerprint or a retina scan. Now, around biometric, you're going to need to know the crossover error rate, how to calculate the crossover error rate, and the implications of the different error types. So let's talk about biometrics. This is authentication using an individual's physical characteristics, which are unique to each individual. So there's a fingerprint scanner, which are now very common, and they're used not only in multi-factor authentication, but various travel, financial, and legal situations. So you'll see these at some airports and even at some banks. A retina scanner, which works with your eye, of course, and with appropriate lighting, the retina of the eye can be accurately identified as the blood vessels of the retina absorb light more readily than the surrounding tissue. Then there's the iris scanner that confirms the identity of the user by scanning the iris of their eye. Both retina and iris scanners are physical devices. Then there's voice recognition, where the voice patterns of a person can be stored in a database and used for authentication. Facial recognition, which looks at the shape of the face and the characteristics like mouth, jaw, cheekbone, and nose. Now, light and angle direction can be a factor here, especially in software. Microsoft's facial recognition solution called Windows Hello was released in Windows 10, and it uses a special USB infrared camera, so it's a little better than some other facial recognition programs that can have problems with light. You can look at veins, so using blood vessels in the palm can be used as a biometric factor of authentication. And then there's gait analysis, so that's G-A-I-T. Gait is the way an individual walks, and identification or authentication using gait is possible, sometimes even with lower video resolution. So crossover error rate in the context of biometrics. So false acceptance occurs when an invalid subject is authenticated, someone who shouldn't have been. This is sometimes called a false positive authentication. Then a false rejection occurs when a valid subject is rejected. This is sometimes called a false negative authentication. So false acceptance is also known as a type 2 error. False rejection is a type 1 error. So false rejection is undesirable, but false acceptance is generally considered worse. For the exam, remember FAR as the acronym for false acceptance rate and FRR as the acronym for false rejection rate. And then there's the crossover error rate. This is in biometrics, identifying users based on their characteristics and then identifying the accuracy of the method. The crossover error rate is where false rejection and false acceptance rates are equal. So to move the crossover error rate lower or higher, you can increase or decrease the sensitivity of the biometric device until you get to that happy medium. So let's talk single sign-on. So this is a mechanism that allows our subjects to authenticate once and then access multiple objects without authenticating again. So some common single sign-on standards out there include SAML, Sesame, CryptoNight, OAuth, and OpenID. In fact, for the exam, the three I think you should focus on are SAML, OAuth 2.0, and OpenID. So OAuth 2.0 is the standard when it comes to OAuth, but you'll need to know the high-level scenarios where each of these more or less factor. So going down that road, Security Assertion Markup Language, or SAML, is an XML-based open standard for exchanging authentication between parties, in particular between an identity provider and a service provider. The most common place I see SAML come up is in Active Directory Federation services. What I will say about SAML is this seems to be kind of on the way out. I see some folks that have been using this for years. I don't see a lot of organizations adopting this sort of federation scenario very often. OAuth 2.0 is an open standard where we see authorization used by authenticating that user using their Microsoft, Google, Facebook, Twitter, social accounts without exposing their password. You use these every day, I'm sure. And then OpenID is another open standard that provides decentralized authentication, allowing users to log into multiple unrelated websites, one set of credentials using a third-party service that's called an OpenID provider. So just a couple of things here. So SAML comes up a lot in federation scenarios. Like I mentioned, Active Directory Federation Services is where I have seen it most commonly. OAuth 2.0 was developed by the Internet Engineering Task Force and updated through RFC, which is the same process used for maintaining internet protocols like TCP/IP, for example. So let's talk about access control models. So like those authorization mechanisms, access control models are going to be very important for the exam for Domain 5. So discretionary access control. So in this model, every object has an owner, and the owner can grant or deny access to other objects at their discretion. So the fact that the owner can grant or deny access at their discretion is what makes it discretionary. The NTFS file system that's very commonly used on Windows for many years gives us that sort of model. Role-based access control, something we also see in the Windows world quite typically, is where we use roles and groups. You'll actually see this in many cloud platforms like Microsoft Azure, for example, where they're using roles or groups. So instead of assigning permissions directly to users, user accounts are placed into a role or a group to give them those privileges. And basically that allows the system to scale more effectively. Typically mapped to job roles. So the roles or the groups that I'm added to are going to depend on my job roles. And in many large organizations, they'll have template user accounts where the template account is already a member of the right roles and groups, and they will simply clone that as they bring new users in or make a copy of it. And then there's rule-based access control, where you have the key principle here is global rules apply to all subjects. And within this model, these rules are sometimes called restrictions or filters. You'll commonly see this in the world of firewalls, where you have a firewall that uses rules that allow or block traffic to all users equally. Continuing on, we have attribute-based access control, which really focuses on rules that can include multiple attributes. It's going to be more flexible than the rule-based access control model we were just talking about. This is oftentimes used by software-defined networks. And then there is mandatory access control, which relies on the use of labels applied to both subjects and objects. So for example, if a user has a label of top secret, then they can be granted access to a top secret document. But in that example, both the subject and the object would have matching labels. This is sometimes called a lattice-based model, and it's called a lattice-based model based on the way it appears when it's drawn out as a tree. So if you see access control and lattice-based, mandatory access could well be your answer. I want to shift gears and talk about a different type of security controls, and I put these here because we just talked about access control, so logically this makes some sense in your memorization work and your study. So let's talk security controls, countermeasures, and safeguards, which can be implemented in three broad categories: administratively, logically or technically it's sometimes called, or physically. So those are your three categories. And then we have several types of controls, including preventative, detective, corrective, deterrent, compensative, directive, and recovery controls. The three primary control types are preventative, detective, and corrective. So I want to explain these and give you some examples of each, and you'll be expected to know these for the exam, so you'll want to spend some time on this. So we have the logical or technical, it's sometimes called. These are the hardware or software mechanisms used to manage access to resources and systems and to provide protection for those resources and systems. So here are a few examples. So you see this is the technology: encryption, smart cards, passwords, biometrics, access control list. Remember, we were just talking about access control. Physical security controls. So these are focused on providing protection to the facility and real-world objects. Examples here would include guards, fences, motion detectors, sealed windows, lights. I had someone complain that, well, lights don't provide physical protection. They actually do. When we have lights around the perimeter of a facility, lights will illuminate activity, and that discourages would-be intruders. Administrative, that third category. These are the policies and procedures defined by an organization's security policy to implement and enforce overall access control, focusing on two areas really, personnel and business practices. Examples here are exactly what you'd guess: the policies and procedures, hiring practices, background checks, security training, vacation history, job rotation, personnel controls. We're dealing with the policy and people aspects. Now, when we look at the study guide, they lay out these controls logically in this way. So we have our assets that we must protect. So administrative controls, those policies, provide the overriding foundation of our approach to security, so they are the closest layer in this case, because they drive all aspects of our approach. And then we have the logical and technical. So those are the technology protecting us against attacks and exploits. And then we have the physical. So again, we have policies, we have the logical protecting against attacks and exploits, and then the physical that prevent physical attacks on facilities and devices. So let's talk through the types of security controls I mentioned. So we have preventative, which is deployed to stop unwanted or unauthorized activity from occurring. So examples here would include fences, locks, biometrics, man traps, which are now more commonly called access control vestibules. We have detective controls, which are deployed to discover unwanted or unauthorized activity. These are often after-the-fact controls rather than real-time controls. So examples here would include security guards, guard dogs, audit trails, intrusion detection systems. Then we have corrective controls, which are deployed to restore systems to normal after an unwanted or unauthorized activity has occurred, such as a security incident. Examples here might include antivirus, alarms, business continuity planning, security policies. Then we have compensating controls, which are deployed to provide options to other existing controls to aid in the enforcement and support of a security policy. An example here would be a disaster recovery plan that includes an alternate office location in the event fire suppression fails and the building is damaged. Then we have directive controls, which are deployed to direct, confine, or control the actions of a subject to force or encourage compliance with security policies. So let's take a couple of simple examples here. So security guards. When we have a security guard at the front desk, it's going to direct or encourage someone to comply with our policies. If we have notification signs, if we have escape route exit signs, it's going to direct someone's activity. Monitoring and supervision are going to direct or encourage compliance with our policies. Recovery controls, which are deployed to repair or restore resources, functions, and capabilities after a violation of security policies. So these are going to be more advanced or complex capability to respond to access violations versus what we'd see with a corrective control. So examples here would include backups and restores, fault-tolerant drive systems, server clustering, and database shadowing. So the complexity factor is higher, as you can see there. And then finally, we have the deterrent control, which is deployed to discourage the violation of security policies. A deterrent control picks up where prevention leaves off. So locks, fences, security badges, security guards, security cameras, intrusion alarms. So you'll notice here that many controls fit into multiple categories. And you'll see the same when you look at the official study guide. I wanted to call out the descriptions here in a summary fashion with some examples to ensure you can commit what sometimes seem to be subtle differences to memory for the exam. Now we're going to switch gears and talk about the elements of risk. So risk is the possibility or the likelihood that a threat can actually exploit a vulnerability and cause damage to assets. And we can assess risk quantitatively which means using formulas, or we can do it qualitatively, which is using some estimates based on our experience. So asset valuation identifies the value of the asset. So asset valuation is focused on asset value, and threat modeling identifies threats against these assets. Vulnerability analysis identifies weaknesses in an organization's valuable assets. We're not worried about assets that don't really have value. I don't care much about the stack of printer paper over on the table. I care about that e-commerce system that holds my customer data, right? I'm going to run through some common access control attacks with you now, but before I do, I want to call your attention to another video in the CISSP Exam Cram series, and that is the dedicated attacks and countermeasures video, which covers attacks and countermeasures across all of the domains of the exam. I absolutely recommend you give that a look before you head in for the exam. So you'll want to be familiar with access control attacks for the exam. So dictionary attacks are one example, and they would use all dictionary words to attempt to find the correct password in the hopes the user has used a standard word out of a dictionary, and that's where we can use password policies to help. A brute force attack is an attack that attempts to break a password by trying all possible words, and really password complexity and attacker tools and compute power are going to determine the efficacy of that kind of attack. A spoofed logon screen, so that implements a fake logon screen, and when a user attempts to log on, the screen will send the username and password to the hacker. So a spoofed logon screen could be when we have a compromised system and that screen has been faked, or sometimes you'll see in phishing attacks where you get a fake, Gmail logon screen, for example, and you're encouraged to change your Gmail password. So spoofed logon screens are another threat. Sniffer attacks. So in a sniffer attack, the attacker uses a packet capturing tool. That's the key element here. So they can capture, analyze, and read data that's sent over a network looking for information they can use to work against us. An attacker can easily read data that's sent over a network in clear text, so encrypting data in transit is going to stop this kind of attack. Spoofing attacks, this is where the attacker is pretending to be something or someone else. This is used in many kinds of attacks, including access control. The attacker is often trying to obtain credentials, like in the spoofed Google logon screen that typically comes through a phishing attack. Many spoofing attacks, like email spoofing, phone number spoofing, IP spoofing, a lot of phishing attacks are going to focus on using spoofing methods. Another type of access control attack is social engineering. This is just any attempt by an attacker to convince someone to provide information they wouldn't normally, like a password, or to perform an action they wouldn't normally, like clicking on a malicious link. Or it could even be telling somebody information about vacation schedules, or when somebody comes into the office normally, because oftentimes social engineers are trying to gain access to the IT infrastructure or the physical facility. And so understanding how people move around the organization can be really useful to them. So the best defense for social engineering is security awareness training. Just training users to not give away information to parties they don't know, and to not click on links that they aren't sure are legitimate. Phishing attacks. So phishing attacks are commonly used to trick users into giving up personal information via some sort of email, a malicious link, or a malicious attachment. Lots of tools out there today to prevent phishing attacks, and even tools to simulate phishing attacks so you can educate your users in the real world from day to day. So there are some phishing variants we want to be familiar with. So spear phishing targets specific groups of users. There are basic phishing attacks that aren't very clever, where every user in your organization gets blanketed with a, hey, your Gmail password has been compromised. You need to click here and change your password quickly. We actually had a government entity, a campaign, a political campaign that was hacked through that sort of general phishing attempt. But a spear phishing attempt is going to be a little more nuanced, in that the attacker has done some advanced investigation of your organization, and they're targeting specific groups with a more specific type of attack that seems relevant to their job. A variant of this is whaling, which is a targeted attack on your high-level executives or other high-value targets. Whaling is going after that high-value target. And then phishing uses voice to carry out the exploit. So phishing is really the number one cyber attack in the world today. This is a really common way in the door to then compromise your organization in other ways. So you want to know these three variants for the exam for sure. I expect you'll see something on phishing come up. Then finally, there's an access aggregation attack. That's where the attacker combines or aggregates non-sensitive information to learn sensitive information. This is used often in reconnaissance attacks. Let me give you an example of an internal access aggregation of non-sensitive data. So let's say we have a shipping clerk that has access to order records, but the organization restricts access to total sales volume. But the shipping clerk has access to the order records, so they can pull all those individual records together and add them up to total to get that sensitive total sales volume. That's one example, but it's combining non-sensitive information to get to the sensitive information. So know these common access control attacks and how to prevent them. So to prevent these types of attacks, I've given you some of that information in line as we talked about them, but a couple of reminders here. So passwords should be long, complex, and changed. So that's where we used password policies to enforce complexity and history. So we have to have a strong password policy, and then enforcing other measures like account lockout after X number of logon attempts. And for the spoofed logon screens, the best prevention is to have secure endpoints where these fake screens can't be implemented. And in the case of the external scenario where you're being sent to like a spoofed Gmail screen, for example, that's where we're using phishing protections to deal with that sort of exploit. So other attacks, there are a couple of not specifically access control attacks I wanted to talk to you about, but just to get these out here because they're sort of fringe. So Tempest allows electronic emanations that monitors produce to be read from in a distance. This is going to be effective on CRT monitors. So this is something of a legacy attack. With monitor displays, modern monitor displays, shoulder surfing is going to be the way you deal with that. White noise, which is broadcasting false traffic at all times to mask and hide the presence of real emanation. So that's sending kind of a distracting signal down the line, essentially. So I'm not sure you'll see these. I want to bring them up because they are definitely called out in the guide. RFID, barcoding, and inventory, these represent the ability to prevent theft, which reduces risk. So you'll see RFID, barcoding, and inventory in the world of asset management, and these are intended to prevent theft and reduce risk. So these are not going to be technical areas, but think of risk reduction around asset theft when you see RFID, barcoding, and inventory. And that's what I have for you in Domain 5. Next on the agenda is Domain 6, Security Assessment and Testing. And the discussion of what's new in Domain 6 is a fairly short discussion because there are no significant changes. In fact, when we look at the top line syllabus for this exam, it hasn't changed from the 2018 release of the CISSP syllabus. Domain 6 is a short domain, but a pretty high bar in terms of what you're expected to know. So let's get into it by starting with a look at the exam outline from the official ISC² exam outline. So it starts with design and validate assessment, test, and audit strategy. So the key word there being design and validate strategy. So you're expected to know how to develop a good assessment, test, and audit strategy. 6.2, conduct security control testing. So now we're actually talking about doing the work. Collecting security process data in 6.3, and then analyzing the output and generating a report. So even though this is a short domain by the numbers, there's a pretty high bar in that you're expected to have some knowledge end to end in the assessment and testing process. And remember, there's always one fundamental truth you want to remember about the CISSP exam, and that is that sometimes situations require an expert. And so, does the CISSP assume that you're an expert penetration tester? No, it does not. So remember, we're thinking like a manager here. That may come up. And sometimes call an expert is a valid answer. So just park that in the back of your head. So let's talk security assessment and testing. So assessment and testing programs in the security world provide a mechanism for validating the ongoing effectiveness of security controls. And ongoing effectiveness is a good point there, because your testing programs are going to have to come back periodically and validate that your controls are still effective. It's not a one-time situation. I function in a fractional chief information security officer for organizations, and we have some tests that are conducted quarterly, so it's an ongoing process. Vulnerability assessments, penetration tests, software testing, audits, security management tasks. So we're going to touch on all of these in this domain. And the most important thing is that every organization should have a security assessment and testing program defined and operational. So if you get to one of those choose the best answer questions, that's the bottom line when it comes to security and assessment testing is you need a program defined and operational. So let's talk about vulnerability assessments versus penetration tests. Vulnerability assessments use automated tools to search for known vulnerabilities. And these tend to be less expensive than penetration tests, generally speaking. The flaws might include missing patches, missing configurations, faulty code that expose the organization's security to security risks. And you'll find they'll call out, the automated tools will call out the CVE that's applicable to the vulnerability. Penetration tests use these same tools, but they supplement this with attack techniques where an assessor attempts to exploit vulnerabilities and gain access to a system. So vulnerability assessments will identify some weak spots, and then the penetration test goes a step further to target what we call targets of opportunity in some cases. And so generally speaking, when you get a quote for a penetration test, you're going to quote these two things together from the company you're working with. And large organizations might have their own penetration testers, but they're still going to hire external companies, external auditors to do this sort of testing. So some of the strategies that might be employed, war dialing, which is a bank of modems, sniffing, so monitoring the network, eavesdropping, dumpster diving, which is just like it sounds. I've never seen a penetration test that involved dumpster diving. The more people time that's involved, the more expensive it's going to be, right? And these last two in particular, if somebody's going to go dumpster diving or go through some social engineering exercises, these are going to drive your price up because it requires a person really doing some homework and spending some time. The whole idea of this, is that human interaction is involved, and just know that that's going to increase the cost. That bank of modem strategy, I expect, is legacy. It's called out in the official guide, to just park that in the back of your mind that it might come up as a valid strategy, and certainly it is. It just feels a little less relevant in 2021, doesn't it? Some key areas of security process. So employment policies and practices. So we know on the front end, we have background checks as we're onboarding employees. On the back end, at separation, we have a termination process, which would include making sure that we deprovision any access this employee has to the organization's data. This is going to be an important part of the identity management lifecycle, which we talked about back in Domain 5. So roles and responsibilities. Remember that management sets the standard and verbalizes the policy. And around security awareness training. So security awareness training is really important in preventing social engineering. It certainly helps with phishing attacks. I see in the real world that quarterly security awareness training takes our phishing numbers way down, because people become hyper aware of the most common attacks. But if we look at this in order, we write the policies, we communicate the policies, and then we train on the policies, right? So it's a process within a process, sort of encompassing these processes. So software testing. So software testing comes in many forms, but it's used to validate our code that's moving into production and really before production. So software testing at its basis just verifies that code functions as designed and does not contain security flaws. Code review typically uses a peer review process to formally or informally validate code. So it's quite normal that you'll have senior developers looking over the code from junior developers or folks cross-discipline validating code. There's really no hierarchy here, but you always need that second set of eyes just to ensure that we're following good practices and as a team going down the same approach. And certainly there are automated tools out there you can use to scan your source code that will flag bad practices. But a peer review process is part of the software testing world as well. So interface testing focuses on interactions between components and users with API testing and physical interface testing. So this is really about how maybe an interface interacts with a database, for example, or an interface interacts with an API. And you can automate some of this testing. A lot of times this will be some of that user experience testing where a skilled software tester goes through a plan, validates the experience, flags any variance from the expected result. Static versus dynamic software testing. You'll want to know the difference between these two for the exam. So static software testing includes things like code reviews that we just talked about, evaluating the security of the software. The key here is evaluating the security of the software without running it by analyzing source code or the compiled application. And then there's dynamic software testing where we evaluate the security of the software in a runtime environment. This is often the only option for organizations that are deploying applications written by someone else. But I do want to point out that dynamic software testing does not mandate that it's written by somewhere else. There is a lot of value in running software in a runtime environment to ensure that it functions as designed, that it can scale, that it is secure, because in a runtime environment we can perform all of the evaluation and scanning to ensure that those components come together for a successful result before we go to production. But when it comes to static software, if we boil it down to the most basic element, static software testing involves evaluation without running it. Dynamic testing involves running it. We go to a runtime environment. All right, fuzzing may come up on the exam. This is a testing technique. So it uses modified inputs to test software under unexpected circumstances. So changing the input around to see how the application responds to unexpected inputs. This sort of testing can flush out things like SQL injection attacks, for example. Or SQL injection vulnerabilities, I should say, in your code. Fuzzing also involves modifying known inputs that may trigger unexpected behavior. This is the part where you're asking yourself, what in the heck is a synthetic input? Well, so it modifies a known input, which would be real-world data, to generate a synthetic input. So not real-world data, but that resembles the real thing. This is how you can create larger data sets, but modifies known inputs to create synthetic inputs, basically more examples that may potentially trigger unexpected behavior. If I test an interface, for example, with 5 different options, I might not find a problem, but if I test that same interface with 5,000 options, I might find a problem, right? So variety is good, and synthetic inputs give us that capability. Generating generational fuzzing is another type of fuzzing. So this develops inputs based on models of unexpected inputs to perform the same task. Security management oversight. So proper oversight of your information security program. Obviously important questions around oversight may come up on the exam. So log reviews, particularly for administrator, for privileged activities to ensure that systems are not misused. Periodically, we'll also have account management reviews to ensure that only authorized users retain access to information systems. In fact, in recent years, there are tools out there that will kick off access reviews in the cloud. Multiple providers have what we call a privileged identity management system that will kick off an access review where the user or a user's manager reviews their access and verifies that it's still necessary, or says, hey, I don't need this anymore, and the access is removed. Backup verification. So ensuring that the data protection process is actually functioning properly. This is the most important thing. And if you get a question around the backup or recovery program and asking, what's the most important element? The most important element when it comes to backups and DR is that the process actually works, full stop. All right, key performance and risk indicators. So providing a high-level review of the security program effectiveness. So looking at key performance and risk indicators will surface a need for evolution of our process. Security controls don't function at the same level of effectiveness or efficacy forever, right? They need to be evolved over time to deal with the change in threats and attack vectors. Internal and external audits. So you'll expect it to be familiar with conducting or facilitating internal and third-party audits. So a security audit happens when a third party performs an assessment of the security controls that are protecting an organization's information assets. So third party, that means external, right? And then internal audits are performed by an organization's internal staff, and they're intended for management use. In fact, we perform internal audits to ensure that we're ready for third-party audits. So it's part of internal audits are part of that process to ensure that our controls are effective, but we can also perform an internal audit that reviews specifically the standards the third party is going to bring to bear on our organization. For example, if we had an external audit coming to us for GDPR, we could look at the KPIs around GDPR and make sure through an internal audit that we were ready for the third party audit. That way the third party audit is really just focused on those edge cases that we missed, just helping us round out our strategy, not feeding us basics. And for the exam, I would suggest assuming that any audit mentioned is a third-party audit unless otherwise specified. If it doesn't say internal audit, I would assume that it's a third party. And that's what I have for you in Domain 6. That brings us to Domain 7, Security Operations. So let's talk about what's in the official exam outline for Domain 7, as well as what's new in the 2021 release. We know when we take a look at what's new, that can give us an idea of where we may see some additional focus in this latest iteration of the CISSP exam. So 7.1 is understand and comply with investigations. 7.2, conduct logging and monitoring activities. Then perform configuration management, followed by apply foundational security operations concepts. 7.5, apply resource protection. Then conduct incident management, and in 7.7, operate and maintain detective and preventative measures. So you see a lot of process-driven content here because this is, after all, security operations. And we're about halfway home here. So 7.8, implement and support patch and vulnerability management. If you've been in IT for long, this one may be one of the easier concepts to onboard. 7.9, understand and participate in change management. This may also be easy for some of us. Implement recovery strategies, followed by implementing disaster recovery processes, and then testing disaster recovery plans, and in 7.13, participating in business continuity planning and exercises, followed by implementing and managing physical security, and finally, in 7.15 addressing personnel safety and security concerns. After all, human safety is our number one priority, so that one's important. I expect physical security is going to be an area that many are a little less experienced with, so maybe a bit more learning and memorization work there, and understanding the relationship between business continuity and disaster recovery planning is important, so I will talk about each of those and how they are related in this chapter. Now, I want to take a look at what's new in 2021. So we saw that 7.4 was essentially removed, which was securely provisioning resources, and we saw quite a few new technologies mentioned in these existing subdomains. So some of the topics we saw pop up were threat feeds, user and entity behavior analytics, next generation firewalls, and web application firewalls, as well as the use of machine learning and artificial intelligence. So I'm going to cover all of what's new right now, so we can just get the what's new out of the way, and then we'll dive into the rest of Domain 7. So we'll start with those firewalls, and I did mention these two in Domain 4 because I wanted to include all of the firewall information in one place for ease of your learning, but I'm going to call them out here again simply because they were raised in Domain 7. So we have web application firewalls, often abbreviated as WAF. And these protect web applications by filtering and monitoring HTTP, or more likely HTTPS traffic, between a web application and the internet. And they typically protect web applications from attacks like cross-site scripting, cross-site request forgery, and SQL injection, just to name a few. Some of these WAF solutions will come pre-configured with OWASP rule sets to address the OWASP top 10 threat lists. And then we have the next generation firewall, often abbreviated NGFW, which is a deep packet inspection firewall that moves beyond port and protocol inspection and blocking. It adds application level inspection and additional functions like intrusion prevention, and brings intelligence from outside the firewall, often in the form of threat feeds, to feed real-time information about potential threats into the firewall's logic. Then we have user and entity behavior analytics, which is where entity behavior is collected and it's input into a threat model, and a baseline of normal behavior is established for entities based on historical data. And an entity may be a user, it may be a device, and over time it establishes that baseline of normal, which then enables analysis to uncover more details around anomalous events, around abnormal activity, unusual activity. You'll often see an automated investigation feature in solutions that leverage user and entity behavior analytics and machine learning and AI to allow investigation of anomalous behavior at scale, so security operations can keep up. We then have threat intelligence, threat feeds, these are also called. These are activities that an organization undertakes to educate itself about the threat landscape in the form of a feed containing malicious entities ingested by cybersecurity tools. And a single feed may be comprised of many sources, including open source intelligence. An entity in this case can mean IP, website, threat actor, file hash, certificate. It's going to vary by vendor, but entity can mean many different elements to identify entities that are malicious as well as entities that are definitely not malicious. You'll also be expected to understand the role of artificial intelligence and machine learning, or AI and ML, in security operations, which really help to analyze and improve our cybersecurity posture in an automated way. So this analysis is no longer a human scale issue. We see that in the form of an automated investigation feature often, but AI-based tools have emerged from a number of vendors that help us to reduce our breach risk and improve security posture by enabling investigation at scale without the need for a person doing all that work. But they can quickly analyze millions of events, identify potential incidents, and dig into that data to surface those activities that are in fact actual incidents that then humans can review and confirm. And we see histories of behavior build profiles on users, assets, networks, allowing AI to detect and respond to deviations from those established norms, from that baseline of normal. If you didn't watch Domain 1, I did talk at a bit greater depth about exactly what are artificial intelligence, machine learning, UBA, which we just discussed, as well as deep learning. So if you want to understand more about what these four are and how they're related, go back to Domain 1 and watch that. I covered it at the beginning for a reason, because I think it's going to be important for your learning throughout the modules. But know that AI and machine learning factor in anti-malware, in security information event management, in intrusion detection and prevention, in identity as a service, and many other services. And that is to say that AI and machine learning are everywhere in security today. And those are the deltas for the 2021 release of the exam. Let's dig into the rest of our Domain 7 content. All right, so let's get right into it. So we're going to start with some concepts. So need to know and the principle of least privilege, which have come up in other domains in one respect or another, are two standard principles that are implemented in any secure network. And at the root of it, they limit access to data and systems so that users and other subjects only have access to what they require. They are preventative. They prevent security incidents, but where they don't prevent, they also can limit the scope of incidents when they occur. When we have an account that's breached, if we've implemented security controls, access controls, the principle of least privilege, what we will do is limit the damage, because without these principles, the damage can be far greater when we don't prevent entirely. So preventing fraud and collusion. So collusion is an agreement among multiple people to perform some sort of unauthorized or illegal actions. So a couple of ways to prevent fraud and collusion. One would be separation of duties. This is where we just make sure that one person can't control all the elements of a critical function. So we have one person who maybe assigns those elevated permissions, and we have another person who carries out those activities. But one person doesn't have that full capability end-to-end where they could complete that entire end-to-end critical process in a vacuum. You know, maybe going all the way out to deleting critical information, for example, covering their tracks. So separation of duties, very important. Job rotation, so rotating employees into different jobs or tasks, so we don't have the same person in the same role within a process for an extended period of time. This is actually a way you can flush out fraud along with rotating vacation schedules, etc., because we can see patterns based on who's on duty, right? But implementing these policies helps prevent fraud because it limits the actions individuals can perform without colluding with others. If we don't have one person with permission, with capability to go end to end in a process without talking to anyone else, we're going to reduce the likelihood it happens, because then folks have to be working together to some malicious end. So monitoring privileged operations. So privileged entities are trusted, but we know these people can abuse their privileges, right? It happens. So it's important that we monitor assignment of privileges and the use of privileged operations. So we want to monitor who has been assigned privilege, and we want to monitor when and where and how they are using it. But the goal here is to ensure that trusted employees don't abuse those special privileges that we're granting them. And the reality here is that monitoring these operations can also detect many attacks, because attackers are commonly going to use special privileges, right? If an account is breached, for example, if an identity is compromised, the attacker will use that privilege to carry out their attack. So if we see that Sally has global admin rights on a cloud platform and she's performing actions right now that require privilege, but Sally's not on duty, we know we have a problem, right? We've we've flushed out an attack in progress because we were monitoring those operations. So the information lifecycle. So it all begins with creating information, right? So information can be created by users. So, a user creates a file, for example, right? But information can also be created by a system. Like when a system logs access, when we're logging and monitoring privileged operations, for example. So shortly after creation, we want to make sure that data is classified, right? So if you're in the financial services industry and you have a document that has financial data in it or personally identifiable information, we want that information classified as soon as possible so we can properly secure it as it is stored, right? Because if we don't have that classification in place, so our security controls are applied, then we have a window of opportunity where that data can be scooped up or leaked in some fashion because we haven't classified quickly enough. And the data should be protected with adequate controls based on that classification. That's why it's so important to get your classification in as soon as possible. And when we think about usage in the context of the information lifecycle refers to any time data is in use or in transit over a network, for example. Archiving data, so sometimes we have to archive data to comply with logs or regulations that require us to retain the data. And there are regulatory requirements out there that might require us to keep data for 7 years or even longer in some cases. So archival is one way we do that. And then when we get to the end of information's life cycle, we need to destroy that data. And when it's no longer needed, it should be destroyed in a way that it is not readable. And a couple of things here. We talked about in an earlier domain that if we let data stick around longer than it's needed, it can result in legal issues, right? But we want to also make sure that it is not readable or recoverable. We talked about previously in the series how just deleting a file from a hard drive, for example, doesn't mean that it can't be recovered through forensic means. So we want to make sure that when we're destroying data, we are destroying data so it is not readable or recoverable. All right. So service level agreements will definitely come up when we're talking about when we're covering subjects like disaster recovery. And service level agreements stipulate performance expectations like maximum downtimes or availability numbers, how many nines we're putting out there. These are generally going to be used with vendors. Now, can a service level agreement exist between entities within an organization? They can. Generally speaking, between departments or business units in an organization, you will have what they call OLAs or operations level type agreements. So secure provisioning, which came up in the official exam outline. So secure provisioning of resources ensures that resources are deployed in a secure manner out of the box and they're maintained in a secure manner throughout their life cycle. So for example, when we think about secure provisioning, we deploy a PC from a secure image. We have a gold image. If it's a virtual machine, we have a VM template. If it's an application that runs in Docker, for example, we'll have a container image that's been properly scanned to ensure that it is exactly as we think it to be and doesn't contain any malicious code or applications. Virtual assets. So the world is compute and network are virtualized, especially when we get to the cloud. But virtual assets can include virtual machines. They can include virtual desktop infrastructure. So VDI has gotten bigger over the years, and in 2020, this industry really blew up even more with work from home increasing. Software-defined networks fall into the category of virtual assets. Virtual storage area networks. Hypervisors are, I think, the number one thing we think of when we're talking about virtual assets. But both, because the hypervisor gives us just another target, right? If you can compromise the host, you can potentially compromise all of the virtual assets that ride on that host, the virtual networks, the virtual machines, etc. So both your hypervisors and your virtual machines have to be patched, right, to keep them up to date. But you've got compute, network, and storage there that are all virtualized in some respect. All right, so continuing down this road of virtual assets, we can potentially have security issues around our cloud-based assets. So storing data in the cloud, in theory, increases the risk. So we have to take steps there to make sure that we're protecting the data depending on its value. And certainly if we're storing data in the cloud, there are going to be security recommendations from that cloud provider to make sure that we're using the service, the cloud service, in the way it's intended. But what you'll also find in cloud storage is shadow IT can be a problem. We find that our users are potentially using cloud storage apps that we didn't intend. So if you're a Microsoft shop, you're probably using OneDrive and SharePoint, but you may find with a little looking that your employees are also using Dropbox or Box. And that's what a cloud access security broker, or CISSP, can really help you with, is flushing out unsanctioned apps in your environment that potentially increase our risk further because they're outside of our radar. So we talked about the CISSP a domain or two back. And when you're leasing cloud-based services, you do want to know who is responsible for maintenance and security, because the cloud represents what we call a shared responsibility model. I'm going to give you a clear diagram of this in about 30 seconds, so stick with me. And it's the cloud service provider that really gives us the least amount of maintenance, and it gives us security in the IaaS model. So it gives us least amount of maintenance, but it also gives us security, not least maintenance and least security. It's least maintenance and good security in that IaaS model. But let's talk about responsibility, right? So when you have a hypervisor and you're running virtual machines in your data center, it's yours, right? You're responsible from the wire up, physical layer to application layer. Now, when we move into the cloud, when we're looking at IaaS, or infrastructure as a service, these are virtual machines, you'll notice that the cloud service provider, the CSP, has some responsibility there, right? They're handling the infrastructure for you. They're handling the hypervisor, the networking, the storage, the servers. As we move into platform as a service, you'll see here that the CSP is taking on even more responsibility. Now they're handling the runtime, the middleware, the OS. So there are many cloud-based database platforms, for example, where you can deploy databases, potentially have your own database server, but you're not responsible for a lot of that stack, right? You're really focused on your data and your apps at that point. And if we go all the way to SaaS, something like Office 365, for example, you are a consumer of a service. So you are really, truly just the customer in that case, configuring the services you'd like, and all of the responsibility is on the CSP. But you see, as we move across the model there, the responsibility of the CSP, the shared responsibility, is shifted from your organization to that cloud service provider. So let's talk about configuration and change management. So these are important on their own, but they also factor when we're thinking about incidents and outages, because good configuration and change management can prevent incidents and outages, because they improve our security and the consistency of our configuration. So configuration management ensures that all of our systems are configured in a similar fashion, that those configurations are known, and they are documented. In fact, there's a practice called baselining that ensures our systems are deployed with a common baseline starting point. Imaging is a common baselining method, and really using policy-based configuration of your security is another way to establish consistency in configuration. When we use a policy that is automatically applied as we deploy new resources, we have confidence that our configuration is consistent throughout. But that baselining process can start with imaging. It can move into policy-based configuration, and in configuration management, this is a process where we also have to have some continuous scanning or periodic scanning to make sure that we don't have shift and drift in our configuration, that our configuration remains consistent, that we don't have a gap in access controls that have allowed people to manually change our configurations in a way that we're not aware of or okay with. And change management can go hand in hand with this, because change management will help reduce our outages or weakened security from those authorized changes, right? When we have a change management process in place, we're going to always make sure that those changes have been documented, discussed, tested, and they're authorized, right? So versioning uses a labeling or a numbering system to track changes in updated versions of software. These can be really helpful in the change management process because we know what version we're on. If we have a change that rolls out and we need to roll back, we know exactly what version of the environment we're going back to. But the key here is that this process requires changes to be requested, approved, tested, and documented, right? And this can also really work as a deterrent control, because anyone thinking about making unauthorized changes will be aware of your change management policy and will know that they're breaking the rules if they go outside this process of request, approval, testing, and documentation. The exam may test your knowledge of the patch management process, or update management you may sometimes hear it called, which ensures that our systems are kept up to date with current security patches. And the process generally involves evaluating, testing, approving, and then deploying those patches. In larger companies, you'll see the evaluation, test, and approval process is fairly well structured and formalized. In small to medium businesses, oftentimes we'll see this is less formal. And in the smallest businesses, many times we'll see that Windows, for example, is simply allowed to automatically deploy those patches on its own. And then, of course, after the fact, we need to verify the deployment of approved patches to these systems. That's where your vulnerability scanner can help. And for major patch deployments, your patches that perhaps involve new functionality, for example, we'll want to make sure this is intertwined with our change and configuration management. And in larger organizations, you'll see the patch management process tied into change management, so the IT organization knows when this is happening. And it is a fact that orgs without patch management will experience outages at some point from known issues that could have been prevented had they simply kept their security patches up to date. So just to visualize that patch management program as it was articulated there, we evaluate patches, test the patches, approve the patches, deploy the patches, and then verify the patches are deployed. Now, the verification we can do with a vulnerability scanner. Certainly if you are using a third-party or even a Microsoft Enterprise patch management system, generally there will be a report there that can help you verify, but a vulnerability scanner is an external source of truth that I think is worth employing on a recurring basis, like monthly, for example. Now, I mentioned vulnerability management was going to come up. There are three concepts we want to talk about here. So vulnerability management includes routine vulnerability scans and periodic vulnerability assessments. So typically when you're getting a penetration test, in any quote for a pen test is typically going to come with a vulnerability scan as well, because they'll use the output of the vulnerability scan to identify targets that they can then go in and do some poking and prodding to see if they can breach in the penetration test. And not to say that's the only time you can do that. Many organizations are the most secure organizations, in my opinion, are going to be performing their own vulnerability scans on a routine basis, which will flush out issues in other processes like patch management, as I mentioned. Vulnerability scanners are the technical component that can detect those security vulnerabilities and weaknesses, the absence of patches or weak passwords, and surface that back to us. Many companies out there that produce vulnerability scanners, Tenable is a great scanner. Qualys is another vendor that comes up in this space, but many out there. I'm not recommending either of those. I'm just calling out that you have a lot of options out there in the space. Vulnerability assessment go beyond that technical scan. That technical scan is just a piece of software scanning a list of host or IP addresses. The assessment extends beyond that scan and can include reviews and audits to detect vulnerabilities. It generally speaking will include a person then applying specialized knowledge to take that one step further. The exam focuses on incident response in a 7-step process. You'll need to memorize these steps in order. Here is the memory device I use to remember those steps. DRM, RR, RL, the first letter of each of those steps. Drum roll. Not spelled exactly right, but it certainly sounds the same when you look at it, right? So drum roll is how I commit those 7 steps to memory. And if we break those out, so we have detection, which might include our monitoring tools, intrusion prevention, firewall users, notification to management of the help desk. We have response, triage. Is it really an incident? Here we have a decision to declare, yes, this is an incident. Mitigation. So this is our first containment effort or step. This is where we create our response team. Reporting to relevant stakeholders, customers, vendors, law enforcement. Recovery, returning to normal operations. Then in the remediation step, we're addressing root cause, and then lessons learned, where we talk through what happened. This helps prevent recurrence and improves our incident response process. So those 7 steps, if I just lay them out here again, I want to just call out some key details that you want to commit to memory for the exam, okay? So limiting damage happens in the response phase. That's where we initially respond to the incident. Mitigation is where we contain that incident. We contain the scope. Reporting and recovery are management decisions, incidentally. So just park that in the back of your mind. And then remediation is where root cause analysis is addressed. If you have questions that come up on the details beyond the 7 steps, these are the 4 areas that I think you'll see questions on. So you may just want to commit these to mind. You will be expected to know denial of service attacks. So denial of service attacks prevent a system from responding to legitimate requests for service. It essentially chokes the resources of a system or in some way blocks it from properly responding. And you often we hear about distributed denial of service attacks where we have many hosts. We have bots out there, zombies, compromised systems around the world that are used to really provide a heavy load in denying services. So some common denial of service attacks. You have the SYN flood attack, which disrupts the TCP three-way handshake. That's the key piece. I want to give you sort of a key aspect of each of these attacks, so when you see them on the exam, you can pick out the right one. Another common DOS attack is a Smurf attack, which employs an amplification network to send many response packets to a victim. And now you're asking, what the heck is an amplification network? It's essentially a network of host computers that permits broadcast messages. So you generally speaking, they're going to be under control of the bad guy, the bad actor that is trying to perform that attack. So the Smurf attack is actually one of a number of attacks that fall into a category called amplification attacks. The ping of death attack, which is characterized by the fact that it sends oversized ping packets to the victim, causing a freeze, crash, or a reboot in a system. So you'll find that newer attacks are sometimes even variations on older methods. When security tooling and processes advance, sometimes they are able to stop those legacy attacks cold, and that's where the bad actors will improvise or evolve themselves and tweak those attacks to create a new variation that then again does the job for them. So botnets, controllers, bot herders represent significant threats due to the sheer number of computers that can launch attacks. It's difficult for many businesses, certainly small and medium businesses that are hosting their own services, to deal with attacks at a certain level of scale. That's actually one of the key one element of key value of a cloud platform, as your major cloud providers out there are going to have some built-in protection for you against some of these attacks at scale. But a botnet is a collection of compromised computing devices. A lot of times they're called bots, or you might hear them called zombies. The bot herder is simply a criminal who remotely controls those zombies. They have what we call command and control access. So they're basically sending orders to those bots, to those zombies. And they often use the botnet to launch attacks on other systems. This is where a distributed denial of service attack would come from, or they might send out spam or phishing emails. A honeypot. Now we talked about a honeypot in a previous lesson. I want to touch on this from a slightly different perspective, just to layer in some additional info for you here. So a honeypot is a system that has pseudo flaws and it has fake data to lure intruders. The key there is that it lures and distracts the attackers. We talked about the importance of not actually allowing somebody to entrapping somebody to commit an act. We're giving them fake data, right? We don't give them real data to download to commit an actual crime, because that then hurts our chances in the legal process because we have entrapped. So we're luring and distracting. And as long as the attackers are in the honeypot, they're not in the live network, and our admins can observe, right? And some of your intrusion detection systems will have the ability to transfer attackers into a padded cell after detection. Okay, and here's another one of those what the heck moments. What the heck is a padded cell? It's a hardened honeypot. Like honeypots, padded cells are going to be well instrumented. They're going to offer unique opportunities for a would-be victim, organization to monitor the activities of an attacker. But think of a padded cell as a hardened honeypot at its simplest. So blocking malicious code. There are multiple approaches here, generally used together. The best security strategy is what we call a layered defense, sometimes called defense in depth. So there are many approaches to blocking malicious code. A simple one, using anti-malware software, antivirus software it's sometimes called, with up-to-date definitions installed on every system at the boundary of a network. You'll have anti-malware sort of protection on your email servers, or in your email service if you're using something that's cloud-based. And anti-malware software, particularly on your clients nowadays, in email too, they generally speaking have a fair bit of intelligence there. There's some AI and machine learning that are helping to identify unique threats, never before seen threats, identifying suspicious, potentially malicious behavior. You don't see anti-malware software anymore that's working on the old model of just definitions. Policy, so enforcing basic security principles like least privilege, for example, preventing regular users from installing potentially malicious software. I'm a big fan of making sure that my users are not running as local administrator on their workstations, as one example. And we'll use policy-based enforcement, for example, to make sure that users can not only not install software, but, for example, they can't load Chrome browser extensions that we don't authorize, because there are hundreds of Chrome browser extensions out there that are compromised in that marketplace in some way, or susceptible at least. Education, so educating users through security awareness training about the risks and methods attackers commonly use to spread viruses. So we're teaching them about phishing. We're teaching them about social engineering. This is a great recurring activity. A lot of organizations do this quarterly, and it doesn't have to be a lengthy session. Half an hour once a quarter can greatly improve your organization scores on your phishing simulations. So penetration tests start by discovering vulnerabilities and then mimicking an attack to identify what vulnerabilities can be exploited. So I mentioned that vulnerability scans typically come as a line item on many penetration tests. That's because the vulnerability scan reveals the weak spots, and then the smart penetration tester can come in and do some research on those potential targets to see if they can be exploited. Penetration tests should not be done without the express consent and knowledge of your management. I've seen an organization that was actually impacted when an engineer got a call, and during the day he was getting a pitch from a salesperson about this great vulnerability scan that would reveal weaknesses on their website. And with that organization, they found that they were under what they thought was an attack, and it was actually because this engineer said, "Hey, yeah, give us a scan and let us know, and I'll take that to management," thinking he might be the hero to sell some new software. And it actually caused an outage. So you never authorize or perform your own pen test without notifying management. And that's one of those things you want to know for the exam, because it can result in damage. So we want to make sure that we're working with isolated systems, or if we're having pen tests performed on our production systems, we do it at a time of minimal activity. We schedule that. We inform users and customers, so if a system is unavailable, it's not a surprise to anyone. There are 3 varieties of penetration tests you should be aware of, and they are black box, white box, and gray box testing. So with black box testing, the pen tester has zero knowledge, essentially. With white box testing, I kind of call this an open book test. You sit down with your penetration test vendor, you tell them all about your environment, and maybe all the way down to the operating systems that are running on these systems, so they can really give it their best shot to get through your layered defense, your defense in depth, all your layers of security, those protections you put in place. And there's a middle ground there where you can provide partial knowledge and let them have at that too. But when an organization is getting great scores on the black box testing, that's when it's a good idea to move into gray box or white box testing. Give the penetration tester an open book, and let them do their worst and see if they can find some weaknesses that we can firm up and further improve our security posture. So let's talk about intrusion detection versus intrusion prevention. We've talked about intrusion detection systems and intrusion prevention systems previously. I want to go at it from a slightly different angle here, so you'll be ready for anything that hits you on the exam. So an intrusion detection system can respond by passively logging malicious behavior that it sees. It can send notifications, or it can actively change the environment. An intrusion prevention system is typically placed in line with the traffic. It includes the ability to block malicious traffic before it reaches the target. So in that respect, if you look at those two realities, the IPS is more proactive because it can block malicious traffic before it reaches the target, where the IDS is letting us know that something potentially happened and then potentially correcting that condition, but it's more reactive, right? And you'll find that there are flavors of these. So there are flavors of intrusion detection. There's host-based intrusion detection, which can monitor activity on a single system. And one of the drawbacks here is that an attacker can discover that you're running these and disable them. And some of your operating systems, for example, will have some sort of native intrusion detection that's host-based that you can turn on. And if the attacker sees what operating system you're running, or they have a preset scan where they look for the various, intrusion detection systems out there, they can potentially find it and disable it. That's where a network-based IDS comes in. So network-based intrusion detection can monitor that activity on a network, and it's not as visible to attackers. And I like to run both of these at the same time. That is possible. You do, of course, want to do some testing to make sure you're not doing any negative damage, because you want to make sure you're detecting real malicious activity and not getting false positives from your business applications, right? Many environments I see running host-based and network-based together in harmony. For the exam, you will also want to know the difference between espionage and sabotage. So espionage is a threat from an external source. So when a competitor tries to steal information, for an example. Now they may use an internal employee to get the job done, but it's an external threat. Sabotage, on the other hand, is an insider threat. So malicious insiders can perform sabotage against an organization if they become disgruntled. So that might manifest itself in the form of mass file deletion, or somebody shutting down a bunch of systems in the middle of the day. We've seen in the news, a handful of, cases of fabulously horrible sabotage, where somebody carries out a not so clever malicious activity that results in damage to an organization and typically results in damage to the disgruntled employee who tries to carry it out. So zero-day exploits. So a zero-day exploit is an attack that uses a vulnerability that's either unknown to anyone but the attacker, or maybe only known to a limited group of people, but for which there is generally not yet a patch because it's 0 day. It's just being revealed to the world. So basic security practices can still often prevent 0 day exploits from being fully utilized to compromise our organization. That's where a layered defense comes into play. If we have a 0 day exploit on Windows, for example, if we have a layered defense, so our would-be attacker can't get a foothold on that system, can't get an employee to download a phishing email, they can't exploit that 0 day exploit. So basic security practices are often the best defense against any sort of 0 day attack. So I promised you log files was going to come up in this domain, and here we are. So data is recorded in databases, for example, in different types of log files. And it's not just databases. Cloud services, for example, any cloud provider out there, Microsoft, Amazon, Google, they're going to have logging that logs, for example, authentication attempts. They're going to have logs around activities, provisioning and deprovisioning activities. The applications you're running will have logs. Firewalls have logs. Proxy servers have logs. Windows and Linux hosts have logs. Those are just a few of many. You do want to make sure that you're protecting your logs by centrally storing them somewhere, making sure you're using permissions to restrict access, because we don't want that log to be modified in any way. Archived logs, if we centrally store and protect them, we can ensure that they cannot be modified. If we're archiving logs over to some storage medium, for example, we would want to make sure that there is some sort of read-only bit there to prevent modification, that storage is immutable, that the record stands and may not be modified, because certainly when we move into investigation mode, and particularly where law enforcement is concerned and the legal process is concerned, the integrity of that audit trail is going to be very important. So monitoring is a form of auditing that focuses on active review of our log file data. So this can be used to hold subjects accountable for their actions. And it's also used to monitor system performance, but certainly by monitoring our logs, we can find negative activity. It's going to hold subjects accountable. But if we're looking at looking at a sign-in log, so our authentication history, we can find not only subjects potentially doing things that we're not that we've not authorized, but you can potentially surface attacks from there, right? So if we have an identity that's compromised, if you see that an employee in Toledo is logging on from Tunisia, no offense to Tunisia, we know we have a problem, right? And tools like intrusion detection systems or security information event management systems, which is a centralized solution, can automate monitoring and do some real-time analysis around these events. So we don't have to do a lot of manual investigation. There are systems out there that will do the heavy lifting for us and surface that questionable activity, even sometimes automatically creating an incident for us and doing some scanning to help proactively find the scope. And then we focus on moving the event forward from there. So the value of audit trails. I mentioned audit trails just a minute ago. So these are the records that are created by recording information about events into databases or log files. So if we look at a server, for example, we're going to see events recorded around authentication, around access, around any action we take on an application or a file on that system. The same is true in the cloud. We'll have what we call both data plane and control plane logs up there that tell us about of events at different levels. Provisioning events, deprovisioning events, and then actions down within our resources. We can use these audit trails to reconstruct an event, to extract information about an incident. We can use this to prove culpability in an event. We can prove that somebody, done it or didn't do it, right? And this is really a passive form of a detective security control. But audit trails are essential evidence in prosecution of criminals. So we have to make sure that we're collecting enough data. So when you're collecting data, you need to make sure you're collecting data at a level of verbosity that gives you an audit trail. In fact, Windows is the easiest example I can give you here. When you're monitoring Windows, many tools out there will ask you what level of monitoring you want to do, and there's a level somewhere in the middle, sometimes called common, and it's flagged as this is the minimum level you can authorize that gives you the audit trail. And if you drop below that, then we have a problem, right? Because we're missing potentially events that would factor into this audit trail. So when you pare back your logging, always have the audit trail in the back of your mind, because when the chips are down, when you have an incident, when you have a breach, when there's criminal activity involved, this audit trail is going to be important. Sampling. So let's talk about flavors of sampling. So sampling is the process of extracting elements from a large body of data to create a meaningful representation or a summary of the whole. So there's process called statistical sampling that uses mathematical functions to extract meaningful information from a large volume of data. So that's typically going to give us a more accurate representation if it's done right than just a manual sampling. And then there's clipping, which is a non-statistical sampling that records only events that exceed a specific threshold. So there may be scenarios where we only care about events that are over a certain threshold, that are only focused perhaps on a certain level of security clearance, for example. So know the difference between sampling, statistical sampling, and clipping. There's your high-level difference that I've highlighted for you. And then maintaining accountability. So accountability for our individual subjects happens through auditing, for example. So a log records user activities, and those users can be held accountable for their logged actions. So we talked about subjects and objects when we talked about security models a few domains back. So remember, the user is typically the subject. So users and systems can access objects, which are those resources that we're concerned about. Maintaining accountability directly promotes good user behavior, compliance with our security policy, because it represents a deterrent control in effect, because folks know that the organization is watching and they are monitoring for compliance with the organization's security policy. So security audits and reviews may come up on the exam. So security audits and reviews help ensure that management programs are both effective and actually being followed. They're commonly associated with account management practices to prevent violations around least privilege or need to know principles that we covered earlier. But they can also be used to oversee many programs and processes like patch management, vulnerability management, change management, configuration management. So having that audit process in place so we can go back and periodically check to make sure that our management programs are not only effective, but they're actually being implemented as they are documented. A common example, we see folks get lazy with change management or with incident management, and somebody will slip a change in without proper documentation, or a user, for example, calling somebody or chatting with a help desk rep to get help on a problem without logging a ticket in the help desk system as an incident or a service request. Frequency of audits. So what is auditing? I suppose it's probably good we start here. So auditing as a methodology is a methodical examination of an environment to ensure compliance with our regulations, to detect any abnormalities, unauthorized activities, outright crimes, anything outside the scope of our security policy. And it serves as a primary type of what we'd call a detective control, and the frequency of the audit is based on risk. And the degree of risk affects how often that audit is performed. So the frequency is how often it's performed, and when risk is higher, the frequency of audit will be greater. We will audit more frequently for those higher risk activities involving our most valuable assets or processes that relate to our most valuable assets. So secure IT environments rely very heavily on auditing, and regulations require it. We talked in a previous domain about internal and external audits. So secure IT environments will carry out their own internal audits frequently, and that helps them prepare for those external audits. So they really have their eyes on what is that external entity going to be auditing for, and particularly for organizations that are subject to specific types of compliance. The stakes are very high in those internal audits. If your organization is beholden to, say, PCI DSS, which relates to handling a credit card data, for example, internal audits to make sure you're compliant will be exceedingly important. So auditing and due care. So security audits and effectiveness reviews are key elements in displaying what we call due care. So without them, senior management would likely be held accountable and liable for any asset losses that occur. So what is due care? Well, due care, by definition, means that our leadership are acting with common sense, prudent management, and responsible action, that they are not being negligent. So in a supplemental session in the near future, I'm going to talk about how we can decipher questions on the exam to get to the right answer more often, and due care is an element we want to be able to recognize within the questions. When it comes to due care, I say quite simply, actions speak louder than words. So we'll touch on deciphering that in questions in a future session. So let's talk about controlling access to audit reports. So we carry out these audits. They're going to be documented in a report, and audit reports often contain sensitive information. They're going to include the purpose of the audit, the scope of the audit, what infrastructure, applications, assets did we look at, and what was discovered or revealed by this audit. And this can include problems, the standards we're working under, the causes of the deficiencies, and our recommendations. So this can be really revealing to a malicious entity. If this falls into the wrong hands, the stakes and the potential damage can be great. And really only people with sufficient privilege should have access. So for example, our senior security administrators would have access to the full detail, generally speaking, because they're going to have some response. They have expertise in the area, and they're going to have some responsibility in remediating at that fine grain level of detail, potentially. Senior management, on the other hand, doesn't need all of the nitty-gritty detail right. They need the high-level summary. Where are we as an organization? They need to meet their requirement for due care, so they need to understand how are we doing as an organization in this area. And if there's something to be remediated, they can say, hey, we didn't do well here, make it so. And that closes the loop with management. But controlling access to audit reports is something you'll need to be aware of for the exam. So let's talk about access reviews and user entitlements. So an access review, we've talked about this, we've talked about auditing. So an access review is something of an audit that ensures that object access and account management practices support our security policy. So this goes hand in hand with user entitlement audits, which ensure that the principle of least privilege is followed, and it often focuses on privileged accounts. In fact, in some of your cloud platforms, they'll have a privileged identity feature that will include an access review feature that you can schedule, that can kick off. And managers can then be asked to perform the review and check the box to say, yes, we still need, these individuals all still need this access. Some of these platforms will even include a self-review capability where an individual with privileged access can proactively say, hey, I know, that project is over. I no longer need that access, and they can give that access back or ask that it be removed. So access review and user entitlement kind of go hand in hand in my mind. But understand access review and user entitlement, and you should be in good shape there. So auditing your access controls is something that needs to happen regularly, really continuously, in my opinion. You want to be watching your logon success and failure events. This will surface attacks. In the event of mass logon failures, you can find those malicious entities that are out there trying to breach, to compromise identities. Logon successes can reveal anomalous logon events, logons that are happening in strange circumstances from unknown devices, unknown, previously unseen locations, for example. We can look for anomalous resource or object access if we're thinking about subjects and objects, as we talked about in the security model. The resource, the object access could be something that's spotted. For example, we see a mass file upload, data exfiltration. That's going to set off an alarm bell, right? Intrusion detection systems, and really some of the modern security suites out there, the security stacks that come from some of the big players, can monitor these logs and feed data into a central system that has context of the different activities happening at your perimeter in email on your endpoints, and identify those attacks and notify administrators. And those suites, those platforms are often automated, auto-reporting. They're supported by AI. They simply require you to buy the right licenses and toggle the right switches to turn the features on, deploy the agents, etc. But in modern times, there's a lot of intelligence and machine learning and AI even behind some of that detection and notification. So let's talk about computer crime. Now, when crime and laws come up on the CISSP exam, they're largely going to be in the context of the United States, the big exception being GDPR. So some of my comments around crime are really in the context of the U.S. system. So a crime or a violation of a law or regulation is something directed against or that directly involves a computer. That is a computer crime. So simple enough. Computer crimes are classified as one of the following 6 types. So we have military and intelligence attacks, business attacks, financial attacks, terrorist attacks, grudge attacks, and thrill attacks. These are almost entirely self-explanatory when you read them here, right? There's a bit of additional reading here in the official study guide if you want to dig down. There's 6 degrees of Kevin Bacon, and there are 6 categories of computer crime. If you don't know what I'm talking about with 6 degrees of Kevin Bacon when you have nothing else to do, go look that up, and you're certainly never going to forget at this point that I've tied these 2 things together, and there are 6 types, 6 categories of computer crime that you need to be familiar with. E-discovery or electronic discovery. So organizations that are expecting a lawsuit have a duty to preserve digital evidence in a process that's called e-discovery. So that process would include activities like information identification and governance, preservation and collection of relevant data, processing, review and analysis of that data. Many times the collection process is search-driven, or maybe it's tied to a specific subject. The subject, remember, being a user or a system. When we get to process, review, and analysis, even more oftentimes human analysis, and then production and presentation of that evidence. If an organization is hit with a lawsuit, they will be asked to produce evidence that meets certain criteria, and they would carry out these activities, identifying the information, preserving it, collecting it, reviewing it to make sure they have all the relevant data that meet the legal request that typically comes from the court, and then producing that information. And a lot of times this involves the use of tagging, classification, target specific custodian. So the custodian of data would be the person responsible for that data, sometimes the person who created that data, generally speaking. Gathering information for investigation. So to gather sufficient information from equipment, software, and data from equipment requires a couple of things. It requires possession, so we have to have possession of the equipment, the software, the data, so we can analyze it to use it as evidence. And we have to acquire that evidence without modifying it or allowing anyone else to modify it. And without modification is super important in the legal process. So, law enforcement establishes a chain of evidence, a chain of custody, to document all who handle evidence. So where that evidence was from its original point of existence to its presence in front of a judge in a courtroom is carefully tracked and accounted for, so one can prove that it was not in the hands of some unknown or unauthorized party where it was potentially modified. So alternatives to confiscating evidence. So confiscation is an aggressive act of going in through some legal means to confiscate, to collect evidence. So we can work on voluntary surrender, so we can ask the person who owns the evidence to voluntarily surrender it for investigation. We can use the subpoena process, where the courts can compel a subject to surrender the evidence. We can use a search warrant, which is most useful when you need to confiscate evidence without giving a subject an opportunity to alter it. So when you want to collect a hard drive from a bad actor, a search warrant is a great way to show up with law enforcement and confiscate that evidence without giving advance notice to that party. So, because you're going to discover some incidents after they've occurred, you're potentially going to lose valuable evidence unless you ensure that critical log files are retained for a reasonable period of time. And you can retain your log files and your system status in place, or you can do that in an archive. And how long is a reasonable period of time depends on the sensitivity of the data, the value of the assets to which they apply, any regulatory requirements that may mandate a period of data retention. Data retention should really be defined in your security policies and defined individually for different data classifications and different assets based on their value, their sensitivity, their applicability in certain regulatory requirements that your organization may face. But data retention should be defined in your security policy, so there's no question about this. And when that time comes that an incident has occurred and maybe you don't learn about it for days or months or even years later, you haven't lost that evidence because you've put the appropriate retention in place. So let's talk about evidence. So in a word, evidence is your proof in a criminal proceeding when we're talking about crime. So there are quite a few different types of evidence. The best evidence is original. Secondary evidence would be a copy. Direct evidence proves or disproves an act based on the 5 senses. Most often meaning something that was seen and or heard in the first person. You have conclusive evidence, so incontrovertible, meaning it just can't be disproven. We have, the act on a camera. We see it in live action, so there's no question what was carried out. Circumstantial evidence, on the other hand, where the action maybe wasn't seen directly, but it can be inferred from other information. This often comes up in financial crimes, for example. Corroborative evidence. That's a a lot of syllables there. Supporting evidence that cannot stand on its own. It has to have other evidence alongside to be useful. Opinions. There are expert opinions and non-expert opinions. So you'll see expert witnesses in court there to support one party or the other's opinions or their assertions by providing their expert opinion on a topic. There's hearsay, which is evidence not based on first-hand knowledge. So it wasn't seen or heard. It's not provable through a first party's five senses, but maybe somebody else, some intermediary, heard something and can provide some information around the event. But your evidence has to be relevant, complete, sufficient, and it has to be reliable. It has to come from reliable sources. There has to be a chain of custody. So let's talk about evidence admissibility. And taking all of this with the understanding that I am not a lawyer, right? I am giving you CISSP-driven information and a lot of time watching crime dramas on television. So types of evidence that may be used in a criminal or civil trial. So according to the official guide here, there's real evidence that consists of actual objects that can be brought into a courtroom. There's documentary evidence, which consists of written documents that can provide insight into the facts. There's testimonial evidence, which consists of verbal or written statements made by witnesses. So be familiar with these three for the exam for sure. So requirements for evidence to be admissible in a court of law. So the evidence has to be relevant to a fact at issue in the case. It has to be material to the case. It's also stated that the evidence must be competent or legally collected. Now, you've heard the word competent when talking about someone being competent in a particular skill. So let's talk about what that means in the world of evidence. Evidence is considered competent if it complies with what we'd call traditional notions of reliability, so that the court is satisfied that the source and the handling and the type of evidence all fit into the traditional notions of what is considered reliable and dependable evidence. So let's talk about collecting evidence. So when do we need to collect evidence? Well, really as soon as you discover an incident. You want to collect evidence and as much information about the incident as possible, because we can use that in a subsequent legal action or potentially in finding the attacker's identity. And evidence can also assist us in determining the extent of damage. So when we tackle this sooner rather than later, there's less information to go through often. This goes hand in hand, of course, with that audit trail and logging and data retention there, but collecting sooner rather than later is going to improve our chances of success. And where people are involved, we'll find individuals' memories will be fresher and their recall better when we're talking to them shortly after an incident as opposed to months later. So you'll need to know the common types of natural disasters that may threaten an organization. Those will include earthquakes, floods, storms, tsunamis, tidal waves, volcanic eruptions, and what your organization is exposed to is largely dependent on your physical location. If you live on the coast, hurricanes or typhoons may be common. If you're in the Pacific Rim, volcanic eruptions. If you're exposed to earthquakes also are a source of tsunamis. So an earthquake can cause a tidal wave, so those kind of go hand in hand. Man-made disasters you want to be familiar with as well for the exam. These could include explosions, electrical fires, terrorist acts, power outages, other utility failures. And you remember in an earlier domain we talked about dealing with fire as one example. So let's talk about disaster recovery. So you will be expected to be familiar with the different types of recovery sites. So let's start with hot, warm, and cold sites. So a cold recovery site, a recovery cold site essentially is just a data center space. It's power and network connectivity that's ready and waiting when you need it. To recover, your engineering team is going to move your hardware into the data center and get you back up and running. So that's going to be a lower cost. It's going to be higher effort to recover because you really have an empty room waiting for you to move equipment in there, your infrastructure in there to get things running again. So recovery time will also be longer. So a warm site, what we call a preventative warm site, allows you to pre-install your hardware, pre-configure your bandwidth needs. When you have that disaster, all you have to do is load your software and your data to restore your business systems. It's going to be a bit less effort. It's going to be a little more expensive. So the cost and effort are somewhere in the medium range if I'm comparing this relative to cold and hot sites. So the proactive hot site allows you to keep servers and a live backup site running, and really you're replicating your production environment in that data center. So recovery means you can immediately cut over in case of a disaster at your primary site. So a hot site's typically going to be a must for mission critical sites. That's going to be more expensive. The effort to recover is going to be less. Your failover is going to be quicker. So going down that road to recovery sites, and those 3 recovery sites, hot, warm, cold, we're really thinking about, what I described there sounded like infrastructure, right? So talking about types of recovery sites, there's the concept of a service bureau. This is a company that leases computer time. Service bureaus own large server farms and often fields of workstations. So they can, I see service bureaus in helping get end users back online and running. These may be on-site or remote. You could have employees go to a service bureau, or they could just remote into a system that's configured to do what you need it to do. Mobile sites, these are a non-mainstream alternative to traditional recovery sites. They typically consist of self-contained trailers or other easily relocated units. And strategy involving multiple sites is just what it sounds like, and it may mix and match some combination of the aforementioned options, but having multiple sites that you could recover depending on the nature of and the scope of the disaster. So RPO and RTO, these are acronyms you will want to be very familiar with. You'll want to know the difference. So RPO is the recovery point objective. This is the age of the files that have to be recovered from backup storage for normal operations to resume if a system or a network goes down. And the recovery time objective is the duration of time and a service level within which a business process has to be restored after a disaster to avoid unacceptable consequences. So RPO and RTO, these tend to go hand in hand, but be familiar with the definition of each. Mutual assistance agreements. So these are fairly rare in my experience. So just the pros and cons here. So a mutual assistance agreement is where entities agree to provide assistance to one another before, during, and after an emergency event to facilitate rapid mobilization of personnel, equipment, supplies. You'll see this happen between government agencies at various levels. This can happen between commercial organizations as well. And this can be mutually beneficial because it can provide an inexpensive alternative to disaster recovery sites, where maybe organizations agree to provide some sort of failover capability for one another. It does come with some negatives. Certainly it's less expensive. The risk, of organizations participating in an MMA is that your partners may be shut down by the same disaster, and MMAs can raise confidentiality concerns. Why are these not so common? Well, they're not commonly used for one reason, because they're difficult to enforce. Certainly the risks make them less common, but they're difficult to enforce as well if one side lets the other down. Then it comes down to courts and paperwork, and that doesn't help anyone. So you see here the 4 main steps of business continuity planning, straight from the official study guide. You'll be expected to be familiar with these steps, so you want to memorize the steps. Know the goal of business continuity planning as well, which is the quick, calm, and efficient response in an emergency to enhance a company's ability to recover from a disruptive event promptly. And of course, this goes hand in hand with disaster recovery. And you'll see business impact analysis mentioned in the official study guide, but really not a lot of detail around there. So focus on DR, focus on some of the basics around business continuity planning. You should be good to go there. So a few BCP definitions that are definitely worth knowing for the exam. So there's the business continuity plan. So that's the overall organizational plan for how to continue the business, right? There's the continuity of operations plan, the plan for continuing to do business until the IT infrastructure can be restored. There's the disaster recovery plan, the plan for how we recover from an IT disaster and having that infrastructure back in operation. So continuing down this list, business resumption plan, the plan to move from the disaster recovery site back to your business environment or back to normal operations. Meantime between failures, so a time determination for how long a piece of IT infrastructure will continue to work before it fails. And then the mean time to repair, a time determination for how long it will take to get a piece of hardware or software repaired and back online. And then finally, max tolerable downtime. This is the amount of time we can be without an asset, having it unavailable before we have to declare a disaster and initiate our disaster recovery plan. So I gave you the kind of core dictionary definition of business continuity planning, but let's talk through the core goals of disaster recovery and BCP. So minimizing the effects of a disaster, essentially by improving responsiveness of our employees in different situations, easing confusion by providing written procedures and participation in drills, and helping folks make logical decisions during a crisis. So just the act of practice and documentation and repetition ensures that folks are trained in what they need to do, so there is less thinking under extreme stress. So it improves our organization's response because we've documented it, we understand our priorities, we know what we're to do because we can simply look at the plan and move forward in a variety of different situations. There are 5 types of disaster recovery plan tests you want to be familiar with, and I just mentioned repetition and practice are important, right? So you have five tests you want to be familiar with. I'll call them out and then we'll discuss them. There's the read-through test, there's the structured walkthrough, there's the simulation test, the parallel test, and the full interruption test. So let's talk through each of these briefly. So the read-through test, you distribute copies of the disaster recovery plans for review. There's the structured walkthrough where the members of the disaster recovery team get into a big conference room and they role play in a disaster scenario. Usually the exact scenario is only known to the test moderator who presents the details to the team at the meeting. Some folks will call this a tabletop exercise. And because we're around a big conference table and we have the plans in our hands and we're talking through a scenario. But the moderator will know the scenario. The team members will refer to the document and discuss appropriate responses to that particular type of disaster. So this is a first step in ensuring that the plan is appropriate and actionable and complete, because we can answer, what is that appropriate step in a variety of circumstances. Now, what do these two have in common? Well, so far, everything we're talking about, these are all talk, right? We're not testing anything. We're reviewing a plan, talking through scenarios. Now we move into a simulation test. This is similar to a structured walkthrough that we just talked about, except in this case, some of the response measures are then tested, generally on non-business critical functions. And then there's a parallel test, which involves relocating personnel to the alternate recovery site and implementing site activation procedures. The employees relocated perform their disaster recovery responsibilities just as they would for an actual disaster. And then there is the full interruption test, which is like parallel tests, but it involves actually shutting down operations at the primary site and shifting them to the recovery site. So these are the 5 types of plans, and you will find that organizations, generally speaking, require that they validate these plans in action at least annually, some more often. I find folks that leverage the cloud for their backup site are able to test these a little more aggressively, sometimes twice a year or even more. But these three recovery plan tests, these all involve some form of doing, right? From something fairly non-invasive to that full interruption test, which is very thorough and very complete. So a couple of related terms. There's the recovery team, which is used to get business critical functions running at the alternate site. There's the salvage team, which is used to return the primary site to normal processing conditions. So if you see any talk around recovery versus restore, the recovery team, as the name indicates, is responsible for recovery, and then the salvage team is your restore group. And the official guide calls out some backup strategies you should be familiar with, particularly around databases. They mention electronic vaulting, so transferring database backups to a remote site as part of a bulk transfer. Remote journaling, which is transmitting only the journal of the transaction logs to the offsite facility. A lot of your database platforms will have a replication capability that can do some of these. There's remote mirroring, where a live database server is maintained at the backup site. This is going to be the most advanced database backup solution. It tends to be the most expensive. It's going to require some expertise in configuring the mirroring or replication that gets that live copy over there. And I'm going to mention categories of disruption. I'm not sure you'll see this on the exam. I know I spotted this in the common body of knowledge for CISSP at some point. But I had this in my study notes, the three main categories of disruption. You have non-disaster, which is a disruption in service from a device malfunction or a user error. A disaster, where an entire facility is unusable for a day or longer. A catastrophe, which is a major disruption that destroys the facility altogether, and that requires a short-term and a long-term solution. I'm not sure you'll see these on the exam. I wanted to throw these out there just in case. I think they're pretty easy to remember. And that does it for Domain 7. And rounding out our core domains, Domain 8, Software Development Security. So we'll start with what's new in Domain 8, and we do see some additions here in the syllabus in 8.2. Identify and apply security controls and software development ecosystems. So we see in there program languages, libraries, tool sets, integrated development environment, runtime, code repositories, continuous integration, and continuous delivery, often abbreviated as CI/CD. Security orchestration, automation, and response. We covered SOAR back in Domain 3 because I wanted to talk to you about SOAR with SIEM at the same time, because those two components are delivered together. So consider SOAR, the SOAR box checked off. And then software configuration management. So we need to talk about all of these new topics in an existing subdomain effectively. So code repositories. This is where your source code and your related artifacts like your libraries are stored. So how do you handle source code securely is the question you really want to be able to answer. Don't commit sensitive information to your code repository. We're not going to store secrets on disk, right? We want to protect access to our source code repository. So we need to have role-based access control. We need to have authentication and authorization in place. Sign your work. Code signing is a form of integrity. Keep your development tools, your IDE, your development environment up to date. So that might be Visual Studio. Visual Studio Code is the most common IDE today. Maybe you're old school and you're using Notepad++. Whatever you're using to write your code, your IDE, keep it up to date. Most code repositories in the world today use Git, which is the most widely used modern version control system. It was actually invented, Git was invented by Linus Torvalds, the inventor of Linux. But that's integrated development environment, and that's all I'm going to mention about it there. So the main thing you need to know from a security perspective about your IDE is keep it up to date. Keep it patched. Code libraries, which I mentioned a moment ago. For some important core functions, code libraries can actually improve application security and reduce risk versus writing a function from scratch. So for example, certain languages can be prone to certain kinds of attacks. So C is an example They use safe memory allocation and string manipulation libraries to reduce the risk of buffer overflow attacks. Other good uses for good examples of where a library could fit in and improve our security. Libraries that help us with encryption or handling secrets or bulk data transfer. Utility functions that are very important that somebody else has probably already written more effectively and completely than we could. So when we get to talking about code scanning, I'll mention runtime. So let's just talk about what runtime is exactly. So runtime describes the period of time during which a software program is actually running. So this is where dynamic application security testing evaluates the security of an application while it's actually running. Assessing software security at runtime is oftentimes the only option for purchased software because you don't have access to the source code. But when you have access to the source code, both source code and runtime scanning, doing both of these is a best practice. You want to scan your code and look for vulnerabilities, poorly written code that may be prone to buffer overflows, for example, or injection. We see forms that don't have proper input validation. That means they may be primed for injection attacks. For containers, when we're thinking about Docker and Kubernetes, scanning our container images at build time is important because many times in the container world, your container is built. Your container image is built on base images that come from the open source world. So you want to make sure there's no malware all the way down through the layers of your container image. And you want to have a solution to scan the runtime environment to make sure your containerized application is secure and proper isolation is in place. I don't think you need to know quite to that level of detail, but what I wanted to impress upon you here is when it comes to code, if you have access to the source code, you want scanning there. You want to also scan runtime. We'll talk about how that happens together. And then for containers, I just wanted to mention similar reality. We need to scan our images at build time and at runtime. So CI/CD, you're going to hear this phrase a lot in the world of DevOps and DevSecOps. This is continuous integration and continuous delivery, sometimes continuous integration and continuous deployment. The D may be expressed differently depending on who you're talking to. All means the same thing. So securing our delivery pipeline. CI/CD is how we deliver frequent and effective application releases, multiple releases a day, for example. So to secure that pipeline, that release pipeline, we call it, we need to implement identity and access management, including MFA. We need to make sure we're restricting who can get into our pipeline to see and edit that configuration. So authentication and authorization. We need to store secrets securely and scan our code to make sure we don't have hard-coded secrets. You don't want hard-coded secrets in your code. You don't want to store them on disk. Implement role-based access control, least privilege access into the environment. So you may have a small number of people that have the ability to reconfigure your delivery pipeline, and you have others that can come in and maybe run your pipeline, and others that can maybe only read the pipeline. Automating vulnerability scanning in your pipeline is an excellent idea, and most of your platforms that provide CI/CD, a platform for CI/CD, many of these platforms have some sort of automated vulnerability scanning capability, either natively or through a third party that you can plug into the pipeline to scan at the appropriate time, so you can scan your source code, etc. And release versioning will improve recoverability and also tracking issues. If you have a well-established versioning system for your software, I don't believe on an exam like the CISSP you're going to be tasked to talk about effective versioning in detail. But just know that release versioning will improve recoverability because you'll be able to track issues against different versions of your software. And this can help you track current issues, but also spot regression bugs, so bugs that resurface that were maybe present in an earlier version and written out and somehow creep back. So let's talk about configuration management. So Configuration management tracks the way systems are set up, both for hardware and software and OS and application settings. Software configuration management is a phrase you might hear. You might also hear it expressed as security configuration management. Focus on the configuration management piece, okay? So baselining is an important component of configuration management. It's effectively a snapshot of an application or a system with an application on it at a given point in time. You should also create artifacts that might be used to help understand the system configuration. This can be documentation. This can be a diagram. And within configuration management, system level versioning, component level versioning to establish, the software, hardware, and configuration versions of a system, so you know what you're running on today, and you can roll forward and roll back, should you have problems in a release. So applications depend on compute resources and software components. So your configuration management is going to cross that boundary between hardware and software. They both need this capability, and you need it in an integrated sense to basically track the configuration across an entire system. So on a web server, for example, I want to know, what version of different frameworks I'm running, what version of Java, what JVM am I running? If I'm running the .NET framework, what version is that? What version of my web server do I have there? The OS, the patch levels, etc. All of that can be important because your software will have certain dependencies. So let's talk about code scanning. So there's static application security testing. So this is analyzing computer software performed without actually executing programs. So the tester basically has access to the underlying framework, the design, the implementation. So the key characteristic of static application security testing is it requires source code. Dynamic application security testing, on the other hand, involves actually executing the application. The tester doesn't necessarily have any knowledge of the technologies or frameworks the application is built on, and no source code is required, an important distinction. It's often said that static testing tests the application from the inside out, and dynamic testing is considered outside-in testing. And that does it for what's new in Domain 8. So I'd like to take a look at the syllabus and talk about everything that's not new that I think is important for you to be prepared for on the exam. So in 8.1, understand and integrate security in the software development lifecycle. 8.2, we just covered a lot of what's new here, which was security controls in development environments. 8.3 is assessing the effectiveness of software security. 8.4, assessing the security impact of acquired software. And 8.5, defining and applying secure coding guidelines and standards. There's going to be a lot of process memorization for you in 8.5. So let's start with relational database management systems. RDBMS is the acronym. You need to know the basic architecture of relational databases. So relational databases contain tables, sometimes called relations. A table will contain a number of fields, and each attribute corresponds to a column in the table. And I'll talk you through these, and then I'm going to show you an example which will lock this in for you. So rows are essentially data records. So one row of data is a record. So if it was a database of employees, I would be a record, you would be a record, that would be a row. And rows are sometimes called records, sometimes called tuples. Typically, you're going to hear tables and rows when you're talking to people speaking in plain language, but it's a record. And then a column is a set of data values of a particular type. So a column in a record, for example, first name would be a column, last name would be a column, job title would be a column. These are sometimes called fields or attributes. And continuing down this row, set with databases, I mentioned there's a table, right? So this is the table right here. That's the table. So it consists of the rows and the columns. So there's a row. That shouldn't surprise you there. And you'll notice that there's a company ID column there. That's probably a key, a primary key. We'll talk about keys in just a moment. And then there's a column. So let's talk about keys in the context of relational databases. So you have the concept of a candidate key. So a candidate key is composed of any set of attributes that can uniquely identify any record in a table. So no two records in the same table will ever contain the same value for all attributes that compose that key. So for example, first name and last name in an employee database would be pretty good until you have a second employee with the same name as the first person. If the moment there are two John Smiths, that's no longer a good key. That's where another column like employee ID could come in very handy to uniquely identify any record in that table. There can be one or more candidate keys per table. Now the primary key is selected from the set of candidate keys. There's only one of these per table. It's set by the designer, so it's chosen at design time. And then there are foreign keys. I'll need to show you just a quick example of this. Foreign keys are used to enforce relationships between two tables in a relational database. It enforces what's known as referential integrity. So it ensures that if one table contains a foreign key, it corresponds to a still existing primary key. So what do I mean by that? Let's just have a look. So I have here the picture of an e-commerce application. And this application is one that allows customers to give gifts to one another. So we can have customers giving gifts, but also receiving gifts. So in the customer table on the left, you'll see that we have a customer ID, right? That is the primary key of that table as noted by the PK. And over in the gift table, you'll notice there are two foreign keys. One of those is customer ID, the other is receiver ID. So there are two relationships between this table. There is the idea that a customer is the giver of the gift, and also the idea that a customer may be the receiver of the gift. So there is a primary key, foreign key relationship there between customer ID and then over in the gift table, either customer ID or receiver ID, since that can go in either direction as giver or receiver. So bottom line, if I were to try to delete a customer ID, the relational database management system should stop me because there is a relationship between these tables. I shouldn't be able to delete that record that contains that primary key that is referenced over in that other table where that foreign key relationship exists. So it enforces referential integrity. It's also going to prevent changes to the design of the database in a way that would break that referential integrity. So also, we'll want to talk about common relational database management threats. The two called out in the exam essentials are the aggregation attack and the inference attack. So let's take a look at each of these. The aggregation attack is based on the individual's ability to create sensitive information by combining non-sensitive data from separate sources. So a common example here is a records clerk in the military processing a transfer request for a specific sergeant, for example. So Sergeant Smith's transfer request from base A to base B is not sensitive, but if that records clerk has access to transfer requests across all the bases, if they can use their aggregate access in databases to establish, say, troop numbers located at each base around the world, those troop levels would comprise very sensitive information. So need to know and least privilege can prevent aggregation attacks. And then we have the inference attack, which is based on the individual's ability to deduce or assume sensitive information from observing non-sensitive pieces of information. So, for example, let's say the accounting clerk in our company has access to salary data, but they don't understand which salary data maps to any individual employee. Now, if that accounting clerk can see the salary data from March, and they know that only one person was hired in March, and they then see the salary data in April, they could potentially deduce the salary of that single individual person hired during that period of time. So they are deducing that information. So to prevent an inference attack, blurring data, meaning providing only data that has been rounded to the nearest level figure, like 100,000 or a million, can help with that. Database partitioning can help that sort of attack. But the difference here is aggregation attacks are based more on math, and inference attacks are based more on human deduction. So that's how I'd keep those two separate in your mind for the exam. And a few other attacks that affect RDBMS systems that we've talked about previously include SQL injection, time of check, time of use, backdoor, and denial of service, to name a few. Now, you'll also be expected to be familiar with the various types of storage and their relative cost and performance on the exam. And by relative cost and performance, I mean less expensive, more expensive, faster, slower, volatile, non-volatile, etc. So not actual numbers or costs, just relative or comparative costs. So there's primary memory, which is your RAM that's available directly to the CPU. Volatile RAM, and we'll talk about volatile and non-volatile in a moment. But this is directly available to a system CPU. This is going to be the most high-performance storage available. And operations happening in memory are, generally speaking, always faster than operations that involve writing data out to a disk or storage of some sort. So secondary storage can consist of less expensive, non-volatile storage available for long-term use. This would be any sort of tape, disk, hard drive, magnetic or optical media, CD, DVD. There's virtual memory. Now this is interesting if you're not familiar with virtual memory and operating systems. This allows a system to simulate additional primary memory resources through the use of secondary storage. So for example, on a Windows system, you'll have a setting in the operating system that defines virtual memory by default. And if a system is low on real memory, on RAM, it can make hard disk space available for direct CPU addressing. So it creates a memory space on disk, so to speak. So it can flush data out of real memory to the disk so it can then work in memory. How virtual memory works exactly is not super important, but understand that virtual memory is when a system low on RAM makes a disk available for direct CPU addressing. Moving on here, virtual storage. This allows a system to simulate secondary storage through the use of primary storage. So we said primary storage was RAM, right? That was the fastest, most high performance. Now, if we're simulating secondary storage through the use of primary storage, we said secondary storage was your non-volatile media, right? So what happens in this case is what we call a RAM disk is a great example. So it provides a very fast file system for apps, but no recovery capability because it's simulating a disk. It's simulating disk storage in memory. But it allows us to perform a file system type operation very quickly. It just doesn't have recovery capability because it's sitting in volatile media. It's sitting in RAM. Random access storage just allows the operating system to request the contents from any point within the media. So RAM and hard drives are random access storage. Now, sequential access storage, on the other hand, requires scanning through the entire media from the beginning to reach a specific address. So a great example of this is magnetic tape. Backup tapes, perfect example of this, old school magnetic storage. I mentioned volatile and non-volatile, so let's just sort that out right quick. So volatile storage loses its content when power is removed from the resource. RAM that we talked about, primary storage, the most common example. When the system goes down, the contents of RAM are gone because it is volatile storage, which means that non-volatile storage, by comparison, does not depend upon the presence of power to maintain its content. So certainly magnetic, optical, and optical media and non-volatile RAM would be a couple of many examples. really any storage you can imagine that doesn't lose its contents when it's not connected to power. That's a good example of non-volatile storage. So machine learning and neural networks, you'll be expected to have some fundamental knowledge here of a few terms. So let's start with expert systems. So expert systems consist of two main components. There's a knowledge base that contains a series of if-then type rules and an inference engine that uses that information to draw conclusions about other data. But essentially you have the knowledge base that contains vast numbers of records of information, and then you have the inference engine that evaluates that knowledge to draw conclusions. So machine learning, techniques that attempt to algorithmically discover knowledge from data sets, so using machine learning algorithms. And then neural networks. So neural networks simulate function of the human mind. They also require extensive training on a particular problem before they can offer solutions. I think those will be the two most distinct characteristics of a neural network. So know these three for the exam. Systems development. We're really talking about software development here. So there's Agile, which places emphasis on the needs of a customer and quickly developing and iterating in our solution. So basically rapidly creating new iterations or new versions of the eventual software product. So Agile is designed to be exactly that, agile, very responsive to customer needs. Now, Waterfall, on the other hand, describes a sequential development process that results in development of a finished product. So Waterfall is less responsive. I feel like Agile and Waterfall represent sort of opposing strategies. If you ask me to pick what's the opposite of Agile in terms of software development models, I would pick Waterfall. And we'll look at Waterfall in greater depth in just a moment. And then there's Spiral, which uses several iterations of the waterfall model to produce a number of fully specified prototypes. So Spiral really addresses some of the problems that we see with waterfall. In fact, let's just have a look at those right now. So we'll start with Agile. So Agile is a model for software development that's based on four principles. Individuals and interactions over processes and tools, working software over comprehensive documentation, customer collaboration over contract negotiation, and responding to change over following a plan. So the idea here is that we can produce a result that is more effective. It's closer to what the customer wants. It gets us to the finish line faster because we can pivot very quickly based on changes in requirements or changes in our understanding as we build the product and go through new experiences. For example, user experience testing may tell us that we need to pivot and change the way we're building software, and Agile is intended to be very responsive in that respect. So know those four principles: individuals and interactions over processes and tool, working software over documentation, collaboration over contracts, and responding to change over following the plan. Agile was actually first described in the Manifesto for Agile Software Development that was released back in 2001, and I really started seeing Agile back in the early 2000s, 2007 and beyond. All right, the waterfall model is a 7-stage process that allows a return to the previous stage for corrections. And to make sure that for the CISSP exam, you look at the 7-step waterfall model that is defined in the book. You will find versions of waterfall that out on the internet that tell you there are only 6 steps, but you see it goes from system requirements to software requirements to design to coding and debugging to testing and operations and maintenance. So the waterfall sort of visualized for you there. But waterfall, I mentioned, also allows a return to the previous phase from each phase. So each phase can only go back one phase for correction. So it's by design less flexible, less agile, if you will, than agile, pun intended. And then there's the spiral model. So the spiral model is a software development lifecycle model that allows for multiple iterations of a waterfall style process. So it's known as a meta model, or a model of models. Each loop of the spiral you see on the right there results in the development of a new system prototype, a new iteration, if you will. So it provides a solution to the major criticism of the waterfall model. It allows developers to return to the planning stages as demands change. So in a word, it adds that property of iterative. It makes it more flexible. So it allows us to leverage a waterfall style process in a more customer-focused, responsive way, and allows us to iterate quickly through our product designs. So software development maturity models. These help software organizations improve maturity and quality of their software processes by implementing an evolutionary path from ad hoc development, chaotic processes where everybody is kind of on their own. They're not really following any sort of organized process or plan, and moving to a state of more mature, disciplined software processes. So for the CISSP exam, you will want to be familiar with the Software Capability Maturity Model, the SW-CMM, and the IDEAL models. So, Software Capability Maturity Model. It's a 5-step model for measuring software development organizations. So level 1 is no plan. Level 2 is implementation of a repeatable process, basic lifecycle management it's called. Level 3 is defined, where we have a documented software development process. Level 4 is managed. This is where we now have quantitative measures, meaning we can reliably measure performance to gain a detailed understanding of results and where improvements can be made. And then optimized, a continuous development process with feedback loops. This is the top of the mountain. I like to think of this in the world of DevOps. I would call this continuous integration, continuous deployment, continuous release it's sometimes called, but CI/CD. So this is where we have a high level of maturity and we can release software often and reliably. And then the IDEAL model is a model for development that implements many of the software capability maturity model. So there's initiating, where our business reasons are outlined, support and infrastructure for the initiative are put in place. We have diagnosing, where engineers analyze the current state of the organization and make recommendation. We have establishing, where the organization takes those recommendations and they develop plans to achieve those changes. Acting, putting the plan into action. And learning, so the organization continuously analyzes their efforts and proposes new actions to drive better results. But notice that for each stage there, that's your acronym, IDEAL. Initiating, diagnosing, establishing, acting, and learning. I think that's probably all the memory aids you need to remember IDEAL. This was one of those that, since it was based on an acronym, I didn't actually create a memory device to try to remember it. I just remember and it's a very logical process, right? So let's talk about change and configuration management in the context of software development. So there's request control, which provides an organized framework. So users can request modifications and managers can look at those requests and basically perform a cost-benefit analysis. They can prioritize these tasks, prioritize the development backlog. Is the request reasonable? Is it affordable? Is it something many other customers want, for example? There's change control. This is used by developers to recreate the situation encountered and to analyze the changes to remedy the situation. And then there's release control. So once the changes are finalized, they can be approved for release through the release control procedure. So it should also include acceptance testing to ensure that the alterations were actually understood, they were developed as intended, as requested, and they are functional. So changes in this case really mean code changes that result in functionality changes in the software. Next up is software testing. So we have to test software thoroughly before we distribute that software. And the programming team, generally speaking, should develop special data sets that allow us to exercise all the paths of software navigation in an application to the fullest extent that's feasible. And some tests may be automated and others may be manual. So user experience testing, for example, that's typically going to be a manual test where a real person performs tests according to a plan and reports back their experience. They perform a task, they look at the actual result versus the expected result, for example. And many other types of tests may be automated. For example, if I want to test to see if fields in a web form are susceptible to buffer overflow, I basically need a way to replay input of a bunch of different values from a special data set to make sure that my application never throws an error, that it always responds as I expect. So that's something I could likely automate, unlike user experience testing. Virus propagation techniques. This is something that may come up on the exam, and there are 4 main propagation techniques you want to be familiar with. The first is file infection, which infects different types of executable files and trigger when the operating system attempts to execute them. So on a Windows system, for example, that's going to be .exe and .com files, generally speaking. There's a service injection attack, and service injection escapes detection by injecting themselves into trusted runtime processes in the OS. So on Windows, for example, that could be servicehost.exe, winlogon, or explorer.exe. Boot sector infection, which essentially just infects the legitimate boot sector, and it's loaded into memory during the operating system load process. So when you boot the system up or reboot the system. And then there's macro infection, which spread through code and macros like Visual Basic for apps in Microsoft Office docs. Antivirus software. So antivirus software comes in a couple of different flavors. So many in years past use signature-based detection algorithms to look for telltale patterns of known viruses, and many still use this. It is critical that signatures are updated frequently. For example, on the Windows platform is the best example I know to give you. We'll see multiple updates daily. Now, modern antivirus increasingly operate using behavior-based detection too, monitoring target systems for unusual activity and either blocking it or flagging it, even if it doesn't match a known malware signature. And modern antivirus often relies on some AI-driven or machine learning-driven intelligence, and some modern antivirus software will have a cloud connection where it can send off samples to get some input from a cloud-based system that can perform some additional analysis. And given that in the modern age, many threats are seen once and never again, they're unique, behavior-based detection is an absolute requirement. So the study guide mentions that it's increasingly common. Everybody's doing this. I'll just tell you right now. So techniques to compromise password security. You want to be familiar with all of these. So we have password crackers, which are designed to basically take credential data stolen in a breach and extract passwords from it. And the methods password crackers will use will vary widely. Dictionary attacks, these use a large dictionary file with thousands of words, and it basically runs an encryption function against all the words to obtain their encrypted, their hashed equivalents. But it's using existing words, whereas a brute force attack is when the attacker tries to attempt all possible combinations of a password to gain access to an account. So actually a dictionary attack is a type of brute force attack, where the attacker, instead of trying to try all possible combinations, they try passwords from a dictionary file. Social engineering attacks. These consist of simply calling the user and asking for their password, or more often posing as a technical support representative or other authority figure who needs information immediately. You even see these carried out over the phone, where someone will call and say that they are from Microsoft support and they need your password, or they're from Apple support and you need to give them a password and you need to pay them some amount of money to help you. These are attacks that sometimes feel very realistic. I do remember once I was actually traveling internationally and I was on my way back home, and someone called me while I was in an airport lounge and said, "Hey, I'm on the phone with Apple support. They're asking me to buy these gift cards to pay them for support because there's a breach on my iPad." Completely social engineering attack. That sort of demand is never going to come from Microsoft or Apple or any legitimate company, and I was thankfully for them able to advise them and to stop that. So social engineering is powerful. A way to stop social engineering is through security awareness training. Number one countermeasure. Rootkit. Rootkit is a piece of software freely available on the internet. It's used as a second step by attackers to exploit known vulnerabilities to enable attackers to elevate or escalate their privilege, to gain greater privilege on the system once they have established residence. So let's touch on application attacks, which are used by attackers to go after poorly written software, to exploit poorly written software. The most common you'll likely hear about is the buffer overflow, where a developer does not validate user input to ensure that it's of an appropriate size. This is really common in web forms. And if the form doesn't validate the input, the user can potentially input data that is too large, and it can overflow the memory buffer, causing an error, a buffer overflow error. There's a backdoor. This is an undocumented command sequence or sequences that allow individuals with knowledge of the backdoor to bypass normal access restrictions, often used during development and debugging, and in the worst cases, unintentionally or even intentionally left there after development and debugging. There's time of check to time of use attacks, which is a timing vulnerability that occurs when a program checks access permissions too far in advance of a resource request. So it's a timing issue. And rootkit, which is escalation of privilege. So rootkits are freely available on the internet, and they're intended to exploit known vulnerabilities in various operating systems, enabling attackers to elevate privilege. So you'd see this in an escalation of privilege attack scenario. Web application vulnerabilities. There are two very common web app vulnerabilities you want to be aware of, and you'll find that there are vulnerabilities that compromise front end web interfaces or web systems and back end databases, and sometimes they're using the front end to compromise or access the back end. So there is the cross-site scripting, which is a type of injection attack in which malicious scripts are injected into or otherwise benign and trusted websites. So these occur when an attacker uses a web application to send malicious code to a different end user. They occur when web apps contain reflected input. For example, I put my name into a field on a form, I hit submit, and it says, "Hello, Pete." SQL injection attack. So these use unexpected input into a web application, into a front end, to gain unauthorized access to an underlying database. There are quite a few different ways I've seen SQL injection attacks play out. I saw one of these in real time a few years ago, where a pen tester was able to put unexpected input into a web form, and it caused the database, caused the code to return information from the database you'd never want exposed. Next up are reconnaissance techniques. So these are techniques used by attackers who are preparing to attack a network. So this is data collection and learning ahead of the attack. So IP probes, automated tools basically pinging each IP address in a range, so performing a ping sweep, and then systems that respond to the ping request are basically logged for further analysis in the next step. So then you'll commonly see a port scan, which will look for open or listening ports on a system. So for example, ports 80 and 443 would be indicative of a web server. Port 445, TCP 445 would be a file server. So looking for servers supporting critical operations and services are going to be prime targets. And then you have vulnerability scanners that can be used to scan for specific vulnerabilities in a system. So a few popular tools out there include Nessus, OpenVAS, Qualys, Core Impact, quite a few vulnerability scanners on the market today. I don't think you'll be tested on your knowledge of vulnerability scanner brands, but I wanted to throw a few out there, which incidentally are also mentioned in the book, I believe, in the official study guide, by the by. So protection rings may come up. These are used to protect data and functionality from faults. You'll hear about these in operating systems. So for example, ring 0 is kernel mode, ring 1 and 2 would be device drivers, ring 3 are applications. And then within the system, there are special call gates between the rings that are defined to allow the outer rings to gain access to the inner rings through predefined mechanisms rather than just arbitrary access. The software development lifecycle. You want to be familiar with the 5 phases of the software development lifecycle. So phase 1, requirements analysis, phase 2, design, phase 3, implementation, phase 4, testing, and phase 5, evolution. I have for you here a memory device to help you lock these 5 phases in to your mind. Real developers' ideas take effort. So I came up with this memory device because I wanted something that was relevant to the subject at hand, which is software development, but also followed the first letter of each of the phases of the software development lifecycle. So requirements, design, implementation, testing, and evolution. Real developers' ideas take effort. If you want a memory device, there you have it. Concentric circle security. So if you've spent any time in cybersecurity, you are familiar with concentric circle security, although you've probably never heard it referred to as concentric circle security. That is a very theoretical phrase that doesn't come up in the real world very often. So this security model consists of several mutually independent security applications, processes, or services that operate toward a single common goal. So it avoids a monolithic security stance by having multiple independent applications, tools, and processes working together to provide better security. So basically, every individual security mechanism has a flaw or a workaround, and we have to bear that in mind. And by combining intelligent combinations of countermeasures into what we call a layered defense, we can provide significant resistance to persistent attempts to compromise our network. This is called a layered defense. You'll also hear this referred to as defense in depth. So you want to be familiar with concentric circle security, but tie this to layered defense, defense in depth, and avoiding a monolithic security stance. And finally, the security impact of acquired software. So 4 categories here. There's operating system attacks. So attackers are always looking for vulnerabilities in an operating system, buffer overflows, other bugs, systems that simply haven't been patched in a long period of time, or patch for specific vulnerabilities. There are application level attacks. We've talked about a few of these, SQL injection, cross-site scripting, denial of service, hijacking, phishing, which is an email-based application level attack. There are shrink wrap code attacks. So these are exploiting holes in unpatched or poorly configured software you buy and install. A lot of times, software you buy and install will contain sample scripts or code, and those will be exploited if an attacker can find them. Then finally, misconfiguration attacks, which target poorly configured services or devices, or one that's left in a default configuration. A Wi-Fi router left in the default settings is a fabulous example. I can remember back in the day, Netgear routers came with a very simple admin username and password, and it was really common that folks would buy that Netgear router, take it home, and not change a thing. In a business environment, when we see those defaults left in place, that usually indicates a process problem. At home, that's a much different story. And that's it for Domain 8, and congratulations, you've reached the end of this CISSP Exam Cram course. I hope you got value out of this video. I hope you're getting value out of the series. If you have questions at any point, leave me a comment below the video. Come find me on LinkedIn and let's have a chat. I wish you the best of luck on your exam. And until next time, take care and stay safe.